a dragon scale, and that's what started Dragon Tales. Around the room the dragons flew, but Emmy and Max knew what to do. They climbed on the backs of their dragon friends. Now the adventures never end. Dragon Tales, it's almost time for Dragon Tales. Come along and take my hand, let's all go to Dragonland. There's Orc, he's the biggest, not too brave of heart. There's Cassie, so shy, but so very smart. There's Zack and Wheezy, and the tales are fun, cause you know two heads are better than one. Dragon Tales, it's almost time for Dragon Tales. Come along and take my hand, let's all go to Dragonland. Saturday morning at Capella with Dooms.
All right. Hello. What, Dragon Tales? Yeah. But, we're gonna do something a little different. So... bit of a rush start this morning. I wasn't feeling well earlier, but I'm feeling better now. And that's what matters. So excuse me if I sound a little raspy. Hello, Kumo. Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, so I have the full call. And, I'm gonna be... I can't, you know, I can't say where I got it from. But, someone gave me the... Someone was nice enough to record and give me the call. And don't worry, I'm gonna be making sure that everybody has it. So... Because I'm not gonna be going over the full thing today, because a majority of the first 3 hours... Yes, it's not an emergency stream. Not an emergency stream. This is Friday. It's Friday, right? I swear to God, it's Friday. Yeah, it's Friday. Did you pre-watch it? I've skimmed around and heard bits and pieces of it, but I haven't heard the full thing yet. But I've heard bits here and there. And I've seen the notes that North was taking on it. So, I know a lot of the things that they're gonna discuss. Okay, Cosmic. I'm trying to figure out the best way to share it with people, because I want to put it on Google Drive. But I also don't know if I'll be able to upload it right now. We'll see. I will try. I'll try my best to upload it properly. Let's see. Maybe we should rename it first. There we go. Now people know what it is and what date it is. Perfect. Okay. Let me know if uploading this to Google Drive fucks with the, Thought it already was? Oh no, okay. That's, Akuma's in my DMs. I'm getting DMs mixed up with, the chat. I flipped head or tails for North or Endless Stream and I got yours. Cool. I think North is covering something completely different right now. So I think it just depends on which thing you care about more. That's good that you're recovering. Thanks. get into it soon. I'm just making sure I have things lined up and ready to go. Honestly, it's not taking long for the call to be uploaded to Google Drive, so... my plan is that I'm gonna send that over, pass it over to Akumu and then we'll get started. Whoops! God damn it. I'm like reopening a bunch of like closed tabs because I'm trying to find a specific one. So, you know the struggle. Fuck off! Wants to open everything but this tab I'm looking for. You know what? I bet I could just find it in my history. I keep forgetting that history is a fucking thing. I always forget. Forecast for today's stream. So, for those who didn't know, the Cat Slayer, or basically Lyo's rebranded Senate, pulled Rin into a call, I believe, under false pretenses of conflict resolution. And, you can imagine it was not that. A little bit of it was that, but it was mostly, well, you know. I think a lot of people were warning Rin, don't go into this call. It's a trap. It's usually a trap with the Senate people, and lo and behold, it was a trap. Who would have guessed? No, not that cat lair. Oh my god, these bugs are so fucking annoying. I hate summertime, man. I hate summer so much. I think I might make it restricted just for now. Just to begin with for now. Does anybody else hate fucking gnats? I know it's normal, but they're like fucking everywhere! Summer's the worst season? Yeah. That call with Raid went on for 5 hours? Roughly 4. It was more like 4. Should we count how many inconsistencies or deflections there are in the call? I'm tempted to bring up the bingo again, but I feel like the bingo would be outdated. I'm actually gonna hop in the streaming channel in the Discord. in case anybody wants to join. And I don't mean like anybody, but it's not like a call-in, but I'm talking like if Akumu, I think Akumu's going to be covering this on his own stream, so probably not. But if Akumu or Kumo or you know, Crystal, if any of them want to join in, they can. But I think they all just prefer to either do it themselves or to stay out of it, which is fair. We need an updated version of the Lio Bingo. Yeah. So, the bingo is kind of outdated at this point. I mean, I can look it over real quick and double check, but I have a feeling it's outdated. Oh yeah, it's definitely outdated, so I'll have to update that later. So, I only have audio of this call for anonymity reasons. Yeah, Akumu's also covering the call on his stream. But, I had to send him a, Okay, now everybody wants the call. Alright, hold on. Word gets around fast. Alright, hopefully I can give people access to this, even while it's still processing. Oh my god, the fucking gnats are everywhere! I need to get, like, bug spray. I hate the summertime, man. I'm gonna be saying that a lot. Will I do a gaming stream after this? Well, that's the thing, because this is purely audio, I'm probably just going to be playing Warframe in the background. I'll be honest, but I'll have it muted. Just tell your cat to eat the bugs? They don't work that way. She's got really bad vision. How do I give people access to a fucking Google Drive folder or file? I need Vlad in here. Oh, manage access. Okay. Whatever, I'll just make it public. That was interesting to hear from Vlad. What I just got from Vlad. I mean, we all know... I mean, yeah, but whatever. I have my thoughts on it. Just give me time to set things up, guys. Really? You love summertime but hate the winter, huh? Great for gnat infestations. Ugh. Oh, and yeah, no, I have some of those apple cider vinegar traps, but I might have to make some more. They are so annoying. Although I think that only works on fruit flies. Summer haters keep seething. Is the server 18 plus? Yeah, my server is 18 plus. the fuck did Leo get into this time? So Rin, also known as Galbanum, also known as the FCK Leaks Twitter account, got basically lured into a call in the Senate. And I'm gonna call it the Senate because that's basically what it is. And it will continue to be that way. I've heard bits and pieces of it. I do have the full call, but a majority of the first 3 hours is just conflict resolution, quote unquote. Am I only covering the ring call? Possibly, unless there's other stuff that happens. I've also gotten screenshots and statements from other people to go over. I also know that Crystal wants to come on to clarify their stance, but here, I'll give a brief summary of what I know. So, they lured Rin in by saying, hey, this is going to be conflict resolution. We hear you want to work some stuff out with a friend. It's just going to be a talk between you and your friend. There's nothing suspicious going on. You can trust us. We've changed. And then, you know, they haven't. Literally haven't. But, what can you expect at this point? But, they managed to get Rin in there. Despite the fact that Rin is supposed to be offline, and if they were to get caught by their family being back on Discord and in Senate calls, they would have gotten in a lot of trouble, and I'll cover that in a second. But basically, during this call, Rin is hiding, literally hiding in the closet. They being the server, not me, genuine. Oh, sorry, did I forget to specify something? Okay, well, you know what, I'll let Crystal in here. Oh, yeah, Crystal's already in here. Alright, give me a second. I'll let Crystal talk while I'm setting shit up in the background. Hello. Whoa. Hello, Crystal.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm so sorry. Funny soundboard entrance. We love to
what?
see it.
Alright, can you...
Okay.
Guys, let me know if
on.
you can't hear Crystal alright, but I'll let you talk and say your piece, because you were there for some parts of the call.
Okay, I will say as much as I know because, oh god, this has become instantly a lot bigger than I thought it'd be. I was very misinformed on the little bit of information
You're not
I
the
knew.
only one, don't worry. But,
okay, so...
yeah, okay, I'll let you talk while I set up background stuff, because again, I only have audio of this call. And I'm only going over the last, like, hour and 15 minutes, so...
Makes sense. Okay, so my understanding of the call, just to make it clear as day, is that I knew that there was a call going on with Vin. I set up the channel, so... because I knew Vin was, you know, quite sensitive, and I don't mean that in an offensive way, I just know that they can easily be triggered. So I set it up so they had a custom role where they couldn't see the chat, and they could only hear people speak to them. Because I thought it was going to be a short time and people were going to listen, and I didn't want people to make rude comments about Ren. So that was set up beforehand. I didn't know the premise of the call. I didn't know what was going to go on in the call or anything like that. With that being said, I jumped in and out of that call multiple times just to check, like, hey, it's all calm, no one's screaming, no one's shouting. Because, again, if they're going to aim for conflict resolution, there's no need for shouting. There's no need for screaming. And again, I did do that. There was no shouting. There was no screaming, to my understanding.
Okay, everyone's saying Crystal is too quiet. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Alright, turning them up nice and loud so you can hear.
Yippee? Is that better, by chance?
Hopefully. Guys, is that better?
Let's see.
If it's not, I don't know what to tell you. You might want to get your ears checked. Alright, anyway, keep going, Crystal.
Okay, yeah, all good. Okay, so, like I said, that was set up. The safeguards were put in place. I was there to just jump in and out to make sure that Vim wasn't getting shouted at. And then there was a segment where I was involved because I was planning to mention at the end of it, like, to Lio, what I didn't like about the call. I don't like how their father was mentioned so many times. I don't like how there was very hypotheticals thrown out, which couldn't really be answered on the spot, especially after a 4-hour call. But again, that was meant to be said. But there was a bit of information which was relayed to me within the call, being that Vin did not tell and or ask the FCK victims for permission to talk about their stories.
Right.
And as the person who helped Jibs with this when it came to Peaches and Lumi, that's kind of obvious. Like, Crystal might not like this information
Yeah,
if they
that's
get informed about it.
understandable.
Yeah, so I had a somewhat emotional response, no shouting, no screaming, just a "Oh my god, I'm disappointed in you" kind of reply.
Mm-hmm.
But I redact that now, going off the understanding that they were already confronted about this, and this was already public knowledge
Yeah.
in relation to the call. So I've already made a Twitter statement being like, "Hey, yeah, no, that's on me. That's my fault. I should have been more informed." I have also been told, you're probably going to reveal this in the stream as well, but I've also been told it was only meant to be a call between the person and Rin, and that no one else was meant to speak. I didn't know this. I wasn't informed about this. If I knew this, I would have shut up. I wouldn't have said anything. So, yeah, no, it's interesting. Even as a mod for the server myself, I'm, well, in quotations, mod, I'm amazed, if I'm being honest. So yeah, that's my clarification. I didn't really know what was going on. I tried to put in safeguards for Vin. I was there for Vin to make sure they weren't shouted at, but I did not know enough about Vin to protect them properly, and that's on me.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you, Crystal. I think a lot of people who trusted them were misled, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I have some screenshots I can show, and I'm just gonna quickly pull those up. Like, and Bloom has already put these in the public Discord, so this is already like, everyone can see these. Let me just switch back over real quick. Oh shit, I still got the karaoke shit in the background. Hold on. No, go away. How do I get rid of this? There we go. Just gonna hide it down here.
Just another thing I do want to clear up is that
Yeah, go on.
I know I have the co-owner role in the Senate, but again, I'm not going to hold the hands of the Senate. I shouldn't be the one who has to explain everything to them. So if they're going to make mistakes, that's on them. I'm not going to tell them how to do X, Y, and Z because again, I don't want to be this involved in this. It drives me insane, actually.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I'm honestly surprised that you're like involving yourself with them as much as you are, but that's just me.
Yeah, no, I'm trust me. You'll see why. You'll see why in time.
Okay, all right. I'll leave you to it then. But
yeah, all good. Thank you for having me on, and I
yeah, no
appreciate
problem.
it. Good luck with
And
your
yeah,
stream.
if you ever want to pop in again and clarify something or give your 2 cents, you're more than welcome to do so.
Awesome, thank you so much. Okay, bye bye.
Yep, see ya. All right. So I was shown these screenshots. I'll do my best to put this shit to the side so that you guys can see. Perfect. Please don't share the screenshot with Rin. I've sent that purely on accident. Yeah, no, it's alright. If you want, you can delete the messages you sent to me in DMs and just, like, redo it with the ones that you actually want to be shared. That's more than okay. Okay, give me a sec. Yeah, I saw Bloom, don't worry. Your taste in metal is goated, thank you. It was just the first one? Alright, I'll stay clear of the first one then, but I might go over those after the call. Just to keep things in order anyway, so you got time to figure out which ones you want to share, which ones you don't. But, is this, June? The June person? That Laya was talking to? But on the 13th of May, Lyle reaches out to someone called Haratui and says, "Yo, hi, question, are you still in contact with Rin?" They say, "Yes, I mean, we don't talk regularly, but they sometimes message me and we chat a little." Lyle says, "Would you be opposed to passing them a message? Nothing mean." Hera says, "Sure, I can do that." Oh, so, okay, so this is not June. This is someone else, a third party. Okay, Lio says, June is requesting a call in Cat's lair. There will be no yelling, no threats, nothing. They want a civil discussion. Yeah, and they're not online. I'm not sure if a call is possible due to their circumstances, which Lio is aware of their circumstances. Donk, yeah. Chat, who's Rin? Ugh, if you don't know, you don't know at this point. You'll have to catch up in other places. I'm sorry. But, Rin is Galbanum, or the person who ran the FCK Leaks Twitter. God damn it. Fucking hell. Okay, now Akumu is telling me that it's cutting off the Google Drive link. Fucking hell. Can you guys just please? I know everybody, like, wants this call, like, right away. And I'm trying my best. Alright, hold on. Give me a second. Oh, wait, actually, wrong one. Yeah, former owner of the FCK Leaks Twitter account. Give me a sec. My god, like, how did they not understand that it's still processing the file? Guys. I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to tell Akumu if he's telling me it's cutting off at the end. It hasn't even fucking finished processing yet. You're just gonna have to wait. 2 June sus. Is it true about that call having 400 people or it getting bad? The getting bad part, absolutely. I don't know about the 400 people claim. June is the person who was trying to guilt Jibs into cutting us off. Also the person we caught spying. Oh, I see. Kumo, do you want to sit in on this call? I can hop into your server if that helps, but if that's the case, I would prefer it just being the two of us in the call. Loving the avatar? Thank you. That's up to you, though, Kumo. Yeah, but this was under the pretense of, like, oh, you're just gonna talk it out with a friend. That's it. Oh, and we'll issue some apologies. It'll be completely civil. All that jazz. And, yeah, like I said, as you can imagine, it didn't work out like that. Yeah, at the end, they say Rin wants to know why they... I'll go back in a second. Rin wants to know why they're in a call. They want a call. And Lio says to clear some things out, issue some apologies, etc. So, nothing about the FCK leaks. So far, anyway. Hey guys. And Leia, if you want to join too, you're welcome to. I know everyone else is going to be doing their own streams on it, so I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but... I've talked with Rin in the past, so this is a bit nearer and dearer to my heart. A little bit. Not really in any sentimental way, but... In front of 140 people is insane. Definitely feel safe with that call. Coincidence? No, this is purely just my own scattered brain. I'm at work, honey. Thank you for considering me. Oh, that's no problem, Leia. Okay. But, people have spoken with Rin about this, and Rin is doing alright afterwards, which is good. But I want to, go through more of this, these screenshots, so just give me a second. I think I have to scroll up again to find them. Okay. Okay, here we go. So they relay the message, and they get a message back from Rin on an alternate account, because Rin has deleted their former account, the account that I was talking to them on. But Rin says, fair enough, thank you. I might use an alt account if that's fine. I want to be left alone. Keep that in mind. I want to be left alone. And I have to plan it at a time where my dad won't listen in because I'm already in deep shit with my parents. So, they're already, like, you know, in trouble with their parents. Things are already tumultuous at home because of their online antics. And Lyo is still pushing, like, regardless of what Rin has said here, I just want to be left alone. He just goes, oh yeah, the evenings are the best, the alt is fine. Like, still going like, oh yeah, we should still talk though, you know? I guess we'll wait. Like, not necessarily being pushy about it, but there is a little bit of that pushiness in there. It's like, disregarding the fact that Rin has stated here that they want to be left alone. Was Ponder in the call? I don't know. All I have is the audio, so I have no visual on who was in the call and who wasn't. So I've been a hot mess over this shit. I'm sorry to hear that, Bloom. Wait, who outed Rin? Apparently, the person that outed Rin was their own stepbrother, but I don't know the finer details on that. Yeah, I mean, it's... Come on, we all know at this point that Lyo doesn't care about people's personal situations. Alright, next part. I think this is the next part. Nope. Okay, it's the same screenshot twice. My bad. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep my screenshots. Yeah, I don't know why they sent me the same one twice. Okay, sorry, but here's the next one. Yeah, it's gonna be a while. Unfortunate home life, which Lyo knows. By the way, just adding, whenever the call happens, Rin wants me and Nero in, or just one. They seem very anxious and hesitant to go in without someone on their side, per se. Lyo says, alright, the talking will just be them and June, to be clear. And, as we all know at this point, that wasn't the case. Rid will have control of themselves, honestly. Oh, sorry, I totally misread that. Rin will have to control themselves, honestly. I've never heard a call that Rin was in where they've acted unhinged. Like, sure, Rin is cringe and dramatic and terminally online like a lot of these people are, but not unhinged or unpredictable, so I don't know what Lyo's talking about here. Update! There was another smaller incident with Rin's family, and they're understandably concerned about the security, home-wise, of having a call. They'd prefer a text chat. I'm not sure if a call is completely off the table at the moment, but obviously there's a big concern about their family finding out or overhearing a call. And despite this, despite knowing that this is a big issue, he continues to insist on it anyway. The call still happens. I'm sorry, Lamau, I'm a mess. Lyo also have tricked his mods into thinking it was just a call between Rin and June. Yeah, I can imagine. But, at this point, I don't think his mods have any room to complain, oh my god, this person who's been called out for lying lied to us. I'm not surprised, and I don't really feel empathy for people in that position. It's like, oh my god, but Lyo said it was just gonna be, like, a civil discussion between these two people and conflict resolution. My god, guys. Have you not heard the news that Lio lies? Like, I don't know why it's not, like, getting through to you yet, but I think you better wake the fuck up. Oh, that's Frick the Pirate? Oh, I don't know much about Frick the Pirate. Frick left the server along with another mod apparently after the call happened. I don't feel anything for them. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, wow, I can't believe he lied to his own mods. They know he's a liar. They know he's a liar. And they insisted on sticking around anyway and supporting him. I don't know what to tell them. The information has been out there for months. And they weren't willing to listen then. I don't know, they can't act surprised that, like, oh my god, this person who has a habit of lying and manipulating and misleading people did that to us? No way! What? So what happened after the call? We'll get into that, don't worry. But I want to keep it as focused as possible. So I think that's the end of those screenshots. But yeah, keep that in mind. Keep those promises that Lio made in mind. There's gonna be no yelling, no threats. No threats. That's a big one. The talking will just be them in June, to be clear. So, although, I feel like Rin's... Oh, I'm not shocked about that. It's just the position I've been put in with not knowing it was meant to be just two people and then the bit of info being dropped on me. No, I understand, Crystal. I know that you're kind of just a mod in name in the Senate, which is fair. I know you want to stay out of this. Again, like I said earlier, like, I feel like if you want to, like, be impartial, you might have to separate yourself a little bit from, like, both circles. Like, to not be, I don't know, far be it for me to tell you what to do, but that's just my advice. I feel like you're still getting a little too, like, intertwined with this stuff as someone who claims they want to be apart from it. But, again, I'm not gonna tell you what to do. Just like I didn't tell Rin what to do, because, again, they're an adult who can make their own choices. And about that, I will say that it's a bit disheartening that Rin chose to do this, knowing what they know, and having seen the same stuff that we've seen, and having shared their own personal experiences with me. I was definitely baffled when I heard that they decided to do this. I heard about it, and I was like, what? No, Rin wouldn't do that. We already had to talk them out of it once before, and they were pretty adamant that they would never do this, and then they went and did it. And I was just like, alright. It's a lot. It's definitely a lot. Do these people not know how to say no thanks, I'd rather not have a call? Yeah, and that's why I was initially, like, concerned, like, okay, well, did they coerce Rin into a call? Did they coerce it? Did they, like, harass Rin? Did they say, like, we're gonna get so-and-so involved, or we're gonna call your parents, or like, we're gonna call the police on you if they, you know, if they did anything like that? I'm glad to say that no, nothing like that has happened, as far as I know. I just know that it was just purely honeyed words and false promises of it just being a civil discussion. But again, I feel like Rin should have, and does know better. And that's why I'm still, like, I don't know. We'll get into that more as we go along. Yes, Rin definitely made a mistake by going into this call. But again, I also feel like Rin can make their own choices, and I wanna make things. I'll clear things up as we go along. But my interactions with Rin have always been quite passive in DMs. No, it's valid. I am way too intertwined for someone who wants to be free from the ACC, quote unquote. It's a contradiction. It's a contradiction. I shouldn't have joined the call overall. I just wanted to make sure Rin was safe. No, I'm glad you did, Crystal, because that adds like some form of like accountability to Lyo's actions, like so that he understands that his actions aren't just happening in a bubble anymore. So in some way, I am glad that you were in that call. But I understand why you feel conflicted about that. And then Crystal says, from shouting and or the call going in with underhanded tactics like threats or ringing the family, and to my understanding that didn't happen. Yeah, so yeah. I don't think any threatening or coercion happened in this case, and for that I am glad. But that also means that Rin made the conscious decision, you know, not under duress, to go into this situation like this. Emla, did you pay the $10 to Vlad? No. But don't tell him. I think he's gotten drunk one too many times and has completely forgotten about it, so no one tell him. No one tell him. And don't tell him I told you to not tell him. It's a good question. Crystal, have you spoken to Lyo after the fact? Just out of curiosity. Bloom, if you need to take a moment, like, I would strongly, like, recommend that you just take some time to yourself and, like, disconnect from this for a bit. I understand. Like, I've been in that situation. That's what I got clonazepam for. I spoke to Rin afterwards to make sure they're okay. Yeah, a lot of people have, and I'm glad to say that Rin seems to be doing okay. IDK, Rin was lured under false pretenses. Well, no, that's what I'm saying, is that, like, it wasn't coercion or threats or, anything like that that got Rin into the call. I think it really was just pure manipulation. And while I can understand how Rin would be, like, lured into that, Rin also knows better. So it's like... I don't know, man. Anyway, what was the next thing? Was there something I wanted to talk about before I actually start the call? Or are we good? Oh yeah, I guess I kind of did want to... Well, I can do that afterwards. But I can get a bit into my own interactions with Rin. A lot of my DMs with Rin are private because of a lot of oversharing and just personal, you know, stuff that we talked about and stuff that I haven't gotten permission to share because I'm not in contact with Rin anymore. So I can only give limited context and information as to how much I've spoken with Rin personally. But yeah, we will, yeah. I haven't spoken to Lyo yet, still working out my thoughts and feelings, and you know, with the screenshots of it meaning to be a one-on-one call shows more information is still coming to light. Oh yeah, absolutely. Alright, before I begin, I have the call on hand, and we're gonna get started, but first, I want to go get some water. Hold on. Wait, I don't have to go far. I have water bottles right here. Stay hydrated, yeah. I was not feeling well this morning, so I have a bit of a sore throat. Enla, I hope your game crashes. Thank you. Oh my god, thanks. The nicest thing you've ever said to me. But can't find it. Never mind. Y'all come back later. Rin is just a friend of mine, and I'm really upset this happened with them. You're not the only one who's upset for them. At the same time, though, you have to understand that Rin makes their own choices, and they knew what they were getting into and decided to do it anyway. So, while I have empathy, you also have to recognize that you can't hold someone's hand all the time. But I get that feeling of, like, just needing to protect somebody. So I get that feeling 100%. Bro, what foreign game is this, dog? It's Warframe. The volume's gonna be turned down, obviously, because we'll have something playing in the background. But, alright. Let me just make sure you guys can hear this audio. Fine. Wait, what? Oh, right, because I renamed it. Duh. It was like, you renamed the file, therefore we could not find it. Alright, here we go.
I firmly believe, and I thought this from the beginning, that you are capable of change. And that in certain ways...
So, okay, let me get this straight real quick. This call is about 4 hours long, roughly. And, the first 3 hours of it is really just like, I'm pretty sure it's mostly just June and Rin talking. Which is fine. And so, a lot of that I'm gonna skip. The call is quiet. You're gonna have to turn it way up. Okay. I can only turn it up so much though, guys. Like, if I have to, I can turn my own volume down, if that helps. That's 2 June? Yeah, I know. But yeah, the quote-unquote conflict resolution ends. I don't know how much conflict was resolved in those 3 hours. Kumo mentioned something about 2 June earlier, but it went in one ear and out the other, sorry. Apparently they were somebody that was like spying on Kumo's server and spying in other places, and I might have met them before. Depending on if I think it is who I think it is. I don't know, it depends. But I'm gonna be playing Warframe in the background because I need to distract myself with something. So, we're gonna be listening to the call and playing and goofing around. And, just listening to this call. So, we're at the... Let me see where we're at. We're at 2 hours and 14 minutes in.
There are things that I feel like were my fault. And I own up to it. And there are times where I wonder, where could I have gone better?
I don't know anything about June, just so you know. Alright, is this too loud or too quiet? Let me know.
I could have done better for you, if there's something I could have done better for the both of us. But having this conversation and clearing the air, I started this conversation really anxious. Like, I was shaking. But now I'm much calmer, and I feel a lot lighter, and I feel like this is the conversation we should have had
privately.
In 2022. This is the... Honestly,
you should have had this conversation privately, and I still don't know why they didn't have this conversation privately. It's one of those many mysteries of the world. It's like, that should have been Rin's first red flag. Like, I want to resolve conflict with you, but I want to do it in the Senate. I know that you have a tumultuous relationship with these people, and they've hurt you in the past, and they've lied to you and manipulated you, and have intimidated you and made you feel scared for your life. But I really want you to come into their territory so we can settle our individual differences with each other. Like, that should have been Rin's first red flag. And that should have been the only red flag. That they should not have gotten into this call. Again, guys, I don't know anything about June, alright? Is this the same Rin who ran the OGFCK leaks? Yes.
Conversation we were meant to have. And I wish we had it then, but I'm glad we had it, period. So I thank you for doing that. I thank you for being open to talking to me.
Same for you.
Now this is where the call should have ended, honestly. Sounds like conflict was resolved, I guess. I don't even know. I don't even care who June is. Yeah, me neither. Why did Rin even agree to this? Again, false promises and honeyed words. But yeah, this is where the call should have ended.
Is there
Alright, so are you two done?
Yeah.
Are you talking, Laya? Because I
Yeah. Alright, so are you two done with this?
Alright, well, actually, you know what? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring, gosh, how am I gonna do this? Okay. This'll be like a temporary thing. Just to make it easier so that people know what we're covering and what the audio is. So people aren't left in the background wondering. Here we go. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Look at that. I've really outdone myself this time. It's beautiful! Graphic design is my passion. Wait, why do I have 2 VRMs? What? What? Fuck off. Wait, what? Wait, what? Why do I have 2 of them? Hang on. Yeah, I have 2 VRMs in here for some reason. Alright, there we go. Is that better? Hell yeah. Alright, now you know what the call is. Perfect! Alright.
Yes.
So he's like, alright, are you two done? And he sounds pretty, impatient. Did I hear graphic design?
Okay. So, Yoon, if you want to disappear into the ether or go to the rest of the audience, you're welcome to, because I need to speak to Rin.
No, and the trap has sprung. That's when Rin should have left. Rin? Wow, Enla, you look shorter than ever. Rin, this is where you should have left. Because now the trap has sprung. It's like, okay, now that they've been led into a sense of calm and have let their guard down, now it's my turn to talk to Rin. You know, the person that absolutely did not want to talk to me and was scared of me. Now it's my turn to talk to you. Exactly. Everyone's like, yep, here we go. Yeah.
How do I do that? Leave the stage?
You just leave the stage.
Okay.
Alright, so, Rin, I will apologize for using your old username because I had forgotten it was a dead name.
Oh,
That I
I'll
will.
apologize. I'll apologize for the least that I did. Not for, like, it doesn't, like, that's the only thing he's willing to apologize for, but not, like, you know, calling them out and getting their friends and family involved and trying to drag them into the drama again more than they wanted to be and basically outing them as the FCK Leaks Twitter account instead of just leaving it be. Nah, it's the dead naming that he's going to apologize for, which is, like, again, the least of what he did. And honestly, this is a pattern for him where he will apologize for the Tamus thing that he did to make it look like he's owning up to his faults and mistakes. But again, it's the least that he did. And that's a problem. But yeah, we'll continue.
Apologize for that. However, you and I have some other issues. If you're worried about me yelling, I'm in the middle of McDonald's and a Walmart, so I'm not going to.
Yeah, take note of that. I'm not gonna yell at you simply because I am physically restrained from doing so. Not because I've learned not to do that anymore, and that would be wrong of me. And I know it impacts people quite negatively. But no, I can't because it would look really bad for me in this very specific situation. Yeah, also, why is he in a McDonald's in Walmart? That's a good question. But also it's like, it's not like I won't yell at you because I know it's wrong to do that and I won't be doing that anymore. It's, I won't yell at you because I am unable to at the moment because of social consequences. So I think that's pretty telling of how much he's actually learned from this experience of being called out by a lot of people and having to address things and having to make a whole ass video about it. So I'm wondering if he wasn't in a McDonald's, in a Walmart, in a very public space where he didn't have the capacity to yell without looking like a crazy person, would he be yelling right now? That's the question. The age-old question. How Lyle claims to be Christian is beyond me. As a follower of the faith, I can't imagine telling you he literally follows none of the doctrines. I'm also a Christian, though I haven't been doing much Bible study, to be honest, but whatever. I'm like a very loosely practicing Christian, you could say. Anyway.
I will, however, be stern with you.
Oh yeah, it's just
because I have
stern.
given you
Spoiler alert, it's not just stern that he's being.
no shortage of patience. Firstly, I got you, or tried to, get you off the internet for a year for your own good.
And that's, first of all, Lio, that's none of your business. That is not your job or responsibility to do. And think of the wording and the phrasing. I've tried to get you off the internet for your own good. Like, framing it as if, like, I'm doing you a service by getting you away from spaces where I don't want to see you anymore. It took you 4 days! Yes, he would, Enla, that's not even a question. I'm wondering. Because he probably knew this was gonna be, like, recorded and sent to literally fucking everybody. He'd be an idiot to not know that. Does he scream? I don't think he does. Like he just said, he's in, like, a fucking Walmart, so... I don't think he would. But anyway.
Because you were not acting right. You did not.
Already starting off with the gaslighting of you're unhinged, you're unstable, you're not mentally well, you're not acting right. Which is why I need to come in, I need to come in and tell you off. Again, he's already overstepping here, but to a massive degree. It is not his responsibility as someone who is not Rin's friend, and as someone who, like, has tried to control Rin in the past and manipulate him, it's not his place to be saying, like, you're mentally unstable, you're unwell. I mean, yes, we know that Rin does have mental health issues, but to sit here in a public call to be like, you're unstable, and that's why I need to set you straight, it proves that he's learned nothing. And it's really hard for him to continue using the, oh, I just didn't know how mental health works excuse.
Not do that. You found ways to get back on Discord. You...
Well, whose fault is that? Lio. He wasn't gonna be on Discord in this call if you hadn't pushed to have this call. Like, he's trying to make it, like, again, this is like a complete trap. It's setting up Rin for failure. It's like, oh yeah, come into this Discord call, and then let me berate you for being in a Discord call. It's a complete trap. It's a lose-lose situation.
Still operated your Tumblr and had conversations with Autumn Kohai that, yes, I did find out about. You also continue to obsess and engage in a community that you claimed you were scared of. And every time I told you, find something else to do, you did not.
See, he's not wrong here. I don't know why this operative keeps fucking dying in Warframe. But y'all better keep him fucking alive. I need to keep track of this guy. But, he's not wrong when he says, like, yeah, you've been continuously engaging with people that you said that you were scared of and wanted to avoid. That is true. And plenty of us have been telling Rin to not get too deeply involved because it is not their issue. It's not their fight. But they've insisted on getting involved regardless. which is definitely an issue, but again, it's something that we can't make Rin stop doing. That's the thing. And the way that Lio is overstepping here is that he's making it out like it's his sole charge and responsibility, as if he's like trying to rescue Rin from themselves. He also says claim to be scared of, when like framing it in a way where it's like, oh, you have no reason to be scared of us, when they have actively done things to put Rin in harm's way, like getting their parents involved and making their home life even more stressful than it already was, when they could have just left it alone. Because all Rin was doing, like, in reality, was just running a Twitter account anonymously and sometimes misusing it, which isn't the worst thing in the fucking world. Like, oh my god, this person continued to be online when I told them to stay offline? That is signs of a very controlling person. Like, you did this thing after I told you not to. Do you think it's really for Rin's, like, safety? I don't think so.
So there are some things you and I are going to talk about. In reference to making light of someone's suicide, I do recall, and I do not have them on hand because Twitter's down, and I'm not about to go bug Aaron Tempest to go scrolling through all the green cap. You did decide to take shots in one way or another at Nezzy concerning what you would consider a lack of accountability.
Actually, false. False. Rin was, like, probably the most distressed over Nezzy getting all suicidal on Twitter. Rin was probably the one who, like, one of the only people that had empathy for Nezzy during all that. Yeah, they were dramatic and sort of attention-seeking while doing so, but to try and make it out like Rin was mocking or making light of Nezzy's suicidal ideation at the time is, like, it's complete, like, revisionist history. Imagine being in a McDonald's and hearing this. Well, I think that's why he's keeping his voice pretty fucking quiet.
There's also what you said to Heaton years ago, which... Yeah.
It's also funny that he's like... It's funny that he's like, he's like... Shit, what'd he say? Fuck. I was looking at the game chat in the game and someone was like, can this guy just please stop dying? It's like, it was true. We're having a really hard time keeping this guy alive. I might back up a little bit, sorry.
To making light of someone's suicide, I do recall...
Oh, right. He said something along the lines of like, oh, I don't have the evidence for this on hand, because I don't want to go bother people about it. If you're planning to confront people about things that they did, you'd better have that fucking evidence on hand. I don't know what he expected, and if Rin were anybody else, like, I think they knew that they could get away with this sort of thing here because Rin is a vulnerable person who's not going to have much pushback or ask a lot of questions like, oh, do you have proof for this? Or what did I say that was making light of it? Or what did I say that was mocking it? I think all Rin really said... Actually, I can pull up the tweet. Hold on. Let me just leave the squad so that they don't have expectations of me. Let me go through, because I was able to find, after me and Akumu's call, that I was able to go in and find the DMs between me and Rin. So thankfully, I still have them. I just have to find them again, because they are under, like, deleted user. There they are. It's up here, hold on. Trying to remember exactly where we talked about it. Okay, here we go. Let me pull this up real quick. So if I recall... Oh, are you fucking kidding me? What the hell? They deleted the Twitter. Great. Cool. Thank you. Oh well, I still have a version of it, I have a version of it, like, through Discord, so I'll just take a screenshot of that. Fucking hell. Oh well, maybe it's better that it gets, whatever, I'll just take a screenshot of it. So this, let me switch over real quick. This is the call he did yesterday after claiming he was done with this shit, yeah. Alright, so this is the message that Rin sent me on the 27th of February, which is when the FCK videos dropped. And it shows Fruitcake Leaks saying, I'm going to take a break from this. Hearing someone go to the hospital from harassment when I never wanted it upsets me greatly to tears. They weren't Toasty or ZZ. Harassment is not tolerated regardless, but especially for those who are not those two, I'm begging you to stop. I don't know how that's making light of someone being suicidal. But hey, Lyo's reasonings are beyond my understanding. Alright. Never think evidence will be online by the time you need it, always archive. Well, I didn't think I would have to. I didn't think it would blow up to be this important. That's the thing. Him and Doodle love to go, actually, about wording and accusations. He really should have actually bothered to have the receipts on hand. Yeah, exactly. So far, the gist is Lyo trying to turn Rin into a scapegoat over the FCK leaks. Yeah, this call was never about conflict resolution. That was just the cover plan. The cover plan for the main event, which was this part. Lyo's been waiting patiently for the last 3 hours while these two blabbed on, so that he could jump in and be like, oh, I'm not done with you yet. Again, Rin should have left the call. Rin should have left the call. But they didn't have the mental fortitude or the know-how to do so, unfortunately. There is the possibility that Rin could have been fearful that if they were to leave the call, Lyo would have, like, contacted their family again, or harassed their family again. Like, that's an understandable fear. So there are a lot of, like, components, I guess, to consider, when it comes to this. Alright, we'll continue.
I do not have them on hand because Twitter's down, and I'm not about to go bug Aaron Tempest to go scrolling through all the green cap.
I don't have the evidence on hand because Twitter's down. Okay, well, I don't know if Twitter was actually down at the time, but whatever.
You did decide to take shots in one way or another at Nessie.
In one way or another. Like, okay, well, you didn't directly take shots at them, but, like, if you squint your eyes hard enough, you could argue that you were taking shots at them. Like, really trying to frame it without having the evidence on hand. And again, if it was anybody else that was, not vulnerable, they could have definitely asked, okay, well, what did I say? What did I do? But, of course, Rin's not gonna do that. Because Rin's just a deer in the headlights in this situation. No one should be scared of Lyo, regardless of his leverage. If Rin is smart, they can easily navigate that situation. Well, that's the thing. I mean, like, I'm autistic, and being in the middle of these confrontations can feel paralyzing, especially for someone like Rin who, like, has, like, zero confidence in themselves. Is Nezzy the new Peaches? I have no idea. I have no idea anymore. But yeah.
Concerning what you would consider a lack of accountability. There's also what you said to Heaton years ago, which, even though it was years ago, is still out of pocket.
Even though it was years ago, and you've already moved on and apologized for it, you still said something back then, and that was out of pocket, and that needs to be rehashed into the public and addressed, because we're mad at you right now. For going against our wishes. My wishes.
I warned you multiple times about the people you were around, about what they do, about what they enable. Every time, you ignored me. And you justified it.
Because you're not someone worth listening to, Lio. I'm sorry. That's just how it is.
You admitted in this call that you took an account that you claimed was made to help the victims of the FCK, and you made it, let's be honest, you made it about me.
That's inaccurate. I don't think they made it about you. I think they made it about the Senate and its members as a whole. To say it was purely about you is a bit, I don't know, a little self-centered.
You made claims about me there. And
Which claims?
also, you sent me a text demanding answers about my family. I'll ask you very directly, what in the name of God did you think that was their business?
Now, if that's true, if Rin sent, I don't know how, they shouldn't have each other's numbers anymore. But if that's true, and Rin sent him a text, like, demanding accountability, that's a huge mistake on Rin's part. Again, what I feel like happened in this whole situation on Rin's side is that Rin found this confidence through running the FCK leaks and having the support and doing things like going on Beckett's stream and basically telling their side of the story and just, you know, telling all these things. I think it gave them this boost of confidence that led to carelessness, where maybe Rin felt untouchable. And that in part might be due to things that I and other people have said, like I and other people have said to Rin, like, look, if Lio tries to, like, do something to you, or to leverage something against you, like, whatever it is, like, you have people that will support you if you turn to our help, right? And I think that felt like a safety net for Rin, and it gave them this sense of freedom to basically just say and do whatever, and they got cocky. 100%. And that's nobody's fault except Rin's at that point. Because not only have people, because, like, yeah, we've reassured him that people would support him if people tried to, like, threaten him. But people have also tried to tell him to not get as involved and to pace himself. And to not get hyper involved, essentially. Like, people have told him. So he'll try to sit here and be like, I've warned you to stay out of this. But it's like, you're not the only one. Alright, Lio. And you're also not the one that he's gonna be willing to listen to because of the way you act and because of the way you treat him and other people. You have a track record. You've had to admit to it in private and in public. This is a cycle with Lio, and it's definitely a cycle that will be loosely related to something I want to talk about later after this call and after we've digested it for a little bit. Anyway.
I have a very personal view of disownment.
I don't care. I asked how it's your business.
It's not.
I mean, yes, Lio does have a point here, where Rin, again, Rin doesn't really deny it, but if, again, I can't believe it just at face value, even if Lio's saying it and then Rin's not denying it, it's possible they just don't have the courage to deny it. However, if it's true and Rin did personally contact Lio to try and get him to answer for his crimes, quote-unquote, about the found family shit, which, yeah, is interesting drama, but I don't really give two shits about it if Lio's, like, I don't know, continuing to adopt random people online. Like, it's none of my personal business, which is why I don't really, like, you know, talk about the Jordan stuff too much these days. But, for them to go out of their way and to try and, like, immediately, like, go straight to Lio to be like, you need to answer for this, like, that's definitely a sign of, that sort of... I'm hesitant to call it arrogance. But I think, like, the boldness, I guess. The undue boldness that they had at the time.
Then why?
Because I cared for Jordan.
Care. Past tense. That's interesting.
Care. I said care.
You don't care for Jordan. You don't know Jordan. You don't know anything about them. In fact, you didn't even do your due diligence. You ran off to call me an abuser. You used the FCK post to do it.
You've admitted yourself, Lio, that you have had abusive tendencies in the past. Even if you're saying they're in the past and refuse to acknowledge that they are still a problem, you've had to acknowledge in a video and in private that you have abusive tendencies. Both from your own actions and from, like, possible abuse that you've gone through by your own dad. Like, you've already acknowledged this, and now you're gonna turn around and get mad at other people for calling you abusive as well. I don't understand. Like, you've admitted to it already. So you can't get mad at other people for, like, turning around and being like, yeah, you are abusive. And then being mad when they just confirm that. Okay, anyway. Thanks for subscribing, Noodle.
In fact, you also claimed that I should not be trusted with predation cases because of the FCK logs that I did not, number one, have the knowledge of in full, and number two, I didn't have the time to peruse completely through.
Now, it's inaccurate, if that's true, it's inaccurate to say that he shouldn't be trusted with predation cases because of the FCK situation. That's definitely a factor. But the main reason, it's just pretending like the Stardust cult never fucking happened, I guess. But, the main reason is that you are not a professional. You're not a professional with predation cases. This has been, like, discussed to him by a lawyer, and he's still fighting back on this. If you guys needed, like, an example of, like, his stubbornness and, potential narcissism, I can't say for certain, because I'm not a psychologist, but a lot of it screams narcissism. Like, thinking that he knows better than an actual lawyer, or people that actually work on predator predation cases. Like, professionally. He still thinks, despite having been told, no, you're wrong, by actual legal professionals, he's still, like, getting insulted, indignant even, when other people say he's not qualified for this. When it's already been proven time and time again through actions and through words that it isn't. That he is not. That he should not be trusted with these things. And I'm very curious to hear what Zach Not Kyle would have to say about this, considering Zach was going to bat for him with the argument of, well, he doesn't do that anymore, when he's still very clearly doing it. So I don't know, Zach. I'm curious as to what your opinion on that is.
You made absolute claims because you were mad at it. I want you to at least own it.
Now, see, what he refuses to acknowledge is the reason why Rin was mad. The reason why Rin was mad at you is because you hurt him, Lio. But he refuses to acknowledge that because he refuses to acknowledge that he did anything wrong. Again, the only things he'll apologize for are, like, the very least of what he did. Which is, again, just another red flag.
What? I didn't hear you.
You made claims about me because you were angry at me, and I would like you to at least own that.
I don't want to confess something that I don't feel, because I legitimately thought Jordan was abused, and
Nope,
I still
don't want to hear it. I want to hear it.
They're literally giving you their reasoning for why they were mad, and you're like, I don't want to hear it. Again, Lio only wants to hear what he wants Rin to say. He only wants to hear what he wants to hear. He doesn't want to hear anything that could contradict the narrative that he's already put in his own head.
You don't have evidence, do you?
You don't have evidence either! You came here without evidence too! Wait a minute! He was literally sitting here being like, oh, well, I don't have the evidence on hand, but here's all the stuff that you did. And I'm not gonna give you evidence for it, because I don't have it. But you can't say these things because you don't have evidence. Wait a minute.
Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence?
Where's your evidence? You didn't bring any either.
What? In regards to,
Where is your evidence to the claim that I am an abuser?
Where is your evidence to the claim that I'm an abuser? You're... Lio, I'm gonna let you in on something. You're being an abuser right now. Sorry to tell you this, and I know that you're not gonna believe it, no matter what anybody says. Even when somebody to your face, who knows you, tells you you're an abuser, you're still going to deny it. He is so childish, I agree. Yeah, Ranch, I don't blame you. This is definitely an uncomfortable sit. It has come from your own mouth, too. And unfortunately, these are the kind of fights that he picks. Like, because he knows he's confident in these kinds of arguments because he knows that these people are vulnerable and won't challenge him. Notice how claim and evidence don't go together. Exactly. Because what Lio is essentially doing is getting mad at Rin for listening and believing when the entire notion, when the entire, like, belief morale of the ACC and the community that he's placed himself in is to listen and believe. That because we didn't listen and believe Peaches right off the bat, we were victim blaming. Because we didn't listen and believe Doodle Tones, we were victim blaming Doodle Tones. But because Rin listened and believed Jordan when Jordan was claiming abuse from Lio, suddenly that's an issue. Because it's Lio. Lago.
So, in regards to you, and for you being...
Raising a voice to somebody.
And also, he continues to interrupt Rin before Rin can even get a chance to speak. Already apparently knowing now how mental health works and how autism works, he's still continuing to interrupt people, refusing to give them the space to say their point and to say how they feel. When there's supposed to be mediation in this call, I don't hear any mediation going on, by the way. But then again, Crystal hasn't stepped in yet.
Is not inherently abuse. If you're going to cite the one time I typed in all caps to you, because quite honestly, you did not want to accept what I was telling you, that is not indication of abuse.
The only claim of abuse you can make is that I typed all caps to you. Why does everyone keep trying to message me when they know I'm live streaming right now? God damn it. Alright. Listen, Lio, that's not the only abusive thing you did. I've seen, and I don't have permission to share them, but I've seen a lot of the, let me see what Vlad wants. Okay, he'll explain later. Got it. But Enlo, Rin is so evil, saith the Lio man. I know, he's not gonna shut up, trust me. This is mostly him just talking at Rin, trust me. Enla, this is his element. He fares better arguing with people with autism, social anxiety, and younger than him when adults like Stardust and lawyers can keep up with him easily. I didn't step in as I was planning to say everything afterwards, but then explained to the FCK victims. Yeah, people need to step in. Like, again, if Laios claims that he wants to be held accountable, and I feel like people in mod positions around him need to hold him accountable. Like, there must have been something, like, Crystal, like, I know what you've said that your intentions are, but I have to, like, press you a little bit. You must have known at this point that what was going on was wrong. You must have. Like, wasn't there a little inkling inside of you that, like, hey, what's going on here is wrong? But anyway, it's like... Lio, you did way more than that. And like I said, I've seen a lot of the interactions between Lio and Rin in text messages. And it's not good. There's a lot more. Like, he thinks that abuse is just, like, saying slurs or yelling or typing in all caps, like, oh yeah, that's the extent of abuse. But no, abuse goes way deeper than that. Abuse is also emotional manipulation, verbal manipulation, gaslighting, which Lio has already done in this call by calling Rin unstable and unhinged and making implications that they need to control themselves. When he has admitted that the only reason he's not yelling right now is because he's in a public space and is physically unable to. I know it was wrong, I know it was messed up, but I knew that if I interjected in points I was uncertain of or I would have messed up. I like to get all the points said at once. I won't argue with you about it, but I just feel like, I don't know. That's something we can talk about in private, I guess. I won't hash it out here. But it bothers me, that's all. Because while I gave Ponder props for being able to step in and do what's right in the moment during the Rosa call, I'm still mad at them for refusing to even, like, call it out after the fact. There's just a lot of shit like that where it's like, you must have known. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I want to be nice. I want to be nice and I want to understand. I really do. But I'm struggling to understand the mindset.
Where's your evidence for abuse?
Hold on, I'll
You also got Rin's family involved and used them as blackmail. And strong-armed Rin several times in text messages to do what you wanted them to do. It wasn't simply, oh, I typed to you in all caps once. But other than that, I was a nice guy. I only ever did things to help you. He's also guilt-tripping him here, too. Okay, people are telling me in DMs that Ponder was, in fact, in this call at times. So... oh, shit. Okay, here's a list of people who could have stepped in. Me, Doodles, Ephrom, Pizza, Ponder, all were within the call. Again, I don't know how Ponder can give themselves a fucking pat on the back for the Rosa thing when they're still continuing to stay silent about this. Like, I'm sorry, I just don't think I can sit here and nod my head and be like, oh yeah, definitely, I totally understand. Because I don't. I don't understand why nobody, like... I know that what you're trying to say, but I feel like that's a bit of bystander effect on your end, Crystal. Where it's like, well, other people could have stepped in too and they didn't, so why should I? I don't know. Let me make it clear, you're under no moral obligation to do so. I think it's just a personal, like, thing that's just not sitting well with me, that's all. Know what I'm saying? You're under no moral obligation to do so. Because I wouldn't have that... like, if I was sitting in a call with, like, Kumo badgering somebody, for instance, I wouldn't be like, oh my god, somebody has to speak up on this, you know? Like... so again, I'm not gonna, like, sit here and be like, you should have said something, but it's like, there's, like, this thing in me that makes it just, it's tough to sit with. And I understand that you're apologizing, Crystal, and that's okay. I don't know, there's a lot that I'm still trying to process, too, with all this. But yeah.
send it. Because I was freshly out of the mental hospital.
I'm aware of what you are talking about. That is not indicative of abuse.
Yes, it is. If you are getting aggressive and highly manipulative and strong-arming somebody knowing that they had just come out of the mental hospital from a suicide attempt, that is abusive. That is abusive behavior. Okay, Crystal wants to hop back in. Give me a second.
Hello again.
Hello.
Hi. So, I wouldn't say myself properly. That's on me.
I do completely agree. I should have stepped in. I don't want to be like, oh yeah, well these people could have done it. No, I should have.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is my plan with my approach, what I've seen what works with Lio, at least from when I approach it, is that I will note like mentally points I want to address, and then raise it afterwards. Like at the end of the call when all the points have been said, because I don't want it to be a looping mess where the same things are said over and over and over again. I'd
Yeah.
rather him lay out all his all his foundations, and I'll be like, okay, you mentioned Vin's parent way too much. You made underlying threats. That was not okay. I should have done it in the moment completely, and I'm putting my hands up to that. But I've just noticed this is the approach what typically works for me. And again, I don't know all the ins and outs of Vin. I generally do not. Shown by,
Yeah,
you know.
no. I think it's
leaving
easy
the
for me.
stuff.
I think it's easy for me to sit here in hindsight and be like, well, you should have done something. I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if well, I mean, knowing what I know, I would have stepped in, but I want to ask you, if you knew what you know now about the promises that were made about what the call was supposed to be, do you feel like if
I
you
would have
knew
stepped
that?
in a heartbeat. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay,
I
that's all I
knew-
need to know then.
If I knew this was meant to be a one-on-one call, well, like one-on-one in quotations, between Vin and the other person, I do not. This literally shows how little I know of the call. And the other person, I would have been like, Lio, this is for them. If you want to do this, do it in another call. Do not do it now. Hence why I even spoke in a call, because again, I did not know this was meant to be a one-on-one call.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's so much I wish I knew. There was so much I wish I was informed about, but I wasn't. Like, in no way am I perfect. I should have stepped in. I should have not waited till the end, and I didn't even do it in the end, because again, I was so, like, flabbergasted by the FCK information. But you can ask Vin if you have contact with them, or anyone who has contact with them. I literally, after all the call happened, I got in call with them, and I said, what Lio did in X, Y, and Z wasn't okay. The exact points I was planning to make in call, but, you know, I got very distracted.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. I think ultimately it was smart of you to not step in, like, without knowing everything. I think it's just me being emotional a little bit. Because I've been in that situation before that Rin is in, where it's like, I don't know.
It's a contradiction on my part. Like, I literally said, there was multiple points where I was going to say at the end, and again, I should have said the FCK stuff at the end. I should have saved that to the very end as well, but I didn't, because again, that was instantly like, hold on, wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
But then with all the other times, it doesn't show because you only have the audio. There was multiple times where I did join the call as a speaker, but I didn't speak. But that was like, okay, I might need to step in here to tell Lio to back off. But again, that is just a word against a word, you know?
Right.
There's no proof that that did happen, but I can say it here. Like, there was points where I was like, if this keeps on going, if this keeps on getting pushed, I'm going to say it right here, right now. But it kind of calmed down, so I was going to mention it at the end, but again, that never happened. So I hope that explains it a bit more.
Yeah, no, it does. I understand.
Awesome.
And
Happy
I
days
know
then.
that, yeah, I know that knowing what you know now, you would have stepped in. I think that's reassuring to me.
Yeah, no, definitely. Because again, I'm surprised I wasn't told to shut up, because I thought it was just a call. I didn't know it was prefaced under the idea of a one-on-one call. If I knew that, I would have stayed silent no matter what. Unless,
I
like,
think
you know, they were shouting and screaming, you know.
if you want to know my honest thoughts on that, on why
Yeah,
you
go for
weren't
it.
told to shut up, I really think it is because, like, Lio knows he fucked up with both you and Jibs, and is wanting to stay on your guys' good side.
Yeah, but
And I think we both know why.
I'd rather someone just tell me to shut up. Like, if you're going to have a one-on-one call, if, like, Emma, let's just say you had a one-on-one call with somebody, and then I interjected, be like, Crystal, shut up. This is a one-on-one call. Be like, cool, understandable, you know?
Yes,
It's
yeah, I understand that.
It's just frustrating, you know?
Right.
But, yeah, I hope that clears it up why I didn't interject. I'm not trying to do the bystander effect. I should have stepped in.
That's okay.
Especially with the knowledge I know
understand.
now, I should have stepped in. Yeah.
And I do want to
Awesome.
make it clear that, like, no, you have no, like, I'm not going to sit here and, like, wag my finger and be like, you should have done something. It's just, like, a, you know, it's something I'll have to make peace with.
No, I'm glad. I'm glad. If I fucked up, I'm more than willing to admit to it. I'm not going to hide it behind and be like, oh, I don't know, blah, 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 mental health. No, I fucked up. I could have done more in this call. I should have.
I feel like
And
a
that's
lot of
something.
people could have done more, not just you. Like,
Yeah.
Like, I think, of course, the fault lands on Lio for being as deceptive as he was, for sure.
Mm-hmm. But no, it is wild. Anyways, I'll let you continue streaming. I hope that clears it up because, like, oh my god, trying to explain YouTube chat is hell.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I completely get it. But thank you
Okay,
for
well-
clarifying.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Uh-huh, see ya. Alright. We'll get back to the call now. Oh, by the way, guys, just remembered that Akumu's streaming at 4. Is that in an hour or is it now? Because he also wants to go through this call. And who knows, I might convene with him afterwards, after I'm done, so I can talk about it with him. We'll see. I don't know why he says it cuts off. Maybe it's just the way that Google Drive works. I gotta be honest with you, Deep Sea Monster, I'm no longer really interested in whatever Ponder's opinions are on the matter. Like, I don't really care about what they would possibly have to say about any of this. I feel like they've made their choice. Ponder's made her choice already. That much is clear. If it's 4 Eastern, then it's now? Okay. Well, I'm sorry that my stream is, like, overlapping with so many other people's streams. That was not my intention. Whoops. Alright, let's go.
Also,
I will ask you again,
Oh, perfect.
because I do not want to continue going around the rosy here, because it has been 2.5 hours, and it is 9:30. I'm going to ask you one more time,
So now he's making it out like Rin is testing his patience when this wasn't even supposed to be about him at all. Like, oh, you're wasting my time by not answering these questions that I sprung on you out of nowhere in this trap. Really putting the pressure on Rin here.
where is your evidence that I abused Jordan?
I don't have it.
So you just make claims without evidence now, then, huh?
No, Rin listened and
I mean-
believed. Which is what you expected everybody else to do for Peaches and Doodle Tones.
Jordan, I still think you hurt him, but also,
Oh, I hurt him. In what way did I hurt him, Rin? Since you know so much about what goes on in my home, tell me.
emotionally, you,
Oh, emotionally. In what way?
he, in a group chat, he told, I'm trying to recall,
I do recall, okay, so, I was in a group chat. It was me, Laka, Rabbit, Jordan, and, Rin. We're in a group chat. And Laka still has those group chat, DMs. Or group chat, texts. I left that group chat, so I don't have them anymore, but Laka has told me that they still have them. It was around 3 or 4 a.m. during the call? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it was pretty late for a lot of people. Jeez. But I do recall that Rin and Jordan would talk back and forth a little bit in there. I don't think Jordan said much. I wasn't paying full attention to it, to be honest. But I left it because I just felt like I was out of my depth a little bit when it came to, like, Rin and the stuff that Rin was saying and doing. Which is something I'll get into later again. Because it's up to them to remember Jordan's entire testimony. It's also, like, I don't know, Lio again is just being upset that somebody took someone else's word over his. And this is also, like, an abuser tactic of being like, oh, I abused you? Okay, where's your evidence that I abused you, huh? Where's your evidence for it? Oh, you don't have evidence that I abused you, so I must not have abused you and you must be lying to me right now. You're a liar. You weren't abused, you were a liar. You're a liar. Like, that's literally what narcissistic abusers do. And the fact that these people aren't seeing that is frustrating. I know Lyo's not going to see that because he's the alleged narcissist in question here. But, it's like, it's just maddening that the other people just refuse to see it. You know what I mean?
He felt like
I want evidence, not claims. Rin,
You also brought no evidence for your claims, Lyo.
evidence.
But you know Rin's not going to call that out.
Because you've hurt a lot of people too. Should I now call you an abuser?
no. I'm just, you know what?
I don't want you to lock up on me. I want you to sit here because you sat there and you blasted it to an audience you knew was eating it up.
I don't want you to lock up on me. I want you to sit there and take my verbal abuse, because I feel like I'm entitled to doing that.
Not Yoon. Yoon has a bigger heart than I do in cases like this. And I have a pretty doggone big one. Not something I actually like to toot my own horn to, but you are talking to somebody who is
That's also covert narcissism there. And we'll get into that, trust me. But there is a lot of shit going on here that lends itself to narcissistic abuse. And again, I don't want to, like, make that into, like, a buzzword. But, like, really pay attention to the way he frames things. Like, I'm nice. I've been nothing but nice to you. And trust me, I have a big heart. But I have very low patience for people who try me. You know, for people who try my patience. That's something I love to praise myself for my big heart. Like, even though he's just had to make a bunch of statements about how he never knew how abusive he was to people because of his own mental health issues. And again, we'll get into it.
in this home to two specific individuals who abused that, and another individual who I gave constant attention and support to, and over $8,000, and was horrifically abused over it.
I did these nice things for these people and they used me for it. I've had my kindness and patience abused for so long, and I'm just not gonna take it anymore. Oh, just wait till later. Wait till later, Leia. And Leia, I will be, once I can, like, sort it out, and have it, like, completely uploaded to the Google Drive and all that, I will be sharing this call in full with people who haven't received it already. Like, this is gonna be shared to everybody, I promise.
I am not in the mood to hear excuses. I want answers. And if you were in the position I am, you'd want them too.
If you were in the position I was where I've been abused, you don't know what it's like to be abused, Rin, but I do. You don't know what it's like to have your kindness and your big heart taken for granted. You don't know what that's like, Rin.
I am not yelling at you, and I am not raising my voice, and I'm not going to.
Doesn't matter. You don't need to be raising your voice and yelling to be abusive. It doesn't matter. Thanks, girly. Yeah, no problem.
But I want answers.
So,
Why do you
I
need
don't
answers from
have it.
Rin, who said they want to be left alone? And who just came in here under the pretense that they were just going to have a conversation with June and no one else? You're not entitled to those sorts of, those answers. Especially not right now.
it was just, I have the account deleted, and so I can't.
I don't care if the account's deleted. You know what was on it. I want to know why you made the assertion without evidence.
I was emotional, and yeah, I was angry
Why were you angry with me?
because I care for Jordan.
You don't know Jordan.
You don't have to know someone to care about them. You can care about somebody without knowing anything about them. And maybe it was narrow-minded, or short-sighted of Rin to just blindly care about somebody that they quote-unquote don't know. But it's someone that they have spoken to. in GCs and in Discord about these personal things. People are entitled to care about what they choose to care about. And if Rin says they cared about Jordan and what Jordan was claiming about you, then they're within their right to believe the things that Jordan is saying, even without evidence, and take their side. Just like you were able to take Peach's side without much in the way of evidence, despite what Peaches did to you. Again, getting mad at somebody for listening and believing, when you've always been encouraging people to listen and believe, is a bit telling.
You don't know dick about Jordan. Were you the one that had Jordan in your home for 2 years?
No.
Were you the one that paid for his food and his lodging? Were you the
Oh, hold on. Hold on. I need to pause for a second. This just in from Lio. Lio says hello. In my DMs, just says hello. I'm going to wave. Hello. I'm a little bit busy, as you can see, but you're free to join in on the stream in the chat if you're willing. In my DMs, yeah? Anyway, we'll continue.
one that was there for him during his breakdowns, during his panic attacks, during his episodes? Were you there for him when you came home and he was crying on the steps because of a boy? Were you there for that?
You don't have to be to
No.
care about somebody,
No.
Lio.
So how in the name of God do you care for Jordan? Because part of caring for somebody is making very clear to them when they're screwing up. You didn't. You took something. You ran with it.
Caring about somebody doesn't manifest itself in just one way, Lio.
To know the real reason why.
I believed him. So,
Why? Because you sat there and you harped on another person who made
Lio, here's a question. Why should anybody believe you about the claims that you've made about people with little to no evidence? Or the claims that Peaches has made with little to no evidence? Why should people have to believe that? Is it simply because, well, Peaches threatened to kill themselves multiple times? It's not a very good reason to just listen and believe to somebody, especially when they're, like, pulling a... Leia, I'm not. If I was to ever get in a call with Lio, I'd have to, like, actually prep. And do it properly. But yeah, it really is, like, look at this shit, look at this nice shit I did for Jordan. You've never done anything, like, you haven't done the things that I've done for him. How could you possibly care the way that I do? Like, you have to understand how manipulative that sounds. But I don't think he does. I don't think he understands it. It's more of a look, whatever. I'm not gonna psychoanalyze right now.
made another claim on the FCK saying you don't want testimony, you want evidence. So why did you not eat evidence with me?
because what happened with you and Jordan was in person, so it seems impossible to get evidence.
And yeah, Rin is correct here. There are going to be things that we'll just never know if it's the truth or not. You can say the burden of proof is on the accuser, for sure. There are a lot of claims that Jordan has made where it's like, they have to be proven. Before, like, I choose to, like, just blindly believe them and take them at face value. Sorry, my brain is being pulled in, like, several places at once. Did Lio message you? Yeah. I mean, to his credit, he's not yelling, but he's already made the stipulation that he physically is in a place where he can't yell. But, to be honest, I don't think he would have anyway, just because he knows that eyes are on him right now. Hold on, let's check it back in with what Lio's saying. Hello, so I hear you're going over the call tonight? Don't play dumb, Leo. Should I just send him a link? Just send him a link. Oh no, that's Giazzo. My bad. God damn it, my team needs me. Hang on a second. I should have brought a more, like, AFK Warframe for this. That's my bad. I'll put, like, a little Spectre out there to help out. I'm sorry, but Jordan is allowed to do one interview with Kumo just as much as Leo does this bullshit. I don't know. It's just one of those things. Again, it's telling to, like, build your entire platform on this listen and believe narrative, but then get mad at people for listening and believing. Oh, I think he's watching. He knows. He knows. It's odd that he would reach out to me about this particular live stream and not other previous ones. Shit. Okay, let me send him a link to it. Maybe he needs help finding it. There you go, buddy.
Unless you record something without someone's consent.
We live in Texas. It's a single-party consent state, and Jordan knows that.
Oh.
You ever thought that maybe, just maybe, there wasn't evidence because it didn't freaking happen?
Yeah. So, because they didn't record anything, because they have no proof that it happened, therefore it didn't happen. I mean, he's free to make that claim, because obviously burden of proof is on Jordan. However, Leah has made claims about Jordan's behavior too, and how Jordan was abusive, but has shown no evidence of Jordan being abusive other than Jordan just being rude sometimes and being a recluse. So, just as much as Jordan can make claims that you abused him, you're allowed to make claims that Jordan abused you, but you can't get mad when someone decides to believe him over you. When you both have, like, the same amount of evidence to say no you. That's the thing.
And if the tables were turned, you'd be really, really upset. Nobody came to you for their side, did it? You'd be really mad.
Wait, hold on.
Instead, what I get from...
He's cutting off right now, but what is he trying to say?
It didn't freaking happen. And if the tables were turned, you'd be really, really upset. Nobody came to you for their side, did it? You'd be really mad.
If the same thing happened to you, you would be upset, wouldn't you? If people were making false claims about you, wouldn't you be upset? I mean, yes, but I feel like that's happened, hasn't it?
You didn't. Instead, what I get from you is an asinine text about your personal values on disowning, which has nothing to do with mine, has nothing to do with anything that went on in my home. And frankly, you're not even in a position to say because you don't have kids and you never had to care for anyone.
Okay, Lyle, you've never had a kid either. Let's get that out of the way. But also, you got him there, where it's like, if it's true that Rin was sending text messages to you, like, essentially criticizing you for your own personal stuff, like, personally, and, like, demanding accountability for it, that's a wrong on Rin's part, for sure. That's all I'll say on that.
Yeah.
Or do you think that being disrespectful to my wife while her father is dying is somehow acceptable now?
Is it, I mean, first of all, you haven't shown proof that that happened. And that's not necessarily indicative of abuse. If that was enough to be abusive, then yes, you have abused other people, including Rin. But saying that because Jordan was moody and disrespectful to your wife while your wife's father was in the hospital, if that's enough to be considered abuse, then you've done lots of similar things to other people, Lio. So you can't pull a no you without yourself looking bad as well in the long run.
I wasn't. So.
You weren't aware because you didn't ask, Rin. Because the truth of the matter is, whether you want to admit it or not. You wanted it to be true.
Maybe he did. I mean, that's definitely a possibility. I mean, I know that there are things that some of us have heard, and people are like, oh, I hope that's true. I hope that's true because it gives me a reason to hate this guy even more. I've seen that happen. I've been guilty of it, even.
Because I was the guy who made you leave the internet. I was the guy who held you accountable. I was the guy who upset your friends. Your friends that enable your worst of actions.
Lio, you got his family involved when it didn't need to be. When it didn't need to be in all this drama. Over internet drama. You know, that's taking it way too far.
And I want you to be honest. Own it. Instead of trying to pretend like you did it for somebody else, because you didn't.
I want you to admit to the things that I'm specifically framing it as. And if you try to have any other way to reason it, or to justify it, I don't want to hear it. I just want you to admit to the things that I'm framing it as.
Because you don't know Jordan. Have you ever paid any of Jordan's bills?
Have you done any of these
No, I'm
nice
not
things I
allowed
did
to
for
because
Jordan?
my dad controls my finances now because of me being outed.
No. You had several months to do so. Well before you were out. You didn't pay any of Jordan's bills.
What? Does Rin have to pay Jordan's bills? Rin isn't their found family father. You were. You took up that responsibility. That wasn't Rin's responsibility. That was yours. And you got salty about it afterwards. You can't do something like that for somebody and then hold it over their head as like a, I did this thing for you and you would turn your back on me? How ungrateful. You ingrate. You ingrate.
You didn't do any of that. I want you to be honest.
That's
Did
not
you
honesty. Like, you can't say, like, I want you to confess to this particular thing, but I also want you to be genuine and honest about it. After you've been demanding it for, like, half an hour.
Leave this because you
Hardly leaving any room for them to speak or gather their thoughts.
wanted to.
When I was first aware of it, no.
Oh, which is why you asked my side, right?
I literally did, actually, because
You
I
did not
asked you what
ask
was
my
going on, and you
side.
told
Don't interrupt, Lio. It's rude.
You did not
That's not very good call etiquette.
ask my side, Rin. I'm going to get the text right now.
Oh, so now you have evidence.
You will not sit here after you were very open and honest with Yoon and lie to my face. That is not
Lio, you've also lied to people's faces. I believe you've lied to people before this call even happened.
going to happen, and I will not permit that.
The number one thing you don't do is lie to Lio, but he can perfectly lie to you and find excuses for it. Actually, let me check my DMs. Additionally, by the way, Lio says, "Aight," as long as June's portion isn't messed with. You and Akumu can knock yourselves out. Okay. Sure. Whatever you say, pal. That I wasn't going to, but now you're making me curious. What was in June's section? I'll ask him. What was in June's portion? Now you have me curious. I wasn't going to, but now I'm interested.
A lot of talk about Jar, a lot of talk about Rabbit, a lot of concern about whether or not I called you a degenerate.
You do call a lot of people degenerates, though.
Here is what you said.
Let's hear it.
I saw Kumo's recent video of Jordan. Jordan said you disowned him and wanted your side of the story because Kumo is an unreliable source, but Jordan much is.
But he's reading it really, really fast right now. Reading it in a weird, weird, fast tone. I'm having a hard time making this out. Hold on. Let's go back. Oh, before we listen to this. Lio says, just a calm convo between Yoon and Rin based on past issues. With any luck, that's completely resolved. Oh, bravo. So long as Rin stops the behavior this time. What behavior? I don't know. But, you know what? I'll let other people look into it, because even though it's piqued my curiosity, I gotta be honest, I don't care that much about this Yoon person. It sounds like a lot of personal, like, back and forth that I just could not give a shit about. I won't pretend like I care too much, but if other people want to look into that, well, they have the complete freedom to do so. Let's listen to this.
Here is what you said.
Alright, we gotta put our listening ears on because he goes really fast.
I saw Kumo's recent video of Jordan. Jordan said you disowned him and wanted your side of the story because Kumo is an unreliable source, but Jordan much is.
What? He speeds through that really fucking fast. Wait a minute. Okay, I'll bounce back and forth in a second, but real quick, I want to find my DMs, because I'm wondering if Rin ever shared this information with me, specifically. I'm wondering. So let me just take a look real quick. Because they might have. They've sent me a lot of screenshots over time, so I want to make sure. No, these are old screenshots. Okay. No, I don't think this is ever one I got from Rin. It's unfortunate I don't know exactly when these messages to Lio were sent, because it would help me allow to find them better if possible, but it sounds like these were text messages and not Twitter messages, and I don't believe I've received any text messages that he might have sent to Lio. So that's out of the window, so we kind of just have to rely on Lio's narration here, which is, interestingly fast. Let's be honest. If there's a screenshot of this shit anywhere, that'd be interesting to see. He's reading it as Rin with a belittling tone. He is too. Bless you, Leia. No one else is willing to do it.
You did. I saw Kumo's recent video of Jordan. Jordan said you disowned him and wanted your side of the story because
I saw Kumo's... This is what I'm hearing. I saw Kumo's video about you disowning Jordan. Something about wanting your side of the story because Kumo's an unreliable narrator, but Jordan isn't. Let's listen to it again.
I saw Kumo's recent video of Jordan. Jordan said you disowned him and wanted your side of the story.
And he wanted your side of the story. He's talking about Kumo? He's saying somebody wanted Lio's side of the story.
Because Kumo is an unreliable source, but Jordan much is. You didn't actually want my side of the story.
Yes, I did. Stop and say.
I don't believe you.
It was literally in there. Wait. I'm so confused. Fast reading is a tactical move. Wait, I'm so confused. Wait.
Side of the story because Kumo is an unreliable source, but Jordan much is. I saw Kumo's recent video of Jordan. Jordan said you disowned him and wanted your side of the story because Kumo is an unreliable.
And either he's saying he wanted your side of the story, and I wanted your side of the story. And he brushes past that and just goes, no, you didn't want my side of the story.
Source, but Jordan much is. You didn't actually want my side of the story.
So it's like, you never asked for my side of the story. reads a screen cap where they're asking for Lyo's side of the story and goes, "Oh, but you didn't really want my side of the story." Come on! Come on!
Yes, I did.
You-
Stop and say. This
I don't
is my
believe you.
prob-
I don't believe you. And the reason
Oh, well, now it's not, you didn't ask for my side. Now it's, well, you did ask, but I don't believe you. What?
why I don't believe you is because you ran with it, Rin. If I'm telling you I'm not going to discuss family stuff with outsiders, and I say Jordan choosing to be in contact with you apologists, though, forever shut that door. You know Kumo
Keywords are your side of the story, yeah.
was in the Fox Mafia. You know, if
Listen
I'm
to
telling you
okay, listen to what Lyo's saying here.
I'm not going to discuss family stuff with outsiders, and I say Jordan choosing to be in contact with you apologists, though, forever shut that door.
So, he's saying that, I mean, obviously we don't have the screenshots on hand to know. But it sounds like what happened, just from what I'm hearing, is that Rin said something along the lines of, I or someone else want your side of the story. And Lyo responds with something like, I don't talk to what did he say again? I don't talk to outsiders, is what he said? Hang
You
on.
didn't actually want my side of the story.
Yes, I did.
You-
Stop and say. This
I don't
is my
believe you.
prob-
I don't believe you. And the reason why I don't believe you is because you ran with it, Rin. If I'm telling you I'm not going to discuss family stuff with outsiders, and
I'm not going to discuss family stuff with outsiders. So basically, they did come to ask for your side of the story, and you said, "Fuck off, I'm not talking to outsiders." Then Rin did ask for your side of the story. If they ask for your side of the story, you say, "Fuck off, I'm not giving you my side," and they continue with, like, what the information that they have to go off of. That's not them just blindly running with it. At least not in the way that you're making it out to be. I'm confused as to why Lyo DM'd you over nothing. Yeah, honestly, same.
say Jordan choosing to be in contact with you apologists, though, forever shut that door. You know
Zoo
Kumo was in the
apologists,
Fox
like
Mafia.
who?
You know, he happily sat in a server full of people who had
Oh my
loved
God,
having
this
conversations about how
again.
dog dick is okay and porn. But you know that.
Just completely disregarding Kumo's reasonings as to why he was in there.
And then you rattle off a whole bunch of stuff. I'm unsure if Jordan's telling the truth. Well, why didn't you tag or interrogate? Or better yet, if it's not your business, why continue with it?
I mean, he's got a point here a little bit, where it's like, Rin was, a lot of the time, operating on half-known information, which is definitely a fault on his part. So, he's not wrong.
Again, you're allowed to not believe me.
Right, because I don't.
Okay, cool. Goodbye.
But I'm stating that I don't want to be pressured into false admissions like last time. So I'm saying I genuinely didn't want to believe it at first, and
Enla, he's talking about Jordan talking to Kumo. Should we go back and listen again?
Full of people discussed family stuff without him and wanted what you said.
It's hard to make out what he's saying, that's all, and I think that's intentional.
I saw Kumo's recent video of Jordan. Jordan said you disowned him and wanted your side of the story because Kumo.
Someone wanted your side of the story. He's referring to Gilded Poo, to Kumo, to Rin. There's like 4 layers of guilt by association here. Vlad associated with Vox Mafia, Kumo associated with Vlad, Jordan associated with Kumo, and Rin associated with Jordan. The layers run deep with this one. But so far, Rin is at least trying to hold on. Props to Rin. I don't think it lasts very long, though.
again, you're allowed to not believe me.
Right, because I don't.
Right, good discussion. That's where it should
But
have
I'm
ended.
stating
Then like, why does it matter what you want Rin to say? Like, all you want is Rin to give a confession that lines up with your narrative. If you don't if you come with the assertion that you don't believe anything Rin is gonna tell you, then why are you expecting Rin to like say what you want to hear? It's almost like you don't care about Rin actually giving any genuine thoughts or opinions or feelings or even apologies. Lio sounds like AI when he's trying to speak fast. Yeah.
That I don't
What a
want to
bastard.
be pressured into false admissions like last time. That's what I'm saying. I genuinely didn't want to believe it at first, and then I.
What do you
I
mean,
start-
like last time? You weren't forced into false admissions last time. What are you talking about?
No, like with. I felt forced, but with Heaton, that one call.
Mhm.
But
You weren't forced. Hold on. You weren't forced to say anything. You didn't.
You can give a false confession under duress, Lio. That's a thing. Which is why a lot of your Senate calls would be invalid in any court of law, by the way. Or inadmissible. Because a lot of confessions that you might have gotten would have been under duress, considering your behavior in those calls. With a lot of these intimidation tactics, and manipulation tactics, and lying. I think he sounds like he's possessed by the devil in this call. I think what's happening is that he's keeping his voice down because he's in the middle of a fucking McDonald's for some reason. Gaslighting, yeah, gaslighting too. Like, there are ways you can get a false confession under duress or under false pretenses.
Admit to
Which is why, again, you're not qualified to handle this stuff, Lio.
anything that was a lie.
It's like, oh yeah, I don't want you to lie, but I'm not gonna let you leave, or I'm not gonna leave you alone until you tell me what I want to hear. Like, if you already aren't gonna believe them, but you also want them to confess to something, even though you already know whatever it is, you're not gonna believe it, that is you wanting a potential false confession, right?
I think what Rin is trying to say, Lio, is that they felt like they were admitting to something under duress.
Oh, thank you, Doodle. Doodle W?
yeah. Yeah, that's
So
what I
if
was.
I'm telling you it's not your business, mind your business, why would you still propagate something with no evidence?
Because they're allowed to have their opinions on stuff. Even if they don't have all of the evidence, they can still have the opinion on whether something is true or not. That's why, like, innocent until proven guilty. And if Jordan wants or has this expectation of people to believe what he's saying, he needs to provide proof. However, like I've said on Beckett's stream before, it really comes down to who you choose to believe at this point, because both people have said their piece. Both people have said their side now, and both sides have very little to no evidence, and what I've heard from Lio's side only makes him out to be even more abusive. Just from the way that he's responding to it. I know I'm like not really playing the game all that much right now. Sorry. You know what? Maybe I'll let the game alone for now. And just kind of do a little bit of this. Whoop. There we go. Alright. There's not much to look at, is there? Should we bring something on screen for you guys to look at? Like something that we can dangle the keys with? We can do what Leia did and just bring up like a soap crushing video or something. You guys want some cat TV? You guys want some cat TV? Perfect. Fake gamer? Yeah. Soap cutting? Are you allowed to do that, though? Doesn't that feel like it could be like a copyright issue, though? Subway surfers? Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Wait. Fuck. Wait. Fuck. Um. Give me a second. I'm doing editing on the fly here. Perfect. Perfect. We got birds, we got subway surfers, we got everything. How far are you into the call? I'm at 2 hours and 30 minutes. But I'm not listening to the full thing, obviously. Alright, here we go. This is for all your TikTok brains. Ain't no way! Here we go.
Why?
I made it clear I cared for Jordan.
No,
And
I don't believe that. Because you know what? I care for a lot of people too. That doesn't mean I propagate things without evidence.
No. Lio. Lio! This guy! Fuck. I care for people too, but then I would never lie about something. I would never propagate false information with no evidence. Check DMs? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, hold on. Hold on, guys. Okay, what the fuck is this? Alright, hold on. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Alright. Is this good enough for you guys? Fuck me.
I did it with Peaches because they made it to a point that their life was constantly.
I'll make an exception for Peaches. What about Doodletones? You've lied for Doodletones too, calling Akumu a victim blamer multiple times. Even though there's no proof of him ever victim blaming Doodletones. The only reason I did it for Peaches is because they were threatening to kill themselves. Is that really an excuse? It means you still lied, Lio. What's your justification? It's not a good justification.
Me on the line if I didn't. You didn't have that issue here. You don't know anything about Jordan. Do not sit here and sell me on it. You also,
Number 5, extra large!
and I'm going to be blunt, can't sell me on the idea that you cared so much about what happened in FCK stuff when you made the Twitter about me. Much, by the way, to the chagrin of the victims.
A lot of dead air.
But it seems we're not going to get anywhere with this line because you specifically can't seem to rationalize your actions.
No, it's just that they don't want to give a false confession, which is literally what they just said.
Or rather, that you don't want to. I don't know.
Oh, okay, so you just don't want to be honest and truthful. Okay, you don't want to be a good person. Got it.
Which. So we'll move on to the next one. Do you know why I brought up your father in my video?
Which is something you should not have done. That thing that you shouldn't do? Yeah, why did you do that?
Because you wanted, I don't know, you wanted to use it. You wanted to point out that I didn't want my LGBT plus friends, even though I'm literally trans. Why are you defending that point? Because that's gross.
You didn't actually watch my video, did you?
I did.
Then you would know what you just said right there was not my point.
I mean, you did say it though, did you not?
The point I made, Rin, that I know you missed because I saw your YouTube post. I was not saying that your father's values are yours. That's been saved, by the way.
I don't think that's what Rin was
your
saying.
values are incongruous with each other. You cannot, on one hand, worry about your LGBT friends finding out that your father is a dyed-in-the-wool Republican, and then actively enable, support, and hang around people who, frankly, are more hateful to trans people than your father is.
What? Wait, what? You can't be LGBT and hang around people that are transphobic, in my opinion. Yes, you can, by the way. What?
Because as horrible as your father seems to be...
Seems to be. Putting a little bit of doubt on that, are you?
Unless you're going to correct me right now, I don't recall him actively going out and maliciously dead-naming people, or, on top of that, using the wrong pronouns to rile them up. Go ahead.
I'm going to correct you. He actually does. All the freaking time.
Does he do it in front of thousands of people?
See how he's always moving the goalpost? Like, I don't think he's ever dead-named somebody. Oh, well, he has. Okay, well, does he do it in front of thousands of people? Really, like, shifting the goalpost there.
Not thousands, but he has... I don't want to disclose family details because...
I'm not going to ask you to.
You've already been doing it. Why stop now?
I'm going to ask you to. That's why I'm keeping it very vague, Rin.
That's not vague at all. We know what you're talking about. Rin has a homophobic father and a transphobic father. What else is what's vague about that? And also, yeah, you don't know Rin's personal life. And you can still make assumptions about it. But Rin has to know every intimate detail about your personal life with Jordan in order to believe him? It makes no sense.
You actively allied yourself with people who willfully and giggling use dead names.
Giddily? Wait, giggling? What do you say?
Vague, Rin. You actively allied yourself with people who willfully and giggling use dead names.
Gigglingly? What? Gigglingly? Fuck off.
And the wrong pronouns.
Oh, you hang out with people who use the wrong pronouns! First of all, who? God damn it, these fucking bugs are in my fucking face! God damn it! I hate the summertime! I hate it here in Texas!
You actively and willfully
Can I join? No, you can't join. You're doing your own stream.
engage with trans folks.
Okay, fine, fine. North, fine, fine. Okay, North wants the video. Hold on. Look, guys. The video is, like, fucking processing still. And y'all are all demanding it because I had to upload it while I was streaming because y'all are fucking hungry. Ella, we're starving, please! Oh, it does cut off. That's so weird. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna give you 2, North. So, I don't know why, but... And don't share this link with anybody because this is just temporary, alright? But, this is...
Getting real tired of grown men hiding behind
North,
skirts.
I said you can't join!
He said fine, I just got done streaming.
Fine as... Oh, fuck off. Fine as in I was going to send you the video.
Oh, okay, I'll leave then.
Okay,
Later.
thank you. I didn't mean to yell at him. Okay, for some reason, the full call didn't upload to YouTube. I mean, a good majority of it did. Actually, no, a lot of it did. The full thing did. I don't know if I don't know what Akumu's fucking smoking, dude. When they say that this isn't the full call. Maybe it does cut off. I don't know. But, okay. So... Okay, give me a sec. Okay, I gave him that, but then there's the second portion of the call, I guess? It's a little messy right now, but this is the best I got. God damn it. I gave the wrong link, didn't I? Hold on. Fuck! I'm so fucking ass backwards right now. Give me a fucking second. I don't know how Google Drive works. It's been a while. There we go. Yep, no problem, Bob. Alright. Sorry. We'll get back to the stuff. Get back to the stuff. Oops, there we go. I don't know who Lyo's talking about, but he does this all the time where it's just vague stuff. Where it's like... Lyo also dead named someone? Well, who? If it's Rin, I don't know if that counts. I don't know. Because it's just a screen name. Using someone's old screen name is not the same as dead naming them. I'm sorry, but it isn't. I would like the record to show that I am patiently waiting for the call to process and not pressuring Enla. Why, thank you, Leia! In fact, I will share it with you. Because you've been so nice. Where the fuck are you? Okay, I think... God damn it. I think it's a little finicky right now, so I'm gonna send you 2 links, Leia. The first one has the first 3.5 hours, and then the second one has like the last hour and 15. So there is some overlap between them. So just keep that in mind. But I'll send you, like, this is everything that I have. You're welcome. W. Leia. Okay, now can we get back to this, please?
Whom you say are against your values. How can you not look at these things and realize the incongruity?
Fair enough.
So, now that Lyo's bringing up this point, I would like to bring up something as well that I've been holding in my back pocket for quite a while. It was never really relevant until now. Let me see if I can go find it real quick and pull it up on stream. It's gonna be way back. Shit. Oh, I found it almost immediately. Great. Give me a second. Crystal! Can you send me both links? I will merge them into one. Guys, leave me alone. Leave me alone! Okay, hold on. Here's the first one. It's that Akira thing. God damn it! Leave me alone! Villa was saying that over and over yesterday in call. Okay, finally. Finally. Not the fucking Google. Fuck! Fuck off. God damn it, I'm all over the fucking place. Where's the... I lost the image again, guys. Alright, please just bring it up on screen. Thank you! Okay. I want to share a story with you, guys. If you'll allow me. I'm back. What I miss? A lot of bullshit. But I want to share a nice little heartwarming story with you. Okay? In the 1980s, musician Daryl Davis set out to understand the Ku Klux Klan, so he started befriending members at Klan rallies and joined an all-white country band. Then he met Imperial wizard Roger Kelly. Davis spent years building a relationship with Kelly, establishing trust and eventually a friendship. They ate meals at each other's homes, while Davis listened to Kelly, seeking to see how he could hate a person like Davis even without knowing him. Eventually, Kelly started listening to Davis and left the Klan altogether, giving Davis his robes and hood, and over the past decades, Davis has now convinced over 200 former Klan members to walk away. And here he is taking pictures with KKK members in front of burning crosses. Reposted by Lio. You guys can see that at the top. So, it's okay for someone like Daryl Davis to hang out with people that are incongruent with his values. But it's not okay for other people to do it. Don't get me wrong, I think this is fucking great. But it seems like your values are a little inconsistent here, Lio. As a trans mask, misgendering, intentional or not, isn't transphobia, it's just someone using free speech and choosing to not partake in being told what to think, especially if you don't look or sound the gender you're transitioning. That, and it's a respect issue, not a transphobia issue. It's the intent, exactly. Like, I get the intention of, like, I'm not gonna be respectful to someone that I don't respect. I left. Why are we looking at Daryl Davis? Oh, okay. Fucking bugs! God damn it. Fucking bothering me. I need to set up more traps, because they're fucking annoying. Yeah, don't let a cisgendered man who's straight tell you what is or isn't homophobic. Second link is broken for me. I'm sorry, please don't kill me. Oh, I'm trying, guys. Guys. You know what? It's because I restricted access. Okay, give me a second, guys. I'll open it up. I'm dealing with, like, people in my DMs, and the chat, and Subway Surfers, and these screenshots, and these fucking bugs! I hate it here in Texas. I want to go back to Colorado where I didn't have to deal with this stuff. But yeah, just wanted to finally get that out of the way. Okay, Leia, it shouldn't be restricted anymore. So, give it a whirl, Pearl. It should not be restricted anymore. Oh, and Crystal. Sorry, my bad. When Enla is giving us a bedtime story. Yeah, anyway, just wanted to get that out of the way. Oops, hold on. We'll look into this later, trust me. Sorry, back to the marbles. And the Subway Surfers. Agreed, Enla. Texas sucks. Alright. I'm just saying, there's a bit of a contradiction here, Lio.
That's fair enough. Thing is, okay. Did you do some of the art for Akuma?
Yeah, I did.
The art you did, which one was it? What art did you do?
It
Why
was
does
like
matter?
Why
does this matter? We're listening to a call that happened yesterday.
Which videos?
Hold on. It's been a bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, guys. This is literally a business transaction, has nothing to do with personal values. Yeah. The enemy of my enemy is a friend. Oh no, Rin drew art? Oh god.
Let me make this simpler for you. Has it been in any of Akumu's recent videos past 3 months?
Why does it fucking matter? Again, why does it matter?
Me, like, been in it?
Has the art you have done been in any of the recent videos that Akumu has put out in the past few months?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh sick, now we have the water bottle ASMR, the Holy Trinity.
Would you give your father art to use when you know he's going to spread hateful rhetoric?
What the fuck? What? Would you make art for your abusive father when you made art for a random online person? Fucking what? What kind of point is that? Would you do this for your father? Someone I know nothing about? It's literally just fucking art. I don't know what you're talking about.
You want to spray?
You want to
If
spray?
you knew who Akumu was.
Did you guys hear that?
I would.
Oh yeah, remember guys, he's doing this call while in fucking McDonald's.
Father art to use when you know he's going to spread hateful rhetoric? You want to spray?
You want to
If
spray?
you knew who Akumu was.
I would draw art for my dad in regards to D&D, but when it comes to political endeavors, no.
It's almost like it's Rin's fucking father, and despite their ideological differences, he can still care about somebody who is transphobic or homophobic. It's almost like Rin has empathy towards people whose values don't align with his. Yo, what? Sprite cranberry, please. You want a Sprite? Be serious at home, bro.
That's not what I asked you.
That is
I
what
asked
you
you if
asked.
you would draw art for your dad knowing he was going to use it while spreading hateful rhetoric. Did you know who Akumu is? You
You know he'd probably spread hateful rhetoric in D&D.
know what he does.
You know who Akumu is, you know what he does. What does he do? You're not being specific. When has he spread hateful rhetoric? About who? In what context? Just because he uses the wrong pronouns because he simply doesn't respect somebody? Who fucking who? I'm sorry.
I would not.
There's
draw
no way
it.
you don't. Okay, then why did you for Akumu? Why are you willing to associate yourself with one group of transphobes but not another one?
Because people are allowed to choose who they do and don't associate with. You know, I'll give you an example. For instance, Ponder Sprocket. As much as I don't like the fact that Ponder hangs out with you fucking people, I'm not allowed to, I'm not allowed to sit here and be like, Ponder shouldn't hang out with you people. Because I just have to make fucking peace with it. I just have to make peace with the fact that Ponder hangs out with people like that, like you. I just have to make peace with it. And decide whether or not I want to, continue being a fan of somebody who's like that, and I don't. So I distance myself from that. I wouldn't sit there and be like, I can't believe you would do such a thing. It's like, no, eventually I just have to get the fuck over it and make peace with it, which is what I've done. You also have to make peace with it because that is Rin's business, not yours. The only reason it's upsetting to you is because he's aligning himself with people that are against you. That's the only reason.
Because he's been there for me since forever.
And your father raised you and has a roof over your head. What's your point?
What? What? Wait, what? Listen back to that?
Okay, then why did you for Akumu? Why are you willing to associate yourself with one group of transphobes but not another one?
Because it's okay, first of all, it's not a collectivist thing. Groups are groups. Groups are individual groups. Okay? If two groups can be transphobic, two groups can be transphobic and you prefer to hang out with one over the other because the other one's just more fun to be around. Or nicer. I don't fucking know. I don't understand this point. Again, this is incongruent.
Because he's been there for me since...
And I think Rin misunderstood here. He's clearly talking about his dad.
Forever.
And your father raised you and had the roof over your head. What's your point?
Hey, Akumu.
I care for Akumu too because he...
Akumu, you want to hop in? We can duo this. We can duo this together. You and me. Saying hi while me and Gilded go through this? Why don't we all go through it? Fuck it.
He's been hurt by the FCK. And he's been there for
Where are you guys, timestamp-wise?
me for, like, a long time.
Right over
and
your
a lot
head.
of people vilify him.
Right over your head. Just right.
No. Listen, you're not saying what I want you to say, therefore you didn't get it. You're not giving me the answer I was looking for, therefore you just didn't understand. So try again.
Somebody being in text chats for you was fine. But if that's somehow
Lyo's the one who didn't get it. Lyo's the one who didn't get it, because Rin's clearly talking about his dad. You went on his stream, he should sit in yours? Well, okay, well, let's be honest. I kind of, like... I invaded his stream.
relates to your most basic values, which is don't be a transphobe.
How do you know that's Rin's most basic values? I mean, granted, Rin might have said that somewhere. I don't know.
I think your metrics are a little off. Because somehow being there...
Your mathematics don't add up here. Maybe it's because it runs deeper than logic and mathematics and metrics. Maybe it's about empathy and sentiment and people you grew up with and people that you love and care for. That is aside from being purely transactional. I know this is something you don't understand, Lyo.
For you in Discord calls somehow rates higher for you than having a roof over your head. And I'm not saying that your dad's not awful. Probably is.
Probably is. Wait a minute, what do you mean probably is? Didn't we just establish that these other people are terrible because they're transphobic? And you're sitting here, like, knowing that Rin's father is homophobic and transphobic and abusive in some way, and you're gonna say, well, he's probably not a good person. The hell is this? Found the point where the call cuts off, mixed it together, and we'll be uploading it? As in, like, uploading it, Crystal?
I've been around enough groups to know how this can be. But do you not see how this is a bit unequal? One would say in severity?
Life and relationships are not 100% equal. There doesn't have to be a mathematical equation as to why you like one person more than another. It doesn't have to be. I had someone I was friends for 15 years that I cared deeper for than my own siblings for the longest time. I care about my parents far more than I care about my other siblings. That's just how human beings work. You don't understand that because everything for you is transactional.
I guess, yeah.
You guess. So you care a lot for Jordan, huh? Your word, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So when Kumo started making fun of them when my video came out, did you get on to Kumo for it?
Making fun of them. Wait, how? What did Kumo say? This is the first time I'm hearing of this too. Like when?
What? I didn't stutter. You heard me.
Did he make fun of them?
Yep. Matter of fact, they made fun of them pretty regularly in Kumo and in La Server to an extent, one way or another. Jordan knows that. Jordan knows that.
Fucking where?
I did not know that.
Oh, then we have the fact that Gilded Pooh actively thinks that as he should kill themselves. And yeah, you came in and said, Pooh or Gilded, let's not say that. You really think that's the type of energy you should have there? Just politely, please don't.
No, they actually had a much bigger issue with that. I'm pretty sure they left my server because of that. Rin was not in my server for very long, and that's a time frame that we can go over later. But Rin didn't stay in my server. That was one of the reasons why they left. And I had no issue with that. Based show, I mean, yeah, that did happen. That did happen. But I feel like Vlad has his own reasonings for thinking so. And we could sit here all fucking day and be like, well, I just don't agree with that. That's just like running around in circles at that point. You know what Rin did? They decided not to associate with Vlad after him saying that stuff and vocalized verbally that he had a problem with that. I mean, let's take as example Nezzy, for instance, since we're bringing Nezzy up into this equation. You're saying that Nezzy, you and Doodletones are both saying that Nezzy is in the clear with the FCK stuff because, oh, well, they took issue with it privately with Toasty, so it's all okay. But it's not enough for Rin to take issue with this, with what Vlad said publicly and call it out and get into a disagreement with him about it. That's not enough. Did Lao DM you? Yeah, earlier, yeah. It was kind of a nothing burger, though. Vlad feels very strongly about suicide. There's a reason why he said those things, but the nuance doesn't fucking matter here. But Villa says, Vlad feels very strongly about suicide. He sees people who cry about suicide for attention or get out of a tight spot as subhuman, because it's someone making light of suicide. That's the way Vlad sees it, yeah. Vlad being annoyed with Nezzy using suicide to dodge accountability is reasonable. I mean, that's reasonable. I think so. Again, guys, it was a nothing burger. Relax. They were basically just asking if I was going to talk about the Yoon part, which I wasn't, and I'm probably still not going to. But now that he specifically brought up that he doesn't want it talked about, it's admittedly piqued my interest. And Leia says that she's definitely going over the Yoon part, so... Ayla's gonna get it. Yeah, dunno. But, at least the line of communication has been opened, so... I guess if I ever have any questions for Lio in the future, I can just ask, so... Guys, good news. Alright, but yeah, again, like, where has Kumo mocked Jordan about what? Under what circumstance? Like, again, he's just not showing proof for any of this.
I was trying to be polite, and...
No.
Lio, why were you okay with this? I wasn't okay with it, I was just trying to be polite. No. Nuh-uh. That doesn't line up with my narrative. Okay.
Because you wouldn't have that energy if it was one of your friends. Let's be honest here.
You wouldn't have that energy if they weren't one of your friends. Wait, is that what he said?
No. Because you wouldn't have that energy if it was one of your friends.
It's so hard to hear what he's saying here.
I was trying to be polite, and...
No. Because you wouldn't have that energy if it was one of your friends.
I'm having a hard time hearing, because it matters, trust me. I'm having a hard time understanding if he's saying you wouldn't have that energy if it were one of your friends, or if it weren't. The flies are crazy here in Austin. Like, don't get me wrong, my apartment has really good, like, pest control. But Jesus fucking Christ, like, I eat a lot of bananas with potassium, and a lot of fruit flies lay eggs on bananas, and so they hatch, and then they're just in my fucking apartment. Ugh. What are you guys yet? I don't fucking know.
Let's be honest here.
North, what? Oh, sorry. I guess they're gone now. Doesn't matter. If you guys know what timestamp Kumu and Vlad are on.
Here's my problem with
It's a
you,
race
Red.
to the finish.
You lack any form of consistency. You make special
So do
exceptions for certain
you.
trans folk, but not ones that pay your bills.
You made exceptions for Peaches simply because they said they were going to kill themselves. If that was the only, like, again, that could not have been the only reason that you decided to play defense for Peaches. That could not have been the only reason. But you're making exceptions for yourself.
You know who these people are.
I'm here.
You know their nature. You know they're awful.
You know
So why are you
they're
their friend?
awful. But Ren also knows that you're awful. A lot of people know that you're awful.
And I genuinely
Like,
want to
you're-
know.
Wait, they're starting from, like, the beginning with, like, the Yoon stuff? Oh, boy.
They care for you.
Because I know
Leia.
their sides.
Oh.
Akumu helped
I love
Nil
you too,
with
Leia.
being trans.
Oh. Interesting.
That doesn't mean what he did was okay.
Hang on, sorry. Hold on.
Right.
Oh.
Akumu helped Nil with being trans.
Oh.
Really? That's news to
That
me.
doesn't mean what he did was okay. I don't condone a lot of.
It's almost like people can have differing beliefs, but also still be good people despite those different ideological beliefs. Who would have guessed? It's almost like what determines a good person is based on their consistent actions and their words, and how they treat people on a consistent basis. Not their ideological opinions. Like, Vlad's why is it in reverse? What the fuck? Vlad's ideological, like, values are much different from mine. We've butted heads about that many times, right? But he's still a nice guy. Like, if you respect him, he respects you. In fact, he respects your pronouns if you respect him. Like, he respects Queen Seraphina's pronouns just fine. I've actually spoken with Vlad in private about personal, like, struggles and about my own mental health before, and he's been nothing but supportive and constructive with me in private. That shows a consistency in the fact of, like, his values are, if you respect me, I'll respect you, and he's been consistent with that. You haven't, Lio. The fuck is going on? Do you see what's going on in Subway Surfers right now? What? Okay. Wait, hold on, sorry.
What he does, but you.
And where's your line?
I'm trying to keep my voice down
Where's your-
because I don't want to get caught.
Where's your line? Where's your line, Ren?
Keep in mind that Lio is having this interrogation with Rin while Rin is huddled up in a closet hiding from their parents. Because if they get caught being in another Discord call, they could potentially be kicked out and be in a really bad home environment. Like, and be homeless. Or whatever other, like, they could be abused, potentially. Lio knows this, and continues on with this anyway. And thought, yeah, this was a good idea. Completely in disregard. Now, mind you, it's not Lio's responsibility. You know, Rin still made the decision to get into this call in the first place. But it shows that Lio doesn't have much care for whether or not somebody gets abused. In fact, weren't they saying in the Rosa call that they hope that Rosa gets abused? Like, one of the many things that Lio has never apologized for, aside from the slurs and sexist comments, which are the only things that he's apologized for, and a vague sense of how it was handled. I also hate guilt by... It's funny because he said, oh, I'm not doing guilt by association anymore. But all of his arguments so far has been nothing but guilt by association.
So as long as he's okay with the trans people you know and like, then Akumu's fine.
Wow, could you imagine
So they
it? You
misgendered.
can have transphobic people that you like. Almost like humans are complicated that way.
Doodle tones all the time. He takes shots at
I'm
doodle
not
tones for
okay
things
with
that happen. Then
Doesn't
why
mean
do
I'm
you
okay.
innate? Then where is your line, Ren?
Where's your line?
You wouldn't do art for your dad. You wouldn't enable him to spread hateful rhetoric with your art, but you will with Akumu.
What? Those two things, a family... Oh my god.
You say Akumu's been.
It's not comparable.
been there for you, but
Also, Rin has said that they do art for their dad. Rin said that they make art for their dad's D&D stuff. So yes, they do art for their dad. Again, what are you talking about?
your dad put a roof over your head and raised you.
I
Probably
love
garbage.
my dad though. So
Okay, but you just told me that you wouldn't do it for your dad, but you'll do it for Akumu.
You wouldn't draw art for your dad, but you'll love him? You say you love him, but you won't draw art for him? Also, no, he didn't say that he wouldn't draw art for his... Again, Rin said, yeah, they draw art for their dad's D&D stuff. So yes, they do draw art for their dad. This is so fucking weird. Such fucking emotional manipulation. It's insane. God damn.
And your reason was because Akumu's been there for you.
No, he
Do
was
you not
talking
see
about
the
his
incongruity
dad.
here?
You're the one who doesn't get it. You are so focused on getting a gotcha that you don't
do you
even
think the
care.
people you're associating with during all this are good people? Yes or no?
Yes or no? No room for nuance. No room for
If-
opinions.
Akumu changes his outlook on transphobia. He would be definitely a good person because he tells the truth. You know,
Oh, see?
not like about trans, but he does not lie. He does
I think
not.
that's fair. I think that's fair. Hey, I have an issue with their transphobia, but I think aside from that, they're a good person. Wow, nuance. It exists.
No, he has lied. Every human being on this planet has lied. And
Yeah, I know. What? He hasn't lied about the FCK stuff. Didn't you just have to apologize for calling him, the false accusation supreme? Or as you put it, the king of liars?
notice what you said there. What was the first word? If. I asked you a yes or no question. And I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you think the people you're associating with during all this are good people? Yes or no?
Yeah.
You think they're good people?
Yes.
So
Yeah,
you don't
that's
take
Rin's
any...
opinion.
Dude.
You're not going to what?
You're not gonna make me budge on that. I'm sorry.
Good on you, Rin. You know, even if Rin were to turn around and say no, I would still say good on you for sticking with it. Stick to your guts, Rin.
I care for them. And
Why?
they always have a good part of them, unless they're like
Everybody
a
has-
pedophile or
Rin, everyone has a good part of them. That doesn't justify the wrongs they do.
I don't think Rin said that. I think Rin said the exact opposite of that. I think Rin literally said that. I think Rin said, yeah, they have bad things about them, but aside from that, they're good people.
You know what these people are like. You know Akumu and Kumo are transphobes. You know Kumo put my wife in videos too. And do not, and I'm tired of hearing this nonsense. Say, well, I disagree with that, as though it would have been acceptable to you if it was anybody you liked.
I don't think Rin ever said that was acceptable. I think Rin's always expressly disagreed with that shit. What?
Truth of the matter, Ren, is these people, whether they realize it or you realize it, know full well it's real easy to get you on their side so long as they're nice to you. And you'll excuse any sort of nonsense so long as people are nice to you. A marker of somebody is not inherently how they treat their friend, because who doesn't treat their friend nice?
Yeah, I know these people have been consistently cordial and nice with you and transparent with you. But they don't care about you like I do. I'm willing to call you out. I'm willing to tell you when you fucked up. As if we haven't also done that. This Pokemon themed Marvel shit is like really getting my autism going.
It's how they treat other people. Because here's the thing, all of this...
It's also about you, Lio, and how you treat other people. It goes both ways, man.
You are giving all these whataboutisms.
This guy sucks. Also, whataboutisms? Rin hasn't given any... What whataboutism has Rin made, guys? I haven't heard... Correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't heard Rin do any sort of whataboutisms here. Kumo would have done it anyway, whether or not Rin spoke up about disagreeing with putting Lyle's wife in the video, yeah. Enla disagreed with it and voiced her opinion. I did too! I said, like, I didn't agree with that going into the video. Even Vlad said he kind of disagreed with it. Or no, wait, I think Vlad said it... God, did Vlad say it was his idea? I forget. Shit. Whose fucking idea was it? Whatever. But I disagreed with it regardless. And I've made that pretty clear, like, both in private and publicly. Why is he making Rin take accountability for their friend's actions? Exactly. I mean, he did the exact same thing with Rosa. It was Rosa's fault that Nekopon was allowed to go free in a server that Rosa had no control over. I literally commented and said it was wrong. Lots of people were against it. Yeah. A lot of people, including myself, disagreed with how Kumo handled that. There's a lot of things I disagree with about how Kumo handles things. But while I can give advice and express disapproval, it's not my place to try and control him or anybody else as to what they do, because they're adults who can make their own choices. And you can still continue to support them while also disagreeing with some of their methods. Because that's what empathy looks like.
You certainly didn't give to me.
You didn't give it to
and you
me.
wouldn't either.
You didn't give kindness to me. You didn't give the benefit of the doubt to me when I did so much for you. Oh, we'll get to that, don't worry. But keep all that rhetoric in mind. Just keep it in the back of your head. It'll come up later, I promise.
Your tweets show that.
We still
What
got
was the talk
48
about everybody
minutes
having a
left
good
of this
place when you were
call.
sitting there calling me an abuser?
We gotta get through this.
You do have a good side, though, too.
That's
It's
not
just
what I
like-
asked you. Not what I asked you, Rin. I will not allow you to sit here and pivot like that. You are going to answer me
Paint it like
directly.
that? You have a good side too. No, I will not allow you to paint it like that. What are you disagree with what Rin said? I will not allow you to sit here and say that I too have good qualities. I'm not gonna let you sit here and make yourself sound good right now. I'm not while I'm trying to paint you as a monster.
I have been very patient with you. I have not raised my voice at you. I have not yelled at you.
You literally are. You specified at the beginning of this confrontation that you are physically unable to raise your voice right now.
You will answer my questions as I ask them. You will not deviate.
I have not raised my voice at you, but I am making unreasonable demands of you and not letting you say your side of the story, and demanding apologies from you that aren't gonna be genuine, and trying to guilt trip you, and turn you against people that you trust, and bring your personal abusive father into it, into online drama, and compare a Kumu to your abusive father. But no, I'm not, like, strong-arming you or abusing you in any way. Nope. Not a bit. Listen, I don't blame Rin for not having a spine. Okay, they were not cut out for this, clearly.
Can you re-ask it? Sorry.
You can go on and make all sorts of excuses for people who are nice to you or people you like.
What excuses has Rin made about people that were nice to them? What excuses have they made? All they've said is that I think that they're good people. That's not an excuse. It's not making excuses for them.
Regardless of their egregious actions,
How old is Rin? I actually don't know.
but you don't for people you don't. Because you had no problem turning a thing that was allegedly, and I quote, for the victims, to being all about me. So where was that talk about me having a
It actually wasn't all about you, but whatever. Go off, I guess.
good side? When you said I am not reliable dealing with predation cases, that I'm
You're literally not.
an abuser.
It's been proven that you're not. It's been proven that you've admitted to being an abuser. You've literally admitted that you were scared that if you ever had kids, you would abuse them. You are an abuser. You've admitted to having abusive tendencies and having to have apologized for how you treated people in the past.
Oh, and then we have you who
I won't retread this, 'cause I've already made my point on that.
dropped Nil, but somehow Nil magically is able to still message you, telling you that I'm accusing you of something, but had nothing to do with you.
telling you that I am accusing you of something that I don't... Be fucking specific!
You
I
lost
did
your mind
not
on that,
drop
too.
nil.
I was told that you stopped talking to Nil because of their hypersexuality.
What?
No, that's not true.
I was told by some third party this rumor about you dropping Nil, and I'm just gonna take it as fact, and then act surprised when it's not true. When I hear it from the source that it's not true.
Well, then you got a lot of explaining to do to Neurofunk as well, because you told them that too.
I didn't. I said.
Neurofunk does not like Nil. You expect them to be honest about Nil?
Tommy.
You told me and them Nil.
Nil. You don't know that. He's just treating this as fact that, oh, because somebody told me this, it must be true. But now he's treating it as if it did happen as a fact, when he doesn't know that.
I did not drop Nil. I told Nil to drop Tommy.
Either
Which is
way,
reasonable.
let's assume that's right, that somehow Neurofunk and I have the same information. Where was that concern then? No, instead you just ran with something Nil said, didn't verify.
You sure you weren't just playing a game of telephone, Lio? And maybe you can't... You seriously can't concede on one thing when you're told that probably didn't happen?
I didn't ask questions, just went off on a tirade.
What are you talking about?
Further accusing me of things.
Like what?
Matter of fact, I think your exact words were that you hate me so much.
And is Rin wrong to hate you? Is that a sin that Rin has committed? Are people not allowed to hate you, Lio?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good on Rin for
Because-
owning that.
Because what? Because I didn't do dick to you.
I didn't do anything to you. How could you hate me? I didn't do anything to you. I've done nothing to nobody, even though I've admitted that I have abusive tendencies and I've been shown in text messages with you to have said abusive things and have abusive rhetoric, but I've done nothing to you.
I was going to accuse you of that, Rin. Why wouldn't I use your most known name?
What?
Or do you think you're the only person on God's green earth
Wait.
that's the name Damien?
What?
You of that, Rin.
Wait.
Why wouldn't I use
Oh.
your most known?
God, okay, I know what he's talking about because he refuses to be specific. He's talking about a time where he was calling out somebody for, like, making a parody NSFW account of Streamline Workshops and then using their first name, Damien. And then Rin, I guess, erroneously came to the assumption, like, and this is a fault on Rin's part, don't get me wrong, that Rin just blindly assumed that he was talking about him and went off about it publicly. And they had like a public spat about it in Twitter replies, which was definitely a mistake on Rin's part. They should have like calmed the fuck down and read the situation first before coming to like blanket assumptions like that. That was an impulsive thing on Rin's end. For sure. So that's what he's referring to.
Name. Or do you think you're the only person on God's green earth that's the name Damien?
I know what he's going for here.
That was wrong of my assumption on my part.
Oh, trust me, I know. But this is my point. You will give grace to the most horrendous things on the platform so long as they're your friends.
What horrendous things? Not using the right pronouns? Not respecting someone's pronouns is the most horrendous thing on the internet? What about cat torture or cat murder? I think that's way worse. I knew there were a couple of YouTubers on this platform that abused their pets. What about Ruby Frank that abused and tortured her children for internet views for YouTube? But this, no, using someone's pronouns is the worst, the most horrendous thing that people have ever done on this platform, is using the wrong pronouns and having ideological views that are different from yours or have different moral values than you. That's the most horrendous thing. No, I'm not on call. No. No, God, no.
You can say all sorts of things about my behaviors, some of them very valid.
Actually,
But I
you know
still
what?
hold my-
Since he's opened the line of communications, oh yeah, sorry, I forgot that Lio sent me another DM. I forgot to respond to it. But I'll respond to it now. Lio says, apparently some people are convinced that Rin was set up in this, and wasn't allowed to bring people in? I don't think anybody said that, but alright. Neurofunk was the friend they wanted in the call, and Rabbit was in the audience. Nothing they requested was denied. I mean, fair enough. I wasn't making that claim, but... Alright, this is a question that's been brewing in the back of my mind. I'm gonna do it. I've been meaning to ask him this for the longest time. Fuck it, might as well. I say, Jordan once claimed you had upwards of 25 cats in your care. Is that true or untrue? Alright, ball's in your court, big man. Anyway, let's continue. Oh, it's back on Subway Surfers. I'm in Walmart and I hear someone in the produce aisle chastising Poopus Scoopus for disrespecting based Sanic. I see, you're making a joke. Oh, he's responding. And the verdict is... I own every cat in the world. Well, it doesn't answer my question, but... whatever. And asking the real questions. Hey, look, I care. I got priorities. I care about the cats, okay? I am a cat advocate. A catvocate, if you will. Alright, well, clearly he doesn't want to answer that question, so I'll just take that as no comment. I'll assume that's a no comment then. I'll just give him a cool thumbs up. Nice thumbs up emoji, and we'll continue the video.
And it's not just, well, I disagree with that. I drag Coyote here in Senate, but enough of his neck.
I dragged Coyote here in Senate. Okay.
And published that call. Did it to Misanthropony too.
It was after, you know, you allegedly held on to that information. Okay, thank you, Crystal. After you allegedly held on to the information of what Coyote did for 8 months, allegedly, although I personally have seen no proof of that, and I don't really care enough, to be honest.
And if I still had contact with Aaron, I would do it with them too. You won't.
There are plenty
they're
of
nice
other
to you.
people that you haven't done that for, like Fuchsia Butters, Nezzy, Ms. Zizi. Have you ever tried to get them into calls? Oh, Lara responds, more importantly, what's it to you? Just wanted to know if that was true or not. So maybe he does want to answer the question. Why? It's interesting that he won't just answer. You know what? I'll be honest with him. Alright, I told him I'm just gonna keep it simple with you so there isn't a back and forth, thanks. You don't have to answer the question if you don't want, and I'll just note it as no comment. Bro, the Subway Surfer is fighting for their life. I don't need to get into a DM argument with Lio about owning 25 cats. I just want to know if it's true or not. Why are you asking me questions? Proceeds to answer with a question. So you can ask questions, but I can't. Interesting. Come on. I just wanted to know if it was true or not, because I wanted to know. I think I answered this question already. Alright, we're at an impasse here. I'm just gonna take it as no comment. Yeah, I'm gonna take that as no comment. Alright, let's continue. Wait, wasn't I looking for something? Shit. I forgot. Oh yeah, no, I was asking you about the cats, that's right.
You have literally now in this call said you will excuse transphobia so long as they're your friend.
No? No? No, that Rin didn't say that. Wait, what?
You won't. Because they're nice to you. You have literally now in this call said you will excuse transphobia so long as they're your friend.
You have literally said that you will excuse transphobia so long as they're your friend. I'm pretty sure Rin said the opposite. That they disagree with the transphobia but still think that they're good people. Enla, I'm going to need the link for the Subway Surfer gameplay because it's making me giggle. Yeah, it's like the worst fucking Subway Surfer gameplay in the world.
You will excuse people bringing other people's wives into things so long as they're your friend.
He didn't excuse it, though. He never excused it.
I want you to tell me how this is justified.
Rin doesn't even really talk to Kumo all that much, as far as I'm aware. Rin is trans!
Because
Yeah.
I can tell you this much. I can tell you this much. Pay very close attention to what I'm going to say to you. If Jar did a video on you and put your father on the video, everybody be coming to me wanting his head. And you'd be leading that charge.
What? What? If Jar made a video on you and put your father in the video... Wait. 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 Wait?
Close attention to what I'm going to say to you. If Jar did a video on you and put your father on the video, everybody be coming to me wanting his head.
If Jar made a video about you and put your father in the video, everybody would be coming to me wanting his head. You sent me a DM? Okay. Enla, how do I get into the Minecraft? Oh, you just need to give me... It's a weird tangent. You just need to give me your Minecraft IGN and I can invite you. Let's... Listen, I'm not gonna make assumptions about his angle here because we've established that Lio says a lot of dumb shit without really thinking about it. But that could be perceived as a threat. Just hear me out. Considering that Lio talks to Jar on a regular basis and says, oh, if Jar makes a video and puts your dad in it. No, you didn't, Leia. You liar. People are gonna be gunning for your dad. You wouldn't like that, would you? I literally didn't. God damn, the Subway Surfers gameplay is almost over. We'll have to find a new one.
And you'd be leading that charge.
And you'd be leading that charge? What? So he's saying, oh yeah, you'd want people to come and attack your dad. What are you talking about?
So if that ever does happen to me, I should just excuse it by saying, well, Jar's nice to me. How would you feel if I did that to you?
Who came after your wife, Leo?
Tell me.
I gotta be honest, Leo, nobody even knew that was your wife. That was your wife's photo until you mentioned it was your wife. Until you made a big stink of it. I sent it. I love you too, Leia. He said everyone would want Jar's head, not Rin's dad? Oh, okay. Wait. No, oh god, I'm so confused now. Yeah, okay, guys. I see what you're saying. I got a little confused. Okay, hold on. We'll just continue, I guess. But yeah, I might have misread something. Oh wait, that's Subway Surfers again. God damn it.
I would be angry. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be real angry. The only things I will give you credit for that you won't excuse is child predation.
The only thing you won't excuse is child predation. That leaves a lot of other things open to the idea that Rin excuses them.
Congratulations on
Like cat murder?
meeting the bare minimum.
It's not the bare minimum, but whatever.
You will accuse people without evidence. You will claim you care about somebody knowing literally nothing about them. Because you don't care about Jordan. And I'm saying that as somebody who did. I
don't
think,
know if you can prove
personally,
that.
you care about who you can weaponize when you're mad at somebody else. And the FCK Twitter account proves that in spades. And you admitted to that. You admitted you utilized it because you knew people were listening so you could have your own little issues with the SEC. Here's the other thing that I'm going to take you to task for right now. You did not divulge to Akumu.
Why is he
Your
doing this fucking voice? This voice is fucking killing me. This anime villain voice. God damn it. You didn't disclose to Akumu something very, very awful, didn't you? Why does he talk like this? It makes it hard to listen to this shit, man.
Three. You know, you saw his live stream with me. Why'd you lie by omission to Akumu?
About what? I think I know what he's referring to already, but he's got to be specific. He loves
It was
leading
also
like with this mysterious like, oh, you know what I'm speaking of, don't you? It's like, just be honest, be straightforward. Come on.
Because I was scared that if I spoke, that I would get legal action. I made that clear.
No, I'm talking about to Akumu. Akumu.
Akumu.
No,
Not to us. Not to us. No. You've never been scared of legal action before because you had no problem telling me you were still scared of the SEC, which of course now is contradicted by you attacking them.
I mean, Rin told me. Rin told a lot of people. Rin told Laka. Rin told Akumu, pretty sure.
Using that account by your own admission. So don't even.
Don't.
Yoon may buy that, I don't. And Yoon's welcome to.
You don't buy anything he said so far, so what is the point of this call?
You were scared of legal action.
What are you expecting to
Especially
get out of this?
Knew we found out. You would have ducked and ran. Or you wouldn't have gotten involved at all. You went on one day while I was driving to Dallas to visit my in-laws.
My in-laws?
For 4 hours.
That's what you guys were talking about? Yeah, he says in-laws the way he says my name. Yeah, you're right. Moo, what a cow. Oh my god. This sounds like when that one girl was in the Rosa call and she's like, you said something that was so, like, surprising to me that I nearly wrecked my car! Like, this sounds exactly like, I was driving to Dallas when you did this. To Dallas! My in-laws.
About how scared of the SEC you are, but the moment you think you can essentially sweep their legs, there you are in the front line.
I mean, yeah, he's got a point there. Like, I think Rin seriously just got completely overconfident. And, I think they let that confidence get to their head, for sure. There's not much excusing that. I feel like Rin felt safety in that support, and that safety led to arrogance on Rin's part. Did Did I play? Yeah, it's playing, guys. Don't worry.
This
There's
is no. No, go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say.
No, you don't. You cut him off every
Do
time.
apologize, at least.
What?
Huh?
Oh.
For what? I listed out a whole bunch of things
For
here.
hurting you.
Rin, how do I put this delicately? You're
Why
not
start
capable
now?
of hurting me. You didn't hurt me, you pissed me off.
Wait, go back.
I put this delicately. You're not capable of hurting me.
You're not capable of hurting me. I'm impervious. I can't be hurt. But then, oh, Peaches abused me.
You didn't hurt me, you pissed me off.
Yeah, clearly. You're in a narc rage right now.
You proved Jace right once again. You proved that the people I try to help don't want it.
Don't want it.
It's why you constantly went behind my back to get back online multiple times in 2023.
You know what we need for this? Give me a second. I might have it open already, but... Let's try it out. Nope, not yet. Okay, now I think it's open.
It's why you still ran around spaces you knew you weren't wanted in. And it's why the moment you got a small inkling of being able to fire back at people you were mad at for calling you out, you took it.
You know what? I gotta side with Lio here. I don't think he's wrong in that assertion. That, yeah, Rin definitely jumped on an opportunity to... Maybe not with the intention specifically to get back at people. The subway person has given up, bro. I like it. I really like it. It adds character. It encapsulates my personality. That jump scared me? Yeah, sorry, maybe it's too loud. No, we're not doing the bingo card. I do think that Lio is right in that assertion. I don't blame him for coming to that conclusion about Rin because... Oh, it's over, guys. Hang on. Are we looking for more Subway servers? Or should we just go back to Cat TV? Fuck it, we'll do Cat TV. Wait, that's not the right one. Shit. Sorry, hold on. We'll do this. Out in the backyard. Oh, god damn it. Now they're both over. Well, they were both like an hour long. Alright, let's look for another one. Guys, I need to keep my audience retention going. Fine. I need to keep up my watch time so the TikTok kitties don't go away. I feel like an iPad kid looking at these visuals, yeah. Outdoor marbles? This is a huge upgrade. Alright, anyway.
You have done unquestionable damage to people.
I don't know if I'd call it... I don't know if I'd take it to that extreme, but they definitely messed up, yes. They made a mess of things? Yes. Hurt people's feelings? Yes. But I don't know if they've done unquestionable damage. That's just, hyperbolic.
For nothing.
For nothing? For nothing? I don't know, I feel like calling out the FCK was at least for something.
For nothing. Do you really think you helped any victims with that account?
Do you really think you helped any victims with that account?
I did, because
Who'd you help? Who'd you help? Tell me.
Why do you want names? But I'll name them Gary, Jamesy, Teddy.
Teddy. You think you helped Teddy? Interesting.
Teddy expressed this taste, but like I sent the money even though I care for them, and I
No, no, no,
I
no, no,
care
no,
for
no, 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 no,
No, no,
no,
no, no, no, no, no,
no,
no, no, no, no, no, no.
no. If I care for my wife and get her a dog, but then make sure that dog is never in
Oh my god, here goes another gray analogy. Another lionism.
contact with my wife, that's not me showing that I care for my wife. You did not care. These are not the actions of someone who cares for others. Caring takes self-sacrifice. You don't have that, Rin. You've demonstrated it multiple times.
No comment.
Multiple times. In this call, you've
On the
admitted that
beach
you
now,
have lied.
ooh!
You've admitted that you've been spiteful. You've been vindictive. You utilized a platform that was supposed to help people who were victims to attack other people falsely.
I mean, prove that it was falsely. Let's get that out of the way.
And to scream about me being an abuser with no evidence. So if somebody accuses you of the same, should
stole
I
that
accept
line
it
from
and do
Patchwork.
videos on it, or should I make tweets about it, Ren?
Enla, concentrate. Working on it.
You're right.
But what? What's the but here?
I shouldn't have done that.
You're right, you shouldn't. I know you shouldn't. I'm the one saying you shouldn't have. But you are still here.
Yeah, Rin, don't take the credit away from Laya when he's right. He gets the credit for that. Don't try to steal his credit for being right. He needs this. He's not right very often.
Still trying to make excuses for the fact that you would enable people who spread hateful rhetoric.
Where?
Because
How?
they're your friends. And this is always your trap. Always your failure on this end.
Your
you
failure.
overlook horrendous actions by other people so long as they're your friend. You, as their friend, should be up their butt about stuff like this more than anybody else, because that's what a friend does. And I can tell you this very bluntly, because I have friends here too. I have
GG,
friends
leaving
in this
work.
call right now. And I have people who...
Wait, hold on.
And
Sorry.
I can tell you this very bluntly, because I have friends here too. I have friends in this call right now.
What? No way. It's almost like this is happening in your server where everybody here is a fan or friend of yours. What? Oh my god, you're never gonna believe this, Rin, but there are people in this server that are my friends.
And I have people who maybe not even consider themselves my friends here. For example, I'll go ahead and give you a rundown. Pizza here, I don't know if he considers me a friend. I consider him something of one. If he thinks I'm wrong, he's up in my face about it immediately.
Yawn. I don't care.
So is Busy Robot Hands. So is Strunkle Lord knows Weebus is. And God, Monstrous is. Monstrous is with a smile on her face and a switch in her hand because she takes delight in telling me I'm
Holy
wrong.
shit, I don't care.
You don't. And I know you don't. Because I've seen you will sit there to a guy you know, makes comments about raping women.
What? Okay. Who makes comments about raping who? Vlad? Okay, yeah, Vlad does. Vlad does. Luna, I gotta be honest, we're not friends. Because I don't know you. Don't get me wrong, this ain't some kind of parasocial relationship. I'm sorry to get your hopes up. We were never friends, cunt. Sorry. Nah, dude, imagine hearing this shit at the checkout. Yeah, he's been at the Walmart McDonald's for 4 hours. Like, dude, get up and do something.
Zoo porn, and you will try to be polite to him? Oh, Crystal. I didn't even know you were in the chat. I was just primarily with people in the chat. Crystal will absolutely get up in my face. Crystal will tell me in front of other people to shut up. So why be polite to someone like Gilded Poo? Is he your friend too?
He's not.
Yeah, he's not.
So why be polite to him? With all the crap you've seen him do, what he's done to other people.
Okay, hold on.
Is he your friend too?
He's not.
So why be polite to him?
Why be polite to people who aren't your friends? By that logic, why should you be polite to anyone who isn't your friend? What? Is he trying to say that you don't have to be polite to people who aren't your friends. I mean, he's technically not wrong. You don't have to be polite to people who aren't your friends, but... You can't be polite to strangers? You know what also is polite? Using someone's correct pronouns. But, I mean, if we don't have to be polite to strangers, we don't have to use their pronouns if we're not being polite to them. I don't know. Again, I don't have to be respectful to someone I don't respect. That's such a weird thing that... It's moving the goalposts, because he's like, oh, these are your friends. You make excuses for your friends. And then they go, well, Vlad's not my friend. And he goes, yeah, but you're still polite. Like, again, another, like, goalpost shift, where it's like, well, you're still polite to him? Why would you be polite to someone who's not your friend?
With all the crap you've seen him do, what he's done to other people, the stuff you know he's had on his hard drive.
Crystal, I've never misgendered you. I've never misgendered you.
Why are you nice to him?
Respect goes both ways. Exactly. Okay. Rin has been respectful to Vlad, and Vlad has also been marginally respectful to Rin. But that goes by his standards of, like, if you're respectful to me, I'm respectful to you. I mean, Vlad literally messaged me as I was opening the stream to go easy on Rin because this was a trap. So respect is gay?
There's only one
Even
answer.
when I was not... I'm not gonna dodge the question, fuck.
There's only one answer from you on this that I will accept. One. And I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. Okay, hold on. I was like reading the chat and I missed something. Yeah, but there's no need to be polite, right? More just pointing out how silly his point is. Crystal, do you consider Lio to be a friend of yours? Do you consider me to be a friend of yours? I'm not trying to, like... I'm trying to prove a point here, because you're polite to both of us. I won't be offended, don't worry. I'm trying to prove a point here. Look at the pretty colors, guys. Jingle, jingle, jingle. I consider both of you work colleagues. Fair enough, but you're polite to both of us, even though we're not friends. Interesting. Interesting.
From you on this that I will accept. One. And I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, hold on.
There's only one
Even
answer.
when I was not... I'm not gonna dodge the question, fuck.
There's only one answer from you on this that I will accept. One.
That's been this entire thing. You were only ever going to accept one thing from Rin, and that was total, complete submission. There was nothing else that you were ever going to accept from this call. So, at least thanks for being honest.
I'm not going to tell you what it is. No, Pizza, I couldn't, because I at least know why you are. Matter of fact, I have asked you those questions. And let's be honest, you're not Rin. You have a different set of values here. I'm talking about Rin compared to their own values. So
I thought it was your values. Let him cook. Let the Subway guy cook, guys. Oh, now we're grabbing the balls. Those sweaty,
no
wet
matter
balls.
what I answer, you'd probably not accept it because, like,
You finally figured it out, Rin. I'm proud of you.
I'm...
I told you
It's not because he's nice to me.
I told you I'd accept one specific answer. So what's your answer?
It's literally because I was trying to be professional and at the time with the account, I
You
was
You weren't professional from day one, because from day one, and this is what I said on Akumu's
You
stream, and I'm
haven't
sure
been
you were sweating
professional
bullets
either,
when I said it.
Lio.
You were the one trying to give Toasty.
Hello? He died. The Walmart
How were you
Wi-Fi
being
cut out.
professional? Because I'm going to go ahead, now that you give me your answer, I'll tell you what the answer I would have accepted would be. That because he's such a freaky weirdo, you were scared of him.
What?
I can understand that.
What?
Especially being AFAB with some of the nonsense he's...
What? What? What are we talking about? Wait.
How were you being professional? Because I'm going to go ahead, now that you give me your answer, I'll tell you what the answer I would have accepted would be. That because he's such a freaky weirdo, you were scared of him.
Is he talking about Vlad? I think he is talking about Vlad. So now he's like, I would have only accepted one thing from you. And that is, that the only reason you would ever work with somebody that had values different from yours is because you were scared of him. Clearly. Huh. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure Rin was intimidated by Vlad. Actually, you know what? They've made it a point to talk about to me in our DMs. And Lio is, oh my god, Vlad's gonna have a field day with that one. Listen, Vlad is an intimidating guy. I've even told Rin, like, don't take his bullshit and just, like, be respectful with him and he'll be respectful with you. Like, it's basic common courtesy. Right? And they've had disagreements with each other. They've had their spat. But, like, what is this assertion, huh? What? You're gonna have to have some evidence to back that up, Lio.
I can understand that. Especially being AFAB with some of the nonsense he spouts. I absolutely...
Yeah, but anybody being scared of you is unreasonable and a lie.
You can understand that point of being around him, being scared of him, being scared to have conflict.
Lio is self-reporting. He only thinks that people would work with people he doesn't like because people are afraid. That's Lio's mindset. Do you think he's projecting? Do you think there's a little bit of projection in there, perhaps?
Would have accepted that. Because despite what you wanted to paint me as and have actively done, I'm not the monster you think I am.
You're not doing anything to disprove that, Lio. You are clearly you're saying and doing monstrous things in this call. And then people are wrong to assume that you're a monster. But you're saying completely monstrous things that are completely out of pocket in this call. I'm not a monster, but these people are, because I say that they are.
Because you struggle
What
with
did you
this.
just say?
I'll give you an example.
I'll give you an example.
Because you struggle
Example.
with this. You genuinely struggle with owning your screw-ups properly and just admitting
Let
your
me tell
problems.
you what's wrong with
So I'm going to
you.
make this an example. The things I said to Rosa were god-awful. I was an ableist. I was a slut-shamer. I said horrendous things to them I shouldn't have said to any human being.
Things that you still try to justify.
I made comments about them removing themselves from the census. I
Mm-hmm.
made comments about their body. I made comments about all these things
Mm-hmm.
because I was being a dickhead in the moment. Because I
In
was
the
angry
moment.
about what they allowed, so I let it happen. I own that.
No, you don't.
Warts and all, and I regret it, which is why I own it, which is why I eat it, which is why people can do a billion freaking videos about it, and I panic, I cut, and I run. I will hold myself to a higher standard, and I will have people around me who make sure I do.
What the
You
fuck
don't.
is he on about? You literally just made a video where you were trying to paint Rosa as a terrible person to excuse the fact that you said bad things to Rosa. You had also made a video to Zay saying, "Note it down, everybody. Zay really hates it when you tell creeps and predators to remove themselves from the census. When you said it to a 13-year-old and to Rosa. How can you say you're taking accountability for it if you're still continuing to lie about it and deflect from it?"
You can.
But I'll give him credit, though. So far, in this call, this is the most transparent he's been about the Rosa stuff. So far. But he's not owning up to the fact that he made threats towards Rosa and Rosa's personal life. He's not owning up to that fact. He's just owning up to some mean things that he said. But not, like, he'll apologize for, like, very basic summaries. But he won't go into what he said. He won't go into what he did. But we already know that.
Not do in this situation what I just did there. And I don't get why.
I took accountability for my actions. Why can't you?
Are you scared?
Because clearly the things that I did and the things that you did are on a similar level.
That if you actually try to hold these people accountable, they won't be your friends anymore?
Now you're just making blanket assumptions. The one thing I don't do is lie.
Yeah.
Okay. I can understand that. You really think you don't deserve better friends than them?
Oh, don't pull this. They aren't your true friends. Don't you think you deserve better? After I've shamed and belittled and threatened you in this call? You deserve better than... It's this, it's the shame and praise cycle. I pity you. I really do. You deserve better than this. What's Rin gonna do? Tell Enla how he doesn't approve what she does? She would just say, "Oh man, that sucks." I don't really know. Look, I'll be honest, I don't think we ever considered each other friends. And that's something I'll still get into later. This isn't me, like, doing a 180, like, we were never friends. Because we were never friends. I barely knew Rin, I still don't. Doesn't mean I can't, like, give them encouraging advice or listen to what they have to say. But I don't think we ever considered each other friends. Not on that level. But anyway, I know what Lyo's getting at here.
With self-worth as low as mine, it's hard to find friends that probably value me, to be honest.
It's not about self-worth in this case. This is about the fact that if you have standards and you let others that you consider friends violate them consistently and make excuses for them, then you don't have standards. That's what I was getting at.
I
said
won't
your
retread
father's
this.
values were yours. I said you are incongruous and you are inconsistent in whom you expect what.
So was that Daryl guy, apparently.
You should not accept transphobia, regardless of who it's from. I've gotten up in people's faces
Says
over transphobia.
who?
I did it last night.
In fact, I did it last night. That's just how good of a person I am. That's how just I am and virtuous. I did it last night. Here, in the McDonald's where I slept last night. Because my wife kicked me out. Oh, sorry. Subway surfers.
And I'll do it again. As many times as I need to. Friend or foe. You'll align with them so long as they make you happy. So long as you think you have friends.
Yes, that's typically how human beings work. If someone makes you feel good, you tend to want to be around them more. If someone makes you feel bad, you don't want to be around that person. It's almost like that's how human beings work, and feelings, and empathy. This is basic stuff, Lyo. I gotta be honest, Lio, for most people, morality and moral values are secondary to your relationship with somebody. I think you understand that, but you don't want to understand that for other people. More ego boosting, really? Yeah, tell me about it, Cosmic. God damn it, I paused Subway Surfers again.
You've got to have a better cut of friends.
Says who? That's not your call to make, Lio. Rin can be friends with whoever the fuck they want, because they're an adult who can make their own choices. That's not up to you.
You have to.
They don't have to, it's their life.
Because here's the thing. You want to be accepted within the LGBT, right?
They are in the LGBT.
Yeah, of course.
They are
Do you think they're going
trans.
to, knowing who you pal around with?
No.
You want to be
Wait.
accepted within the LGBT, right?
Are you the arbiter of the
Yeah,
LGBT
of
now?
course.
Do you think they're going to, knowing who you pal around with?
Yeah, actually, plenty of them do. Plenty of them do. In fact, you're talking to one, Lio. This reminds me of the argument that Vlad had with that trans person in Stardust's stream after the Lio call happened, where it's like, stop treating it like, fuck, what did he say? The word is escaping me right now. Is a collective. Stop treating it like it's a collective. Trans people and gay people and people in the LGBT are not a fucking collective. They're individuals with their own thoughts and opinions and feelings. Yeah, Glitters. That was their name.
Then do you actually want to be in the LGBT, or do you want to be around people who are transphobes?
Is heading up a water slide? Oh, that's not a water slide. Oh yeah, this is the part that I heard. Sorry. I got distracted again, but listen carefully to this.
Then do you actually want to be in the LGBT, or do you want to be around people who are transphobes?
Do you want to be in the LGBT, or do you want to hang around with transphobes? You can't be both. Wait, there's Crystal Flame and Crystal Quartz? Wait, you're saying me and you don't have the same exact thoughts, Enla? Yeah, my opinions aren't congruent with Crystal's, and yet you're okay with Crystal hanging out with people that you don't agree with. Lyle, why are you okay? Wait, hold on, this is a bit of an inconsistency, a bit of incongruence here. Lyle, why are you okay with Crystal hanging out with people that you think are scum and degenerates and freaks? But Rin can't. It is a water slide, but Rin can't do that. Why does Crystal get to do it and Rin doesn't? Isn't Crystal also having incongruent values? Inconsistent values? Someone who is in the transgender community and is transgender? Same with Rin, who is also transgender? Literally being mansplained by someone who is not in the LGBT community. About whether or not they're actually... God damn, I love that. Whether or not they're actually in the LGBT community. The fun I would have had with a toy like this as a kid. So I don't want to put you on the... Actually, no, I'm not. That's not fair. I'm not going to put you on the spot. So I'm not going to. But I think it's a little odd. That's all I'm going to say. Fuck.
The LGBT.
What have these people done for you? Give me tangential things, or not tangential, like tangible things. What have they done for you?
What have they done
I've
for
cried
you?
to them in calls, and they've been there for me. They've let me vent to them. They've been there for me thick and thin.
Sounds reasonable.
And they
I think it's a pretty understandable reason to like somebody. Someone who's pleasant to be around.
They didn't throw me out when I was getting too much.
If you hang out
They-
with these, if you don't vote for me, then you're not trans.
They showed care for me. And
But they also never held you accountable, did they?
We did! What? We did! Accountable for what? We've talked to Rin about things several times. And that's exactly what we're gonna go over later. Because he's gonna make this assertion without proof. Again, Rin isn't allowed to come to conclusions about people without evidence, but Lyo is allowed to make assertions about people that Rin hangs out with, again, without evidence. He's making this assertion that we've never tried to dissuade Rin from doing the things that they were doing, or making the choices that they were making. But, like, you don't know that. And we're gonna set out to prove that just so that you know. In case you were not aware.
no, they didn't.
Rin! 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 God damn it, Rin. Rin, you're making me look bad. Whoops.
Have you ever thrown anything away,
It's okay, we'll still go through DMs. It's okay, Rin.
Ren?
I forgive you.
People?
No, I said, have you ever thrown anything away?
Yeah,
What?
a lot of
Oh
things.
god, it's lining up for another stupid analogy. Buckle up, guys.
You ever see trash reject other trash?
What?
And I'm not saying that you are trash. My metaphor here is that, of course, they're not going to reject you. They'll take anybody. They take Tommy's House of Blogs. They take whatever weirdo comes in an endless server,
Yeah.
regardless of whether or not they've been inappropriate around children or liked watching an 8-year-old character getting cream pied.
What? What? Wait. What? What? Wait. What? Sorry, I'm laughing like a fucking maniac right now. What? Wait. Huh?
And I'm not saying that you are trash. My metaphor here is that, of course, they're not going to reject you. They'll take anybody.
That's okay, Lyo. You said trash doesn't reject trash. Trash doesn't throw away trash. That is you implying that Rin is trash. I'm sorry. But okay, we'll get to the next part.
They take Tommy's House of Blogs. They take whatever weird.
Tommy is not in the server anymore because of his affiliations with Carmen Rider. Keep up to date, Lyo. You're free to come and check yourself, by the way.
Weirdo comes in an endless server,
Yeah.
regardless of whether or not they've been inappropriate around children or liked watching an 8-year-old character getting cream pied.
What? What is he talking about? What? Again, why are you allowed to make these baseless assertions, but no one else is allowed to? But Jordan is not allowed to believe... no, I'm sorry. Rin is not allowed to believe Jordan without proof. To listen and believe. But you're allowed to make these crazy assumptions without any proof. That's wild. What is he talking about? I know he brought up Tommy House, but like, we banned him ages ago. Fuck it, I'm the server owner. I can check the logs. I can check the ban list right now. I wonder if the ban list actually says when people were banned. Yeah, Tommy House was banned for pro lolicon. It doesn't say when he was banned. Let me check the audit log. Hold on. But it was definitely a while ago. North knows. I banned him after me asking him about his association with Carmen. Yeah, and he was making, like, arguments for lolicon and shit like that. No, the ban was way sooner than that. It was like months ago. I heard you had this Crystal Flame person in your server. I heard they were friends with Hopeless Peaches once, and they're an abuser, so... I know, Water, right? Water. You know, I think that's why I love doing watercoloring so much, is because I've grown up always loving water. Okay, so Lio, if you really think that those, like, there are these horrible, disgusting people in my server, without evidence, by the way, without evidence or anyone having confronted me about any sort of thing of this, but you have these beliefs, these assumptions. Crystal Flame is in my server, and you're just fine with that? You're just okay with Crystal Flame being in my server, in my presence, among all these degenerates and freaks? Little incongruent with your values, don't you think? Unless you're playing favorites or something. Fuck it. North, if you can come in and tell us when Tommy was banned just to prove a point here, that'd be great. Oh, apparently Frick the Pirate's been making some tweets about this, so we'll have to go into those too. Enla, you're derailing? I am derailing a little bit, but I know it was months ago. That's all I'll say.
Getting real tired of grown men hiding behind skirts.
There he is. Alright, what's the verdict?
All right. So I actually took me a bit to actually beat off a list of people, including fanboy Karuto, who was also in the server at one point, and I sent screenshots of my DM communication with them on the I'm pretty sure it's the staff VC group chat.
It
Or
might have
whatever
been
it
that
was.
or our DMs.
Yeah, I was showcasing my conversation with Fanboy and Tommy House,
Uh-huh.
and I
yeah,
asked her.
that was in DMs, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, it was in DMs, and I asked. They did admit that they had an association with Carmen Rider, but I wanted to know more whether or not they are pro Lolicon or anti Lolly, and essentially they were more leaning towards pro
I know, it's tough.
Lolicon. Yeah.
Pro Lolicon. Yeah. Yeah,
I had to yell at someone.
nah, you're
I'm
good.
exhausted.
But, yeah, so, I don't know what point. He's really behind. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
He's behind with the times. But, okay.
If I were to estimate a guess to when I banned him, it will probably be in March 6th.
Yeah, like months ago.
Yeah.
It was roughly around that time. I think it was around the time when the Carmen Writer interview came out, and we were all like, wait a second, hold on. But, alright, well, thank you for sharing with us, North.
No problem.
Well,
Have
get
a
the
good
fuck
one.
out of here. Yeah, Giorgio. Yeah. We've all seen that, and honestly, I'm not surprised. And that's one thing I won't mock him for that. However, it doesn't excuse his current day behavior at all. I mean, I mean, that's kind of been known, to be honest. I always suspected that, just based on the things that he was saying about his dad, and the so-called life lessons that he was learning from his dad, I could only assume one thing. Banished to the Shadow Realm, yeah. Alright, sorry, back to this. But that's just a wild thing to bring up out of nowhere without proof.
Tommy's House of Logs is disgusting, and I showed Neuro a screenshot of. Wait, I think it was Neuro who showed. I don't know who showed me. Was it Neuro? Neuro, was it you? Or because I think it was you, and it was from a video from. Okay, yeah, and
not-
that comment about.
Okay, we're gonna switch over to Crystal got the combined version of this call uploaded. So we're gonna switch over to that. We may have to say goodbye to the Subway Surfer. So, sorry guys. Subway Surfer is going bye-bye.
Going to reject you. They'll take anybody. They take
Alright.
Tommy's House of Blogs. They take whatever weirdo comes in the endless server,
Yeah.
regardless of whether or not they've been inappropriate around children or liked watching an 8-year-old character getting cream pied.
Yeah. Tommy's House of Logs is disgusting, and I showed Neuro a screenshot of. Wait, I think it was Neuro who showed. I don't know who showed me. Was it Neuro? Neuro, was it you? Or because I think it was
Thank you,
you, and
Crystal.
it was from a video from. Okay, yeah, and
not-
that comment about consent. Yeah, that was when I was trying to get Nil the fuck away. Because I already expressed to Nil multiple times that Tommy made me uncomfortable because he hangs around Carmen Rider, but
This isn't just about Tommy. It's also about Spar Danger. In fact,
What?
I got word from somebody that some of the people that you hang around are mad that you're here at all. Has
He's
anybody
talking.
reached out
Okay,
to you
okay,
other than
hold
that
on. There's a
one
lot to
person see if
unpack
you're
here.
okay?
There's a lot to unpack here. Hang on.
Tommy made me.
Tommy. It's also about Spar Danger.
But also about Oh! Okay. I know what he's referring to. Of course he uses fucking vague language. He's talking about the stuff on Ink Bunny that Spar Danger liked 10 fucking years ago and has since then disavowed. Long since disavowed. Sorry, you have no point here, Leo. See, this is why he has to be vague. He has to make it sound like it's a current thing when this happened 10 fucking years ago. And again, has since been long since disavowed. We have talked to Spar Danger about that, and they're like, yeah, that shit was disgusting. I don't know why I ever liked that. I obviously don't like that stuff anymore. And I've long since disavowed it. I'm sorry, Leo, you don't have a point here. The other thing, I really don't know what he's referring to there about, like, people acting inappropriate around children. When, where, what's the context? I don't know. But yeah, no. That should happen 10 years ago. Spar Danger can't go back in the past and change that. And also, Spar Danger's not in the server anymore either, I'm pretty sure. So, that's 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3 strikes on your end.
In fact, I got word from somebody that some of the people that you hang around are mad that you're here at all.
Okay. In terms of mad, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. I think I've made myself pretty clear throughout this live stream that I'm not angry at Rin for doing this. I was definitely shocked and disappointed for sure. But knowing more of the context, a little bit of that shock and disappointment has faded in favor of, holy shit, what the fuck is Leo saying? In some way, I have to thank Rin for giving us a fucking feast! A feast! We were hungry. I mean, it answers the question as to if Leo is going to continue doing this stuff in his new Senate, and the answer is, yes. Yes, he is. Much anger in him, like his father. Oh, that's bad. I mean, it's true, though. He's admitted that it's true, so... Silence has been truncated. There's no dead air at all. Wow, you were fast. You did that fast, Crystal. Props to you.
Has anybody reached out to you other than that one person to see if you're okay, Ren?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
I'm on my account. I'm on my phone.
How do you not know?
Because I'm on my phone and in the closet. I'm not downstairs where I could switch accounts.
Yeah,
I can't.
just a reminder, guys, that Rin is doing this huddled up in a closet because if their dad were to find them on their phone on Discord again, God knows what the dad would have done. Lau knows this and completely disregards it.
Can't check.
So they don't know about this account then?
They do. It's just like they.
And what?
I
here's
don't
the
know
thing,
what
if
they
that-
said to me.
Hold on. I know that if they know you're here,
I
then they know
didn't.
you're here on this account. So go ahead. Minimize the call real quick and see how many messages you have.
I know what he's going for here. He's going for none of them care enough to reach out to you, or any of them reaching out to you, that's how you know they're not your true friends. They're not your friends. You're all alone. They've abandoned you. Yeah, that is actually awful. Like, I know exactly what he's doing here. And it sounds like Rin didn't fall for it overall, so props to them. Framing the concept of friends being as being people that are 100% consistent with your values is straight up cult shit. Yeah? But remember, guys, it's not cult-like because it doesn't make any money, apparently. According to him. I've seen no records, though. I've seen no transactions. That's exactly how my buddy describes his experiences of trying to get out of FLDS. That's a cult I'm not familiar with. Or is that like an MLM or something? It's not a okay, first of all, Sarah, Rin is not a child, Rin is an adult. But it is a very tumultuous home life that they're in, and they do have a mental disability that Lio is fully aware of, knowing that they are completely dependent on their father, who may or may not be abusive to them. He's really not beating the manipulator allegations. Sorry, not sorry. This is like textbook manipulator shit here. It's like, you know you're putting this person in a dangerous situation, and then you're blaming other people for not jumping in to stop it? Or are we talking about cults? Oh, Gil. If North could do if North could do the right thing and, like, put, like, an autistic recap in the chat for me, that'd be great. Thank you.
Like, I can't go downstairs to my laptop. My dad will get...
Ren, listen to me. They know about this account, yes?
Yeah.
They know you are in
Now,
this...
what Rin is referring to when you say they is people who have been contacting them on that account. Let me make it clear, I didn't even know that Rin deleted their old account until yesterday when I had to check. I mean, you can see my live reaction on a Kumu stream where I was like, wait, did they delete their account? Like, Emma, you're omitting the fact that this was broadcasted to over 100+ people, so this is literally public humiliation. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I keep forgetting that. This is already bad enough, even if it were just a private call. This is already bad enough.
All on that account, yes?
Yeah.
So if they wanted to contact you, what account would they be messaging right now?
Here?
The one you're on, right? So you don't need to go downstairs. You don't need to go to your laptop. All you need to do is minimize the call you're in right now and check to see if anybody's messaged you, which is what I've asked you to do.
There's, Harriet Tui, which is Frick, Neuro, my best friend who is outside of this, unlisted, Crystal Omega, who messaged me about a potential escape, which I appreciate. I don't know if that's possible right now. Your DMs, and then the GC with me and Frick and Neuro and
Frick?
Rabbit.
Okay. You notice how Kumo, and none of those other people are there?
Because we weren't aware of this account. I know that Rin is inaccurate in saying that, like, oh yeah, they know about this account because we didn't. I certainly didn't. And even if I wanted to reach out and tell Rin, don't do it, I would have had no way of doing so. Crystal mentioned too, all the clout. One sec, guys. I'm gonna grab a quick little snack. Cause wait, did I ever even? I didn't even have coffee. Shit. All right, wait a minute. I'll be right back. Y'all know what it's gonna be. It's gonna be the cheese stick. It's always the cheese stick. God. Like this, like I feel like this could be like great material for a psychologist to study. Like, get this fucking shit to Grande or some shit.
I understand Rabbit being there. Rabbit's in the call right now. I also understand freaking Neuro being there because they've been your friends, actual friends, believe it or not. Because Neuro made it very clear to me they're not going to let you skate around.
I know they're your friends because they brought you right into my arms. The person that you're scared of is gonna ruin your life. That's how you know they're actual friends, because they trust me.
Around the things you've done, and they haven't. This entire time, they haven't said a word to me. And if they thought I was wrong, I'm sure they would. There have been so many calls. Well, the thing is, Neuro, you still could tag me like you just did there. I have had so many instances with Jordan where Jordan has been in calls they should not have been, and I have been worried for them and constantly messaging them to get out of those calls. And not with somebody they wronged. Well,
Lio. That doesn't make you look good. Here's why. It's not proving your point. So he basically just said, while Rabbit, as in the same Rabbit in Endless server, Deck Chance? Yeah, that one. Yeah, I don't know what the, I don't know, I don't keep up with that, so I don't know what Rabbit's opinion is on shit right now. God damn it, you guys threw me off. God damn it, what was I gonna say? I gotta go back.
Messaging them to get out of those calls.
Oh, right, okay. So, first of all, it doesn't make you look good if you're the person, like, going into someone's DMs, telling them constantly, according to Leo, to get out of these calls with Kumo and other people, the people that Jordan is going to tell his version of events about Lio being abusive. Of course you have a motive to go in there to tell them to get out of there, because it goes against what you want. Even if I did have contact with Rin during this, I wasn't about to bombard them with messages, because it's not my place to. Because I respect Rin as their own individual who can make their own choices. I'm not close with them in any sense of the word. I'm not their friend. It is not up to me to go in there and try to make choices on Rin's behalf. Or try to say, don't do this, get out of there. And bombard them with messages. Head empty, Marvel's move, I feel ya. So, yeah. I feel like we've seen these. These are on repeat. Oh well, whatever.
And not with somebody they wronged, but with other people.
Yeah, so of course you... Lio, you don't understand this. That means you have a motive. That's because you have a motive. To go in there to tell them to stop talking about you. You've made that motive pretty clear in your most recent video threatening Jordan with a lawsuit. Do you think you threatened Jordan with a lawsuit out of the goodness of your heart? Out of, like, your love and affection and care for Jordan? No. So fuck off.
Because I cared about Jordan. These people only care about you in so much as you're around sometimes. At least that's what I think. Now, they may disagree, and they're welcome to. But you need a better caliber of friends, because these friends you have just enable the worst of your behaviors. I think you know that, don't you?
At this point.
It's probably the most accurate thing Lio said in this whole thing. Yes. Yes, Lio. I care about Rin as much as I care about anyone who is around sometimes. Doesn't mean I don't care, though. I care enough to, like, hear them out, listen to what they have to say, be a shoulder to lean on sometimes, be an ear to talk to. But that's about as far as it goes. It's always been that. I've never claimed to be Rin's friend.
Yeah.
How many of these friends, Kumo, Akumu, Nil, all these other people, how many of them?
Okay. As far as I'm aware, Akumu, Kumo, Vlad, me, we've never claimed to be Rin's friend. This isn't us disassociating with Rin, it's just never happened. And Rin knows this. I don't think Rin ever considered us to really be friends either.
Them have tried to get you to therapy? How many of them have tried to pay for your therapy?
No. Pay for?
Have tried to get you to therapy? How many? Akumu, all these other people. How many of them have tried to get you to therapy?
How many of
How many of
them?
them have tried to pay for your therapy?
Yes.
How many of them have ever tried to get you into therapy? How many of them have ever paid for your therapy? Is that your definition of a friendship, Lio? If they don't pay for things for you, if your relationship isn't purely transactional and you're not doing things tangibly for each other, they couldn't possibly be your friend. Like, Nil is the only one with money. Yeah, true. We're all fucking broke! Yeah. We're fucking broke! Yeah, no, it's literally trying to equate it to transactional relationships. That because we haven't done anything for Rin transactionally means we don't care about him. I think that shows where Lio's values are at when it comes to personal relationships and how much they mean to him.
No. Pay for me? No.
Yeah.
No. Nil has been there though. Kumo is.
Yeah. Gotta be blunt. You need to run from Nil. Nil is unstable and just dangerous.
Okay, I'll be honest. The only person Nil is a danger to is himself. Poor guy.
Nil sent a message about how much they want to be in a Cat Slayer call to the point that where they're hoping we make them so upset that they put a gun in their mouth.
That does sound like Nil.
Over something we didn't even do.
That's fucked up.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised.
Sorry, my phone is blinking because sometimes when I'm.
Look, Nil was coming into my server and my DMs talking about wanting to sell meth. Like, we all know that guy's unhinged. Like, that goes without saying. That doesn't mean he's not a good person.
When I'm on call.
How does that make him dangerous to other people if he's threatening to harm himself? That doesn't make him a danger to others. He's just a danger to himself.
Yeah. I'm gonna constantly tap on the screen.
I have warned you. I have warned you.
I have warned you. I've warned you so many times. God. Lio, gonna be honest, sounds like you're beating your meat right now. In the middle of a McDonald's at midnight. Calm down, buddy.
For years, Rin. For 2 years about the friends you have.
Want
and
a
about
Sprite?
what they do, and about where they will drag you, and look where you are.
This is your fault.
You could have avoided this 2 years ago.
Yeah, this is your fault. Look at what you made me do. Look what you made me do. It's your fault I dragged your family into this. It's your fault that your dad is being abusive to you. It's your fault that I did the things that I did to you.
Why do you think I tell you to not have friends like this? Do you think it's because I don't think you should have friends at all?
Because you don't like us! Because we're critical of you!
At one point, I was very paranoid and I thought you
Oh, he's beyond theatric, Gil.
did actually want to isolate, but that was a
Rin.
wrong assumption because
Rin, if I wanted to
have mental
isolate you,
problems.
if I wanted to isolate you, I would have just called your dad.
If I wanted to isolate you, I would have just called your dad. It's a bit of a threat to me.
Because you did give me his number. One of the first messages you sent me on text.
Yeah, that was
At least
stupid
he
of me.
admits it.
Yeah, it was also very foolish of you to act like
The
a
question is, Lio, why do you still have it? That's the question, Lio. Doesn't matter if we're like, for example, Nils gave me his docs multiple times, and I've had them delete them every time. The question is, why do you still have their father's phone number? So he admitted he has Rin's docs? Basically. Basically. Literally using Rin's father, abusive father, as leverage.
Them over me talking to your mother, like I called her out of the blue, which you only corrected once you were backed into a wall and forced to.
I have
Which is
seen
why
those
I
DMs, by the
thoroughly
way.
believe that you just want to think I'm a monster. Because you lied to Teddy. You lied on the stream. You lied about all this until you found out I had a recording. You know, the really funny thing is, you'll sit there and you'll push the idea that I'm an abuser, but you still think you should have a space in my comment section to talk, and then get really upset when I tell you to beat it. Do you really think you're entitled to that after saying stupid crap about me?
No, you're right.
Then why'd you get uppity with me about it? Where did this entitlement come from?
I was
Oh. How could you be so entitled to think that you have a say in anything? How could you be so entitled to think that you're allowed to dislike me? You're just so entitled. So ungrateful after everything I've done for you. After how nice I've been and how much I've cared for you. We'll get to it. I promise.
I was very angry with how snappy
You come into my comment section, suck my dick, and call me gay?
you were in conversations.
It didn't involve you. And I gave you multiple times to exit. And I gave you one final ultimatum. If you didn't beat it, I was going to block you on the channel. And then you got upset.
You're blocked from the channel, you're blocked from the subreddit, you're blocked from the Discord, you are done.
I put up a boundary, a consistent problem with you.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't you just block them?
When, if I was the monster you desperately wanted me to be, why haven't I been worse to you? Why didn't...
That is a red flag. If I'm such a bad person, why haven't I done worse to you? It's like saying... It's like saying to an abusive person, well, if I was truly so bad, I would have killed you by now. Fuck off! You know what's funny is that you guys are gonna think this is so dumb, but I thought it was like genius at the time because I was some autistic dumb teen. But my Bible pastor in boarding school had this ingenious argument. You know, when like atheists say like, well, if God exists, then why is there war, disease? Why do bad things happen in the world if there's a God? Couldn't he just make it so bad things don't happen? His rebuttal to that was, if God didn't exist, why aren't more bad things happening? Why aren't there more war? Why isn't there more disease and more death and destruction? Must mean there's a God. Is that same line of thinking. It's so dumb. I thought it was genius because I was a stupid teenager. But looking back, it's like the dumbest thing, because it's trying to prove a negative. If I was so abusive, how come I haven't done something really extreme to you?
Didn't I dox you to your parents? Why didn't I pull them out and let them know what you were doing?
Wait.
No, I asked if I am the one you think I am.
Wait.
Like, why didn't I dox you to your parents?
Why didn't I dox you to your parents? You mean the parents that they live with? Why didn't I dox their own address to themselves? I guess I'm not such a monster anyway. Because I'm not a monster after all. Well, if God exists, why does Enla exist? Tell me that. Oh, boy.
Why didn't I pull them out and let them know what you were doing?
Why didn't I pull them out and let them know what you were doing? Didn't you, though?
You're not
Heck,
a monster.
No, I asked if I am the one you think I am. Like, here's the thing I have noticed about people like you, and I mean people I've tried to help.
People I've tried to help. Let me tell you something about people like you. Alright, let's listen to some people like Rin. Here we go.
Every single one of you really like the idea of the minute I don't give you the answer you want, you act like this. And I do mean every single one of you. Jordan did it. You did it. Septi did it. Jay did it. Opal did it. Aaron did it. Lumi.
People like you, meaning Jordan, Septi, Aaron, Lumi. So, one of those being a pedophile who made rape art of people, and the other one being someone that you've called your abuser. Laya, do you understand that you're lumping in Rin with pedophiles and abusers? What do you mean, you people? What do you mean, people like you? Tell me.
I did it. Nil did it. I sat there on a string with people I know
Oh, so abuse victims.
are saying god awful things about me. And I'm sitting there begging me to call the police to get Nil help while they're trying to eliminate themselves on a live stream. And then after I do, they immediately go back to being scumbags. Every last one of them.
I didn't.
I am done helping people like that. I am done helping you. I hope for your sake, this is the last time you and I will speak. If you are smart, in the sense that you have self-preservation, you will do what you said you will do.
You know, rephrase. When he says you will do what you said you do, meaning you will do what you agreed to me that you would do, aka you'll agree to do what I said. Just saying.
You certainly haven't before, because I've heard this rigmarole from you. I've heard the I just want to do my art, I don't want to interfere with SCC people.
It's almost done, guys, don't worry.
For a year, and you didn't. I am tired of people like you abusing my kindness.
I am tired of people like you abusing my kindness, my infinite grace, my patience, my boundless compassion. And you take it around and you abuse it.
Because that's what you did. I sat there for a year, keeping tabs on you, making sure you were okay.
I've spent years keeping tabs on you.
Communicating with you.
Talking to you.
Checking in on you.
Checking in on you.
While you were supposed to be touching grass, trying to interact and make real-world friends, get therapy, and everything else.
I've been following you, checking in on you, keeping tabs on you, and communicating with you while you were supposed to not be talking to me. That sounds like stalking, doesn't it? That's weird. That's fucking weird. Doing that for a person you barely know. That is fucking weird. I don't recall Cosmic ever doing that with people. I guess it's not stalking if you say that you care about them, right? No stalker has ever cared about the person they were stalking.
And you went behind my back each time to get back online in a space you know is wrong. And here's where I'm going to be a little blunt. Neurofunk has...
You're not allowed online until I say you're allowed online. And I'll keep tabs on you to make sure that you do what I say.
Made it very clear they want to try to help you. They talked to me about it today, in fact. And you know what I told them, Ren?
What?
I told them that they're going to fail. And I told them it's not because of them. They're not going to fail because they're not equipped or because of a lack of knowledge on their end. They're going to fail because you don't want to change.
Or they're going to fail because it's not their fucking business.
I don't think you want to get better. I think this is, again, temporary.
Then why are you doing this? What goal are you trying to complete here if you knew from the beginning that this wasn't going to do anything? This wasn't going to change anything. What was this for, Lio? Was it simply just for public humiliation and to stroke your ego and to make yourself feel powerful and good in front of your hundreds of fans? If you knew that this wasn't going to change anything, and Rin doesn't want to get better, and doesn't want to hear your advice, and nothing they ever said was ever going to be genuine, and you were never going to buy anything they were ever going to say, then you're basically just admitting that this entire call was pointless.
I think right now you are playing nice, and you're pretending to take your lumps while still trying to be obstinate until you finally get back into a corner. I think you're going to turn around and go right back to this the first opportunity you get. And I'm making that very clear to you because I will no longer be helping you. I will no longer.
You
be
were
nice
not
about
helping in the first place.
None of that. I'm not going to put you in danger. I'm not a monster as much as you desperately want me to be, because God forbid I hold you accountable.
Why stop
God
now?
forbid I try to get you the actual help you need. God forbid I tell you your friends aren't as good as you want to think they are. That
God forbid I try to help you and be a good person for you, and you spit in my face, my kind generosity. Fuck off.
maybe you shouldn't be friends with transphobes and hateful people.
If a trans person wants to be friends with a transphobe, who are you to police that? As a non-trans person.
God, trying to be professional with some weirdo who makes rape comments to women, you know better. We both do. Please. And here's it again, because I keep coming back to things.
Do you think the people at the McDonald's are like, this guy's been here for like fucking hours. When's he gonna fucking leave? He's been like sitting there muttering into his phone for hours.
Because I didn't make a list. And if I had, it would have been inaccessible anyways, because I'm not at home because my power's out last I checked.
Oh,
You
is
didn't
that
have the-
why is that why he's sleeping at the McDonald's? Because his power's out? Okay. But no, he just had to be in Discord. Bro. Your power's out. You gotta go find another place to stay for a bit. Gotta go find something else to do. What do you decide to do with your time? You decide to sit in a McDonald's and talk in Discord calls. That is the definition of terminally online. Ronald needs to get this guy.
Temerity to sit there and tell me that you do care about these things, and that the reason why you released that Google Doc is because it's your story to tell. I do not disagree with the idea that you should be able to talk about your hurt, your pain, how you were abused. I want it.
Yeah, the problem is, Lio, when they do try to talk about it, you call them a liar. And pull people into calls like this, and call people scumbags, and pedophiles and shit. Oh, you're allowed to talk about your negative experiences with people, just so long as it's not about me or somebody I like. Okay.
I wanted everybody to be able to do it. You may have killed that chance for other people. Because you figured, well, if Lio's an abuser and I can paint him as one, I don't have to do what he says. It doesn't matter his rationale or reason. It doesn't matter
Paint
that
him
my
as an
actual
abuser.
hurt
You've admitted to being an abuser.
other people who are also victims of it, for record, to a much higher degree by the sheer number of things that have been drawn about them. Like the fact that these creeps commission things of me and my family, Rin. I told you.
You mean
Wait.
Septi, the person
The
who's
reason I
not
told you
around
wait
anymore?
was because I was hoping the other people would have the chance to file.
Or Pyrojack, the guy who we banned long ago? Let me back up a little bit.
Things of me and my family, Rin. I told you, wait. And the reason I told you wait was because I was hoping the other people would have the chance to file reports, Rin. And you may have blown
File
that
reports, Rin! File reports! It's amazing that he can conduct this Discord call with one hand.
for them. Telling your truth, telling your story is 100% valid. But sometimes you have to think bigger picture. I didn't even want to initially deal with the false accusations of abuse towards me because I knew if I did, any chance those people had of having a normal online life would be shot because I would have to expose them as liars. I would have to expose
You still have yet to do so, but alright.
them as manipulators and grifters. I didn't want to. It's despite people trying to twist my words in that Senate call.
I
said
mean,
now.
everyone still thinks you fucking abused them, Lio. That hasn't changed. It hasn't gone anywhere. I mean, it can't be proven, but I still personally think so.
I'm gonna have to embarrass them because I didn't want to, Rin. You think I liked doing it? You think I liked knowing the fact that these people I took care of, that I had in my home, that I got away from awful situations, were trying to paint me as an abuser and
Do you think I like it? When people take my infinite wisdom and kindness and generosity and spit it back in my face? Do you think I like being a martyr like this? And soaking in all that sad boy attention? Do you think I like that?
letting other people run with that idea.
Do you think I like sitting in Discord calls and letting people give me a hug box and call me Mr. Lio and say it's an honor to be around me and say that they are so sorry that I'm going through this so I can get a lot of validation and attention? Do you think I like that? Do you think I enjoy that?
Even up
No.
to calling me a groomer, you think I liked that?
None of us were calling you a groomer. At least not you know, a sexual groomer.
I hope you're never in the position I've been in. And for the record, yes,
I hope you never have to suffer the way I have had to suffer. I hope you never have to bear the cross I've had to bear, sitting in all these Discord calls, getting waves of affection and attention from hundreds of people.
I am telling June they need to make that video because I don't think you're going to stop. I have no faith that you will. I wish Neurofunk the best, and I'll repeat it again. I don't think they're going to fail because of them. I think they're going to fail because of you. Now, I have not raised my voice. I have not yelled at you. I've taken a stern tone. Got a little gravelly.
A little gravelly.
But if I continue to see you in these spaces,
A little gravelly.
there will be consequences.
I've not yelled at you. I have not threatened you. But if you keep doing what you're doing, you're gonna regret it. Okay.
But if I continue to
Wait,
take
hold
a
on.
stern tone, I fail because of you. Now, I have not raised my voice. I have not yelled at you. I've taken a stern tone. Got a little gravelly.
I've not yelled at you. I've not taken a tone with you. But I am going to threaten you. I will do that.
But if I continue to see you in these spaces, there will be consequences. If I continue to see you weaponizing against other people,
If I continue to see you in spaces with people I don't like, there will be consequences. Lio, that's a threat!
continue to see you interacting with people you claim are against your values, you and I are going to have a much bigger problem on a much larger scale. And this is completely divorced from you. If you two have settled that, good. I'm glad and I'm proud of both of you for it.
Shut up!
But if you
Shut
ever wind up
up.
pulling these stunts again and trying to go after the people I care about needlessly, because it was, let's not play games here, the way you conducted yourself.
Needlessly? You mean the FCK people? Pointing out the wrongs and faults that they had and still continue to have and things that they lie about? That was needless, huh? Needlessly. Alright.
Has been asinine and has certainly not been in the benefit of victims. It's been in the benefit of you. And if I catch that again, we're gonna... What?
I disagree, but you're allowed to have your opinion.
Hey, okay,
So
props.
what you said earlier about how you used the platform to go at people you were angry at wasn't true?
Okay, well, that's... No. That is an assertion that Lio made. He made a lot of assumptions and assertions in that one string of things, and all Rin said was yes. That wasn't Rin saying that. And again, this could all be considered confessions under duress. Sorry. But he is making assertions that Rin is the one that said that, not him.
It
Gal,
was
they had to make an entire separate account because of you. Because of you.
Because of you! Because of you!
it
Gal,
was
they had to make an entire separate account because of you. Because of you. Because you couldn't manage it. Or did you forget that?
What is he
didn't.
talking about? Who
So-
had to make a whole separate account? When he says they, who the fuck are they talking about?
So tell me, if you did so good, why would they need to make a secondary account, Ren?
Who?
I apologize, and I understand the criticism.
I'm not saying, Ren, that you don't care about people being preyed on. I'm not dumb. I know your history.
I'm okay. I'm not saying that you don't care about people being preyed upon. All I'm saying is that you don't care about the victims and that you did this for purely selfish reasons for your own benefit. Okay.
You do. My point is, you did not actually care about this specific thing. You saw an opportunity to attack people you didn't like, as evidenced by the actions and by the reactions. Because I'm not going to tell
Yeah,
you who,
you're
but
right,
we actually
Dilla.
did have a call with one of the victims. And they made it very clear the other victims were not happy with you and how you can.
Okay, so his assertion that none of the victims are happy with Rin is that he got in a call with one of the victims, and the victim says that the other ones are not happy. That's how he knows that it's true. Lio. That's just confirmation bias.
After that
It's
entire
hearsay.
charade. Weren't happy with Akumu either, or Kumo. They wish people with more sense had covered this.
Like
Because
who?
step
You?
step one of covering stuff like this, Ren, is contacting the people affected. And
Nope.
wasn't done.
Wrong. You don't have to contact the people affected by this shit in order to cover it. You don't have to. Sorry. It's just the truth of the matter. You don't have to. If you want to, before covering it, and you want to respect that boundary, perfectly fine. You don't have to. Which he shouldn't have to begin with if that's in a call with Doodles and Nezzy, then that is void. Exactly. Bringing the victims into a call with some of these alleged perpetrators is, or at least like bystanders who allowed it to happen and enabled it, is not helping the victims.
Wait, the victims weren't contacted. Wait.
Crystal, did any of that play out to you like they were?
Laka says, Lio, they don't want you covering this either. I was asked by the victims to cover this. That's an interesting note.
I assumed they were reached out to. I thought that...
Go ahead, Ren. Tell Crystal.
Wait, what?
I didn't because I was afraid that the evidence would be covered up, but at the same time, that was a huge mistake, and I get it.
You did? Hold on. You thought the evidence would be covered up if you spoke to the victims?
Yeah, because last time when I tried to go after Toasty, one of the victims was going against the video and stuff like that.
Crystal, I'm going to handle this portion over to you. You're more qualified to handle this.
I was
Yeah.
under the preconception that the victims were reached out to.
Yeah, so as someone who is also in the call that Lio is referring to, yeah, apparently, according to
Doodles! Lio said he'd let Crystal handle this, not you. Shut the fuck up.
the victim that
Go back to your diapers.
we had spoken to, yeah, Akumu and Rin here just kind of took the stories and ran with them themselves, which is why I was under the notion for such a long.
Yeah, notice how they're lumping in Akumu and Rin together on this, even though Akumu has spoken with Slumers and has reached out and tried to speak to a lot of the other victims. But whatever.
Long time that neither did care.
Oh, here we go.
Now I don't know, Rin.
Crystal, if you want to come in to, like, say your piece on this, or to, like, you know, clarify some stuff as we go along, I'm more than open to that. Because I'm probably going to be a little bit critical of both parties here. Just saying.
I don't know Rin's history like Lio does, but that's why I was going around saying that neither cared about the victims.
Wait, I'm not going to comment on Kumu. I'm just going to comment on Ren as they're here. So,
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, I clearly have a chip on my shoulder with Akumu, so I'm gonna continue to lump them in together regardless of what you say.
When it comes to victims, as a victim myself, as someone who has dealt with a glitch cell situation, Ren, you see cases, you see victims, of course you get the evidence, you compile the evidence beforehand, and then you reach out to them, you talk to them, you check if it's okay to use their story. You can say it as a general sense in relation to the FCK, that this is the server where had multiple people who were sexual.
Why does no one mention I confronted Rin about this already months ago? That's a good question.
Around children as they were, it was displayed, it was disgusting, and a lot of...
It's why they publicly apologized on the FCK Leaks account. Yeah, they're treating it as if Rin hasn't already publicly apologized for this.
People should have done a lot more, and that is something for a very different day, for a very different talk that I need to have with people. But you talk to the victims. There's many victims of the Glitch Cell crew that I couldn't...
In the VC? Okay. One moment. What?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Could you share your screen so I can...
Oh, right. Yes.
That'd be awesome.
Right. Forgetting about the delay. Alright,
Thank
there you go.
Okay, let's cook.
Alright.
Story that it was very concrete proof that I couldn't use because the victims told me not to. Does that suck completely? Yes. But
Now that is something that Akumu has also deeply respected throughout all of this. That's one thing I know about Akumu, is that if someone has asked him to not share something, he won't.
Yeah.
There
Like
are
I
things
said, I
that...
don't-
Go on.
Oh, go on. I don't know if you got to the point where Doodles was trying to lump them together and said, I'm
Yep.
talking about Min here, not Akumu.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
she was
okay,
like,
good.
I'm just saying.
Okay,
I'm
good,
just
you have heard that
saying
bit.
that I have a chip on my shoulder with Akumu.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
Okay,
gonna wag
I'm
my
glad.
finger any chance I get. Anyway.
But as I've got on Peaches and Lumi's asked for, you don't take a victim story or voice a victim story without their consent. You saw how frustrated I got with them, Min. You saw my anger. And the reason I've been giving you support and giving you understanding, because I was under the precondition that you asked the victim. There was no victims asked at all in the FCK, Min. Did you ask a
Okay,
single?
I just... Sorry. Is it
Go on,
unfair of me
be
to...
mean. Go be mean. Be mean.
Go be mean or don't be mean?
No, be mean. I want to hear
Okay.
it.
Is it fair for me to feel like you're being a little bit dramatic?
Remember, this is the first time I hear of it. I've
know.
not heard it before, and yeah, no, I could be being a bit dramatic here, but this is very much in the moment, emotions high,
Fair enough. Fair enough.
bit dramatic, probably.
Maybe
Yeah,
I'm not
probably.
used to... Maybe it's just because I'm not used to people, like, having this sort of tone and cadence when they're emotional, but maybe that's just me. I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
Victim? Beforehand, no.
Didn't ask us. So what was the FCK for then? Because
I
I'm
was
glad
trying-
it happened. I'm glad people are informed, but I was under the precondition that you were friends with one of the victims, or you had like one of them came to you to be like, "Can you help me speak about this? Can you help?"
That's a good question. Did Rin share something that was asked to not be shared? It's a good question.
Are you...
Because as far as I know, I don't think Akumu would have given anything to Rin that they were not allowed to share.
I don't know, but I'm not accusing them of that.
Okay.
It's just again me finding out in the moment. But again, as Laka said, like I should have been told about this. I don't know why I haven't been informed about this. Like,
Right.
if Lai's going to say to me, "I'm more equipped to deal with this," he would have told me all the information, right? This shouldn't be like new information to me if I'm well equipped to handle this in his degree. When I wasn't aware. Like,
yeah, I agree.
huh.
Do you think that Lio was aware that Rin has already been called out for this? By Laka
can't
and
say.
other people?
I generally don't know, but
Okay.
if he's disinformed the FCK and he has people informing them, including FCK victims, he should be aware.
Yeah, but yeah, that is a good question, Twisted.
We tell my truth because that's how I did it. As many stories I couldn't because I wasn't given permission to. So how did it begin? Explain that to me, please.
So I will make this distinction that no, you don't like, in my opinion, no, you don't have to reach out to victims before covering something. However, if you want to proclaim yourself or to pose yourself as a victim advocate, then yeah, you would have to speak with them. Is that fair to say, Crystal?
Yeah, that's fair to say because that's how I saw them. Like they were advocating for victims. They were the voice for the victims. That's how
Right.
they portrayed themselves as, like the same way I have for the glitch cell victims. You know.
Yeah, and that
That's
was a
why I'm
mistake on
holding them
Rin's
to this
end for
level.
sure.
You notice how I'm not doing the same to Akumu because Akumu is never dared to say such. They're exposing the FCK. They're talking about the FCK. That's why I'm not holding them to that standard.
Right. That
Yeah.
makes sense. Okay.
Mhm.
I just wanted us to make that distinction.
Okay.
Yes, completely.
During that, the reason why was also because I felt guilty for taking down the video on Toasty because I was gaslit by Junkie and the others by dislike bombing and people lying to me, and I felt horrible for what I did to Teddy and for taking down the video and voicing my anger behind the scenes and being extremely overkill. I did everything and then I
You pulled
went
a
to
patchwork,
the
honey. It's
FCK
okay.
and saw everything, and it was worse than I ever imagined. And I was doing everything in my power to make up for it, and I was afraid that if I confronted them, that that they would be in a terrible mental position.
But
I just,
they would be in a
I didn't
terrible
know
mental
what to do, and I was irrational, but
They would be in a terrible mental
I,
state either or, because again, you're still voicing their trauma, you're voicing their experiences, they're voicing what they've probably pushed down. Or I do agree that I'm very glad it's being covered. I'm very glad it's being talked about. I'm extremely annoyed that it was looked past for a multitude of years, but that it wasn't even prefaced with the idea of a victim coming forward or you reaching out to a victim, either or just explaining the seriousness of it. I'm flummoxed.
You're what?
Because
Flummoxed.
how it was.
I'm sorry. Could you elaborate?
Flummoxed is just like confused. Like I just do not get the logic. I'm flummoxed by that decision.
I'm
Flummoxed.
I'm
I have to be a little
flabbergasted.
British. I have to be a little British. Come on, I'm allowed to be a little British. Expressed to me for so
I'm
long.
completely double
It was
divorced.
like, victims are reclaiming their stories, but man, I assumed it was reclaiming their stories from the FCK, from the people who exposed them to this, but no, it was reclaiming their stories from you.
Thankfully,
Literally
somebody else is handling that.
Literally what I did with
Who?
Jinx.
Oh,
I
Laka.
literally
Laka?
No,
had
Fumin.
to...
Who? Thuman.
Yeah, Fumin's. Yeah, I
Oh.
thought this was known. Yeah, Fumin's making a video on it,
Oh,
and I'm now in contact with Fumin to see if I can help in any kind of way.
gotcha.
I can't morally grandstand on stage and then not say I'm going to help. So I'm
enough,
now
fair enough.
somewhat helping as much as I can to a certain degree.
Yeah. That's fair.
help Jibs with Lumi and Peaches, and now to know that you've done the same thing to
I can't
multiple
judge.
other
There are people behind the
multiple
scenes I've been
victims,
helping as well.
that you've put them in the position where they felt like they had to speak up because and they, God knows if they were ready, God knows if they wanted it to be spoke about now, because it's one of those situations where it's incredibly shitty. It's really hard, but you need to make sure that victims are informed first and foremost, or talked to, or just comforted, or anything, not just straight away. Like, if you're going to do it straight away, you file the police report. You file, like, you do everything beforehand. So even if it doesn't go public, you've still done the legally right thing, which you have done. I will give you that. You have generally done that. You've shown me that you've done that, and I'm glad that you have. You've used the right channels to report that server, and I'm really glad that you did do that. But it's just, it feels a bit backwards. It feels a bit backwards, Vin, if I'm being honest.
fair enough.
Sorry, go ahead, Crystal.
Have you talked to the victims, like Teddy and anything like that? I'd be like, what has been their thoughts on this?
Their thoughts were that they were annoyed, but that I was apologetic, and I apologized to Mimi, and they were okay with it. Yeah, but yeah, I did apologize to them profusely.
Was this before or after you used the account to constantly talk about me?
For like
What? Okay, Lyle, you don't matter right now. Shut the fuck up. But what about me, guys? What about me?
outing?
The
No.
one thing I'll also say here, I'm definitely projecting my own views on how you need to treat victims onto Vin here, and that's not okay. Again, this is like
Yeah.
around 4 a.m. here, and I can realize, yeah, no, I'm definitely trying to hold Vin to my own standards and how I like to hold myself, and I shouldn't have done that to Vin. So again, Crystal L there, completely.
Well, at least you're being nicer than Leo, I guess. But yeah, Leo, it's just like, guys, I was in the middle of something. It was about me.
You talked to these victims. Was it before or after you started talking about me on
Before.
the account? Because I just got word that you had to be coaxed into filing police reports.
What?
And I know the person who's telling me this is being truthful.
So, they're like, oh, well, I heard that you had to be coaxed into doing it. And I know this is true because the person telling me I believe. Again, he's making assertions without evidence, while also getting mad at Rin for making assertions without evidence.
They do own up to it in this, and this kind of annoyed. This was the point, like, literally after this point, this is when I joined the call with you yesterday.
Oh, I
Just so
see.
you understand the timeline. Yeah, you'll see.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you to verify. Did you have to be coaxed into filing those police reports?
Yeah. I was.
But here's the thing. Why did Rin, even if that's true, I'm assuming that's true then, if Rin's going to admit it, but why does Rin have to be coaxed into doing that in the first place?
What do you mean?
So, why does Rin have to be the one to file police reports?
They're not. Valid point. But again, it's under the position, from my point of view at least, I'm not speaking for Lio here in any kind of degree.
Okay.
But in my point of view, is again in a position they've put themselves in. Like I literally explained it to them in the privately, being like, I see you as a version of me who dealt with the FCK, like in a position that they wanted to advocate for the victims, they wanted to be the figurehead of it, blah blah blah. You know, FCK leaks account. Yeah.
Right.
So my annoyance was that they didn't do this first and foremost, making sure that all the right channels are checked. Again, I'm projecting in this bit here way too much on them, and I will not do this anymore.
Okay.
I'm not doing calls this late anymore.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, so I think that's why I'm annoyed by it, but I don't know why Lia's annoyed by it.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's a bit of like a, I don't like, the bigger issue is the fact that they had to be coaxed into doing it in the first place. Like, it almost makes it sound like that they had to file a police report against their will, which doesn't sound very fair to me. I don't think anyone should have to do that. But I know, I'm not arguing with you, I'm just pointing out...
No, I'm curious, like, this is just a general question now.
Okay.
And if you were arguing with me, I'm all for it. Please, Emma, like, do not give me kindness if you think I'm being cringe as hell, generally.
Okay.
But like, so if you saw a crime, like let's just say you knew there was a groomer, and you are the only one one of the few people who have evidence for this.
Right.
Do you feel like it would be bad for people to coach you to make a police report on that groomer?
I guess it depends on what they mean by coaxing, so there is a bit of nuance there. Like, by coaxing, does it mean like they had to talk about it a bit? And, like, make sure it's what Rin really wanted to do, or, like, convince her that it was the right thing to do, you know what I mean? Like, or coaxing as in, like, go on, make the report for us, please make the report for us. Like, what does it mean by that? So I think, like, the specifics would have to be known, so I think it's a bit of a gray area.
Absolutely, I'd agree.
So yeah, I think more context for that would be needed, but... Anyway,
Afraid because the legal case was ruined because it was 4 years ago as a statute of limitations, and also because I wanted to. I was afraid that it wouldn't go nowhere, and
why were you afraid? It wasn't for you.
You were afraid it was going to go nowhere, so you had to be okay.
So you were afraid it was going to nowhere, so you had to make a Twitter account and...
No, I got this.
Please,
please. That it was going to go nowhere, so you had to be convinced to make a police report. You do know if you did nothing, it would also go nowhere. You are arguing a negative. You are worried it was going to go nowhere, so you had to be coaxed into making a police report, which would make it go somewhere. Even that small chance. Then, when I filed my police report against Artie and Fear, against my groomers, I had it in the back of my head. It would probably go nowhere, because we know how the legal system works. But with that being said, it still gives it a chance. A small chance of it going somewhere. Why did you have to be coaxed into it, Rin? Why did you have to be coaxed into it?
Now, okay, this is just my speculation, obviously. I don't know what's in Rin's mind, but the difference here is that you were the victim in this case, and Rin is not a victim of the FCK.
Yeah.
And
I-
it could be a hesitation on their part because it wouldn't be on their own behalf, it would be on somebody else's behalf.
Here's a fun one for you. I
Okay.
only literally found out that Rin wasn't an FCK victim after this section.
What? Okay.
Yes, that's how much I didn't know. So again, that's on me. I very much assuming now.
Oh.
So.
Okay. Well then.
Mm-hmm.
But
That's why I was
what
like
they're meant
using
to
that
do.
point.
Right, I
thought
see.
you did that on your own being, and you were just confused, and that's why, Rin, I don't have to. There's been many times I've had conversations with Lio where I felt like he was being too hard, and I didn't get it because I don't want to involve myself in situations. I don't want to involve myself in the FCK because again, it's being handled now by the appropriate channels. But man, to know that you were coaxed into making a police report, that you didn't ask the victims for permission, that you didn't do anything like this, I'm amazed that Lio has been so graceful in this chat.
Graceful?
Remember, I was in at the very remember.
Crystal,
Elder,
you make my brain hurt.
elder, completely L. I want to shoot myself. If that
No,
if that helps.
Listen. I get it. You weren't there for the full thing. It was late.
Yeah.
I get it.
Mhm.
But god damn.
No, he was not graceful.
You
He
make
was
it
not
hard
graceful.
for me sometimes.
No, he was not graceful. Again, like, no, complete crystal elder. He was not graceful. I will say it right here. And Lio, you're probably watching. Hi, bestie. You shouldn't have mentioned Rin's father that much. You should have been more understanding of their mental well-being. And you did. There's a section of the call where you're saying you would have dragged them into a different chat. X, Y, and Z. It's like, no. If you want to drop the Senate mentality, you do not repeat the Senate mentality. What I said there, you didn't give them us grace. While you weren't shouting, you were still putting unfair pressure on Vin. Especially if it was under the precondition that this was only meant to be a one-on-one call. Again, I wasn't aware of this. And that they were essentially tricked into this whole point of talking into the FCK, talking to you and everything like that. Yeah, no, there was not grace provided in this call. That's my take now. I know all the details.
Now, I highly doubt Leo's watching because I don't think he watches the content.
Trust me,
people
he'll
make
probably
on
get back
him.
to him being like, Crystal's on the end of the stream. Oh my god.
You've been on my stream before, though, haven't you?
It always gets back to him.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that he always hears stuff like through third-party sources.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I really think I even sent him a link to my stream. Like, I'm streaming right now. You're welcome to come and join the chat. Give us your side. But you didn't do it, so.
But yeah, no, that's what I'll take there.
You're all right.
Swear.
Interrupting you.
At least you own up to it.
Liar, you can go.
Oh, this is where I say one specific thing. I've had a lot of people tell me that my behavior from the roads call hasn't changed. But here's the kicker, Ren, you're very lucky. Very, 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 very lucky. But I don't operate like I used to in Senate.
Now, what do you make of that, since you're here?
I zoned out. Sorry. You can go back.
Crystal! You're fine. But he said, you're lucky that we don't operate this like we did for the Rosa call.
That shows lack of regret. That shows lack of regret for the Rosa call.
Exactly!
Like,
it shows that, we could be. You're lucky
Mhm.
I have eyes on me now that are keeping track of how I operate things.
Yeah, no,
You're
that's...
lucky that people have a microscope on me. Microscope.
Yeah, no, it's not a good take. It's the idea of like, oh yeah, I could be like this. You're lucky that people are, literally what you said. You're lucky people are holding me back. You
Yeah.
saw what happened to Rosa.
He's
like,
literally,
kind of shit.
at every turn, he's basically admitting that he's being held back from doing what he wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
He said so at the beginning of his confrontation, that, like, the reason he wasn't screaming is because he was in a Walmart McDonald's. And literally couldn't, because otherwise he'd probably be asked to leave. He was physically restrained by his environment and from social norms to not be yelling at Rin. Now,
One
granted,
thing I would say.
I
go on.
don't think he would yell at Rin simply because of the fact that he knows that people are going to be watching him.
Yeah, no, I would have called him out there and then, because again, I remember how I was like in the call, came to you like, Vin didn't tell any of the FCK victims, and I like took a minute to call off, and then I went back in call. That was again like.
Oh
to
yeah,
make
you were going
sure
back and
that-
forth like, can you guys believe this? I can't believe this. I'm going back in there.
I was devastated. I was like, no, I need to make sure they don't shout at Vin, because if I'm annoyed, if I'm flummoxed, they probably are as well. But no, everyone knew us apart from me. It's like, fuck.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. If Lyra did raise their voice again, I should have jumped in. There was multiple times where I should have jumped in and be like, "Hey, you shouldn't have mentioned their parents that many times. Hey, that seems like a very leading question." Blah blah blah. I could have done a lot more in this call. But again, my main thing was to make sure Vin was not shouted at in this call, and
That's
they won.
fair. Well, you did your job at least on that front.
Yeah.
So, all right, we'll continue.
You know that. If it's called Wouldn't Be As Calm. I have people on another server right now who kind of wish I would toss you to them because they're very hungry for ramen. I'm choosing not to right now.
What?
Right now.
Wait, Takumo? Wait.
No, different. No, I didn't say Kumo.
Oh, who'd he say?
I don't know. But it's like different people he used to talk to. I think this was a really weird point.
I don't know.
Because you are in a very dangerous place. And I know if I do it, I know if I toss you in there.
I'm sure
You'll be out.
Crystal will later. They'll have a conversation about this shortly.
With
Villa saying that you could message Lio now, like.
I'd rather have a conversation. Like, honestly,
Exactly.
like, again,
That's why I'm saying I'm sure
who's gonna
that
see
they'll
it right
talk
now?
about this when emotions have cooled.
Yeah, no, it's like, again, I'm not afraid to say it to him. I'm literally saying it on a public stream. Like, it's going to get back to him either or. Like, I'm going to tell him I'm not happy with this. I'm not happy that you didn't make me aware that this was meant to be a one-on-one call. I'm not happy with how it was led on to the extended version. It went on for multiple hours. Yeah, not happy.
Okay, so Crystal has already apologized to Rin.
I've already apologized to Vin. I've already made the call public. I've already changed the title and deleted tweets. Yeah, I've done everything I can. Like, I even made a tweet apologizing for it publicly before anyone told me to.
Yeah,
So-
we're just riffing up Crystal a little bit, but they've already taken accountability for their, I guess you could say, inaction, but I don't really like, I don't know. I don't like getting on people for not doing things, you know what I mean?
Also, I would like to say I definitely am not back in relation to. There's a lot of things in the call I do not stand by. It's the same thing that's happened in other calls where I've been in calls where Lyra's been shit talked, and then people are like, "Well, Crystal must feel this way because they were in that call and said nothing." It's like, no, just because I'm saying nothing doesn't mean I'm agreeing. I could step in and say more, but I'm not agreeing with it. Like, unless I say yes, I agree with this point, I don't agree with it.
I agree with you, Villa, in the sense that, like, Rin kind of just, like, walked into the trap knowingly, in a way. But that doesn't excuse, it doesn't in no way excuse Lio's actions, for sure. But I know exactly what you're saying.
Out on your butt tonight. Because they will not be kind. They will not be patient. They will not be having a calm conversation with you. They are going to snatch you. They would snatch you up by your short hairs and they would eat you alive.
Wait, who's he
I'll be
talking
back.
about now? Hold on.
They will not be patient. You are in a very dangerous place tonight. Right now.
Sorry, I gotta back up a little bit.
Very hungry for ramen. I'm choosing not to right now. Right now. Because you are in a very dangerous place. And I know if I do it, I know if I toss you in there, you'll be out on your butt tonight. Because they will not be kind. They will not be patient. They will not be having a calm conversation with you. They are going to snatch you. They would snatch you up by your short hairs and they would eat you alive.
Who do you think he's referring to?
I think they were like talking because there's most of the old Senate. Again, I do not know. This is very guessy. But the old Senate mods very are not happy with the new approach to the Senate, where it's like very the cat's lair, where less slurs are said. So I think it's the idea of saying you're lucky that the old boards aren't here, and if you keep on going, I'm going to chuck you to them, kind of idea.
Right now.
That's
I have people on another server right now who kind of wish I would toss you to them because they're very hungry for ramen. I'm choosing not to right now. Right now. Because you are in a very dangerous place. And I know if I do
You are in a very dangerous place.
it, I know if I toss you in there, in a very dangerous place. And I know if I do it, I know if I toss you in there, you'll be out on your butt tonight.
You'll be out on your butt tonight. Do you think that means kicked out?
Yeah.
Thrown
That
out of
does
their
sound like a
home?
threat. Yeah, it does sound like a threat. I'm not going to deny that.
He is holding power over Rin's head. Because he knows he has that power over Rin.
They will not be kind. They will not be patient. They will not be having a calm conversation with you. They are going to snatch you. They would snatch you up by your short hairs and they would eat you alive.
I'll be back.
Yeah, no problem, Chris.
So while they're probably going to be tagging me in the chat soon, like, Ree, why don't you give us this meat? I'm not doing to
Oh
out
no,
of your safety.
that was the way I said I'll be back. No, that was in the call.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
That's
I
where
got
I joined
confused.
your server. Yeah, no, that's why I joined your server and be like, Ella, you're never gonna guess what.
No, yeah, okay. Alright, gotcha. Sorry, let me back up just a little bit.
They will not be kind.
Because I think
They
you
will not be
clarified.
patient. They will not be having a calm conversation with you. They are going to snatch you. They would snatch you up by your short hairs and they would eat you alive.
I'll be back.
So while they're probably going to be tagging me in the chat soon, like, Ree, why don't you give us this meat? I'm not doing to out of your safety. Because the
Okay,
consideration...
so he might be referring to Old Guard? I mean, I guess? Or to the Peanut Gallery? I have no idea. I mean, he's purposefully vague like that, but...
Because I did put in a safeguard, because again, I wanted Rin to be safe. Because again, like I said to you before, I know Rin is sensitive, and that's not a dig at them, that's just how they hold themselves. So I made sure they had a custom role where they couldn't see the peanut gallery and or see any chats. It was only the voice chat they could join.
Okay.
That was, because, people are going to be mean and rude and chat, so I didn't want them to be exposed to that for no reason.
So he could be referring to just, like, the typical peanut gallery. Like, oh,
Maybe,
I could throw you to the wolves right now. But I'm a merciful god.
I'm a merciful.
I won't do that to you.
Here's a looming threat, but you see, I'm a good person, so.
Okay. Not as bad as I thought, but it's still a threat, nonetheless.
I'm showing for you, more than consideration you showed for these victims. All the while, and I hate having to use this word, because it is absolutely used, very much so by the people you like, but all the while sitting there grandstanding on your Twitter about me and how I don't care for victims. I'm not going to pretend like the way I've treated them has always been good. It certainly has. Jibs is a good testament to that in multiple ways. I was not prepared to properly deal with them. In that case,
But
Pizza
you're
Boss
prepared now? Like, what has changed between now and then?
smarter than me on that. Probably about a lot of other things too. But I'm not going to pull the stunts you have. This is why I say you don't care.
No,
Rin.
I'll just pull much worse stunts.
Did Akumu ask any of the victims before making that video?
Yes!
Yes or no?
No.
What do you mean, no? What do you mean, no? Red! Akuma was talking to Slumers before he was talking to anybody else.
Oh my god.
He was talking to Slumers for years.
I haven't heard this.
Slimmers helped him with the coverage.
Rin, please.
Rin.
Yeah, take care.
How is this about the victims?
Akumu's never said it was about the victims.
Rin, I am sitting on so much crap right now.
Shut up.
I would love to wrap, metaphorically, my fingers around the next.
Oh, Lio. Yeah, to catch himself there.
That metaphorically coming in clutch.
Oh, that metaphorically coming in clutch to save your stupid ass. Lio. Oops.
The Endler, I would like to metaphorically kill you.
I would like to metaphorically wrap my fingers around your skinny throat. Yo. Oh my god, this is where I'm sending this to Ev, I'm sending this to Chris, to Leia, to literally fucking everybody. This is gold. My god, they're gonna have a field day with this one.
Certain scumbags. And the reason I haven't is because the people who have been victimized by them have not given me clearance to do so.
Wait, hold on. I want to hear that in full.
I would love to wrap, metaphorically, my fingers around the necks of certain scumbags.
Of certain scumbags. of certain scumbags.
The reason I haven't is because the people who have been victimized by them have not given me clearance to do so.
Oh, okay. I would love to wrap my fingers around the necks of some of these scumbags. The only reason I'm not doing so is because I haven't gotten clearance. Whose clearance do you need to go for me, for example? Or whose clearance do you need to go for Kumo? Whose clearance do you need to go for Vlad?
Oh no! Oh, okay, get what you're saying there. Yeah, no, fair.
Well, he's been calling us degenerate scumbags too. Don't get me wrong.
True. I've still yet to know a reason for you. By the way, I'm still yet to know a reason. I do not know.
Well, I'm sure nowadays it's the infamous ketchup incident of 2024.
No, before that, I still want to know.
Even before that,
that, like, yeah, I need to know why I wasn't allowed to talk to you. Like, holy shit, still don't know.
We didn't even really talk all that much.
We didn't, and I generally think it was because like you covered the Nix and Jackie thing, and like.
Oh no, they've made that clear. They've said
really?
that they think the only reason I've ever gotten involved in any of this is because I was upset that Nix and Jackie were called out.
Oh my god.
But it's like okay, whatever. I won't get into it again.
Sure.
And these are people who have harmed multiple people.
Like who?
And I would love to do it, but I will not until I get clearance from.
The full moon's not out yet. I would love to. But I just can't. It's almost like you got nothing. It's almost like you have no ammo, and that's why you can't. Because you know that whatever you called them out for, you'd have to take accountability for too. And get Crystal to check my DMs. How can Crystal check your DMs? Guys, are we getting hypnotized by marbles?
I've checked DMs, all good.
Okay.
Every single person involved, which is why I told you to sit on it.
Even me?
I didn't do it because I wanted you to hurt, or because I wanted to disregard your concerns. I didn't.
You're literally doing that right now. You literally disregarded Rin's concerns about being caught by their dad by getting into another Discord call. You completely disregarded that. But whatever.
Do awful things. And these people making art, taking light at that, joy at it, are disgusting. And I literally...
The art! Not the art! The horrible, horrible art!
I'm gonna DM you that, Anna.
Okay, hold on.
Wish for death on them. And I'm not going to apologize for that. So if this ever does go to YouTube and have people saying I haven't changed, nah, I ain't going to change about that.
Change about
that
what?
Maintains.
Telling people to
You
kill
may have taken
themselves?
that from them.
So you're not gonna change on the front of telling people you don't like to kill themselves. Great. Lio is having. Why are you DMing me this?
I'm sorry, I don't know if you want to say it properly. I don't want to sidetrack you.
Well, it's not going to sidetrack me, but it's interesting info. You can say it out loud. It's fine.
I might dip to record it.
Okay. I'll let them know then.
Yeah, okay.
So Lio's having another call with the lawyer that he had an argument with in the on Stardust stream. So
I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay, it goes.
Good luck. Alright. It hurts to see the art making fun of me. Yeah, basically. It's like... I got a picture drawn of me as a wet cat, grimacing at the camera. Okay, you're not the only victim here, Lio.
Because in your world, you're the only one who matters. It's why you'll excuse terrible things other people do so long.
I'm not gonna sit here and say that you don't care about victims being preyed upon. I'm just gonna say that you think you're the only person that matters. Okay, Lio.
Those are your friends.
There's no way he's arguing with a lawyer. Well, again, I haven't seen their credentials, but apparently they're a lawyer. But apparently they're gonna argue with the lawyer again.
And it's why you'll run with false accusations of abuse so long as it's somebody you don't like.
They're not false until you prove them to be false. Or the other party can prove them to be true. So I guess technically...
Efron probably has some things he wants to say to you right now.
Oh,
I'm
I don't
gonna
give
let
a
him take
fuck
the
about
mic
what
for now,
Ephraim says.
simply because I needed time to cool off for a moment.
I don't give a fuck about what Ephraim thinks or says.
Random ranting. That is not.
I
feel like it's
Damage had already been done.
What did you say?
Do you think the reason The victims told you they were okay with the account after it came online. Was it because they figured the damage had already been done?
Is that the truth, or is that an assumption you're making, Lio?
I think they said something along the lines, yeah.
Oh, let me take a look at what Monster said.
I know
Okay.
some people are getting concerned about how long this has been going, because it has been
I
going
don't
for roughly
disagree.
3 hours.
I don't
I
disagree.
Yeah, it's 4
I don't
hours.
disagree. This is getting longer than it should.
I wonder why.
However,
It should have ended like an hour and a half ago, Lio. I wonder why it's taking longer. It's because you're adding on shit that was never agreed upon beforehand.
I need to make some things very clear here, and then we will close out. Rin, I understand, empathize,
No, you
and
don't.
sympathize
No,
with
you don't.
things you have gone through in
No, you don't.
relation to things like the FCK. I do.
No, you don't.
However, I will give you a comparison.
Oh, another
what
analogy.
toys did you play with when you were a kid? Just
Oh,
name one.
God!
Nintendo DS.
So, you have a Nintendo DS, and another person in your classroom has a Nintendo DS. Because you have a Nintendo DS, does that mean you can go mess with their Nintendo DS?
What
No.
the fuck is this analogy? What? What? A Nintendo DS. What? Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Bro. No, okay. You know what? I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. You slipped your hand into the cookie jar one too many times, little missy. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. No. And not just do that. And not just fucking do that. Okay, I think, I'm gonna move on now from the call, and we're gonna go to, we are going to go to... Yeah, I gotta get rid of this. Yes, we're gonna get rid of Subway Surfers. What toys do you play with? God damn it, we've hit the point of no return, ladies and gentlemen. I can't deal it, I can't take this shit no more, man. Oh my god. I don't know, Wyvern, we'll see. But I have some screenshots to cover, and then we're gonna be done with this. Alright? We're gonna wrap things up. Alright. Let me go and grab these. So Bloom sent these to me, and these are between them and Rin. Oh, Rabbit's back in the server. Right. Alright. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. that, like, messed with my brain in a way I did not think would happen. Hi, Mitzi. I know, baby. Oh, by the way, I might as well copy and paste this into the front lounge. This video loop. If you guys, oh, this is a fucking live stream. You want to watch marbles? Go check this person out. The channel is Marble ASMR and Healing. Okay. Oh yeah, we got 2 more things to go to. Right, I almost forgot. Right. So, first, the screenshots. Mixie, hi. Oh, hold on, I gotta make room for her. Hi. Here. Mixie, come here. I think Mitzi's getting hungry, so I'm gonna have to try and speedrun this. Alright. Oh, this is a conversation between... this is between Frick the Pirate and Bloom, who's in my server. So this was today, I think. Right? Yeah. This was earlier today. Good girl. So Bloom says, Frick, I'm so fucking livid right now. Frick says, so am I, but what are you livid about? Bloom says, there was a 4+ hour Senate call with Rin and Catslayer, Lyo's new server. I thought Lyo was done with this shit. Frick says, oh yes, I know. That's what I'm livid about. He got me to set it up for him. No, you made the choice to set it up for him. He did not get you to do anything, alright? You chose to do this. Then decided I wasn't fucking privy to any more info about it. Lied to me about what it was. You don't get to be upset here. You've been fucking advocating for this guy for so long. I don't have any sympathy for you. Okay? If he'd been honest, I wouldn't have set it up. Oh my god, the person who's been known for lying was lying again. And Nero wouldn't have either. Who lied to you guys, Lyo or Yoon? Don't tell me it was Rin. And Frick says Lyo. Can you guys see this okay? Okay. And you can see my stream down there. Someone's watching my stream! I'm losing it. I'm losing it real quick. Frick says, oh yes, I know. Oh, right. Okay. Yoon and Rin were good faith and civil the entire time. I left the server over this and failed moderation. Lyo outright... And failed moderation? What? Lyo outright lied to me. He asked me to run messenger for him to Rin, under the promise it was a one-on-one call. Everyone except Yoon and Rin would be muted. And you believed that? Frick, and you believed that? You're dumb if you believed that. I didn't think the person who's been called out several times for lying would lie to me. Okay. Didn't tell me it was a gallery call. Dude, they could have had a one-on-one call at any time, anywhere. Did you really think it had to be in his new Senate? Didn't tell me he would also be speaking. Yeah. Well, I don't know what you expected. Didn't tell me Ephraim and Susie were allowed to speak. Didn't tell me Heaton would be allowed if she wanted to. I was meant to be in the call, but I didn't show because it was 1 a.m. and I had a bad feeling, and I made one request, that if they didn't turn this from a gallery to a private call to make sure Rin couldn't read chat, and they failed even that. So I'm not sure if that's true, if Rin could read chat or not. I don't know. But we'll keep going. Bloom says you're fucking lying. Why do people still fuck with them? I mean, why did Frick still fuck with them? I'm fucking furious. I told Rin to never fucking contact Lyo again. Never accept a call hosted by him. I got Goat Cato to pull out and cut him off. It should have been a private call between Rin and Yoon. How the fuck does any of this even make sense to the public? And they show a couple of DMs that I don't think... Oh, right, those are the DMs that we read earlier before the call. Where Lyle was like, I promise this is going to be a one-on-one call. Everyone else is going to be muted. It's going to be completely civil. No threats or anything. And then just completely went back on all of that. Still, Frick, I don't know why you're surprised. You enabled this. You stuck your head in the sand for so long. And all of a sudden you're mad about it. You don't get the right to be mad about it. Oh my god, the liar lied to you. I can't believe it. You have the other 3 screenshots. Okay. Alright, so there was a screenshot between Bloom and Rin, but Rin doesn't want it to be shown on stream anymore, and I'll respect that. Okay. Sorry, there's a lot here. But IDK, who has contact with Akumu? I do. But they absolutely can share these DMs with him to establish that it was under dishonest pretenses. No, the issue is that you believed it. The issue I'm having is that you fucking believed it. This is what Rin agreed to. Rin only heard the terms of this call via me and possibly Nero. That is what Rin agreed to. Listen, Frick, I'm sorry you were a useful idiot. I'm sorry you were a useful fucking idiot, okay? But listen, you don't get to be fucking mad about it. What other 3 screenshots am I looking for here, actually? I think I've seen all of them. Yeah, I've seen all of them. But, sorry, Frick, I don't feel any sympathy for you. Like, boo fucking who? You knew. This has been known by everybody, and you decided to play defense for him. I'll see if, actually no, Crystal will message me if she wants to get back into the call. Enla, he has held at gunpoint to set up the call, or he was held at gunpoint. Lamau, Nero, and Frick were talking mad shit, but both of them got tricked. I haven't really been following the Frick stuff. I know you guys have been fucking whining about it for like a month now, like in the gossip channel. But like I could not give myself to. I could not bring myself to give a shit. You're so dumbass now. Yeah. Fucking wild. But, listen. I get it, but at the same time, I don't. I'm not gonna sit there and be like, poor Frick was lied to. No. Like, no. You don't get to just pull a 180s because you were suddenly inconvenienced. Now that the bad shit's happening to you, now suddenly you have a problem with it. Okay. Alright. There is... I don't think there's any more. I'll check around a little bit and see if there's been any more. Oh, right. Frick the Pirate, I think, made a statement. Let's check it out. What? Oh, I am so confused. Okay, Frick the Pirate said, earlier when? A couple hours ago, says, okay, new clarification. This was a communication error on Lyo's end. He believed he had been clear enough on his plan- Are you fucking kidding me? He believed he had been clear enough on his plans for the call, but was not. And it's something he will need to work on. Ren wants to release a new statement about this shortly, I think. Are you fucking- You almost- You were almost out, Frick. Frick. You were almost out, and you decided to walk back in. You're kidding me. Okay. So this is from Rin. From today, I think. First of all, Yoon had no intent on Lyo interrogating me like that. He is remorseful from what I know. Oh, you naive bastard. Doesn't have to be, it's not his fault, so please do not call him names, even ever on my behalf. Yoon and I settled our differences. I hold nothing but goodwill and nothing ill. Secondly, I do put the blame on Lyo. He does have a right to call me out, but I was risking my life to answer his questions. I got so stressed that I agreed with him on a point that was straight up a lie, forgetting that Akumu did, as a matter of fact, contact some of the victims like Jamesy and Slimmers. The problem is, Rand, they're still going to use this. Despite you clearing this up, they're still going to use that. And you know this. For that, though, I apologize to Akumu. I will apologize profusely once again for that extreme mistake. A lot of my friends didn't want me in that call, and I know why not. Thirdly, while I was allowed to be called out for not contacting the other victims, I already addressed it with other people. It's okay that it's brought up, but not in such a way to paint me as not caring for the victims. I do deeply care for them. Finally, I will state I do not want anything to do with commentary, and upon Crystal's and potentially the victim's wishes, I will let her and Thuman handle it. I still hope I can make up for the situation. I just can't do financials for obviously embarrassing reasons. Thank you. So, sunk a little bit back into disappointment again, but that's okay. It's alright. I'll live. Oh, guys, turned out he wasn't lying to me. He just misunderstood. It was just a wee little bit of a communication issue, even though every other indication points to that not being the case, but whatever. He's just a silly guy. He just made an itsy-bitsy mistake, that's all. Like when he said, what did he say again? 1 second. Let me go find it. You know when Lio says, there will be no yelling, no threats. No threats. Nothing. They want a civil discussion. Right? Okay. Well, you did make threats, didn't you? Right? You absolutely made threats. And when you said, is this just a miscommunication when you say, oh, the talking will just be them and Yoon? To be clear. Is that not clear enough for you, Frick? Is that not clear enough? You almost had it. You were almost out. And you went back in. You went back in. Come on. Guys, it was just a silly miscommunication. Come on, give him a break. He wasn't being clear enough. To be clear, he wasn't being clear enough. Clearly. He didn't yell, but he certainly made a bunch of threats and emotional manipulation. And holding power and authority over Rin's head. But no, he didn't yell. At least he didn't yell at Rin. The lie detector determined that was a lie. Oh no, it was just a little miscommunication. God. My god. Brick, I'm gonna give you a little bit of advice. I know you're not gonna take it, but hey, might as well try. Take this as a sign and get out. Get out. Anyway. This guy can't lie to save his life. I just don't even know why they bought it. You almost had a brain for a second. Sorry. Sorry. Maybe you'll get it next time. Okay. One last thing I want to cover, and this will be a nice way to wind down the stream for tonight. I want to play... Now, this really isn't all that related. It's not really related at all. But I wanted to, just kind of shout out some channels and videos that I like from certain content creators that I think have really cool points to say. Nothing, you know, related to the topic whatsoever, so... In by no means is this at all related. I just thought it'd be a nice way to wind down the stream and watch some good content from professionals who are licensed in the field of psychology and hear what they have to say about certain educational things.
Eggshells. Everyone is typically cutting the narcissistic bully a really wide berth. Finally, someone snaps. They don't even care about the narcissistic person's rage, and they snap back and they say, you are such an a-hole. Just stop. You are such a jerk. You are ruining everybody's day around here. Nobody wants to be here anymore because of you. We just wish you would leave. You are such an awful person. Okay. They say that to the narcissist. Then the narcissist does a Charlie Brown on you, head down, and they start in on, okay, I was just trying to do what people wanted. I spent the whole day trying to make sure I got you guys the right food and the right stuff. I was just trying to help everyone.
You know, I guess it's clear I'm not wanted around here, even though I'm just doing my job. Even though I feel like you guys are overcorrecting, but it's obvious that nobody, like, wants my opinions around here. After Peaches, shamed me and embarrassed me in that call with Raven, I guess nobody wants me around, huh?
And then they may lean into saying things like, oh God, you guys have always been out to get me. I am so good to everyone. Why do you always target me? Okay, if that's what you want. You want me to leave? Okay, I guess I'm going to leave.
You want me to stop helping you? Fine, I'll stop helping you. I won't help you anymore.
Nobody wants me here. And they may even walk away, right? Oh, I know. You don't want me anymore. You just use me, right? So why don't y'all just have a good time without me? And it's always seemed that no, you just expect me to just bring all the stuff and do everything for y'all, but you have more fun when I'm not here. And honestly, none of you understand me. None of you even want to understand me. And then they sort of shamefully walk out of the room. And the whole thing is sort of sad and pathetic to watch, right? And then you, the empathic soul that you are, after seeing that, you want to reach after them and say, listen, okay, I'm sorry, all right? We don't need to do this anymore, right? I was so harsh. It's amazing how quickly you forget how ragey and awful they were just a few minutes ago. No, I listen, I didn't mean to hurt you. You were getting rough on everyone. But we want you to stay, okay? And then they're going to mope a little while longer and you try even harder to pull them in. And before you know it, the very bully all of you were scared and aggravated about a little while ago is the victim that you are now trying to soothe and appease and make sure everything's okay. It's the ultimate sleight of hand, the switching of the masks, the shape-shifting move that they're so good at. It's the victim bully sequence. Narcissistic folks have this mastered to a magical art form. Vulnerable narcissists tend to be the ones that are the best at it, but every narcissist does it. It's what makes the trauma bond so traumatic. Just when a person hits the breaking point with a narcissistic person, that the rage and all of the invalidation and the berating and the humiliation finally gets to a person, and they take a stand against the narcissist is masterful at playing the sulking, petulant victim. And because most people stuck in narcissistic relationships tend to be pretty good, kind, compassionate, empathic people, they struggle with seeing the sort of the consequences like that leave the narcissist looking so victimized and sad, and they recant. And they find themselves trying to cheer up the victimized narcissist because people who've suffered narcissistic abuse are uncomfortable with that tension, with that conflict. It's a brilliant but sick maneuver by the narcissistic person. In one quick second, they are able to turn the tables from someone actually being really angry with them or upset about them to someone trying to appease them. In many cases, narcissistic people are so good at playing the victim that people tend to forget the bullying sequence that just happened and just focus their energies on making sure that the narcissist is okay.
Mm-hmm.
Another person's expense or that hurts them, and that it sort of felt abusive, that's when they'll start to become rageful. Because basically, it's a joke. And if you push harder and say, person, it makes more sense than seeing it as the narcissist.
I don't want to play the entire thing, so I'll go to the next point.
Hurt. And for them, hurt means ego being two different people. They are, in fact, one person, one very tactical, manipulative person. Over time, this victim bully thing has worked for them. Don't get me wrong. When they are hurt, and for them, hurt means ego injury, not necessarily hurt feelings per se. But when something happens, something that makes them not look good to other people, or they feel that they aren't being adequately appreciated, It doesn't feel good for them. And that's when they slide immediately into the victimized, woe is me. That part in and of itself isn't that interesting. I am thinking of one situation I had observed. The guy was a world-class narcissist, arrogant, superficial, validation seeking, insecure, angry, treated people around him horribly. At one point, the person he was dating, and because he was so insecure,
Thank
he
you,
would
Villa.
waste lots of money on gifts, not just for her, but for everyone around him, was notoriously big tipper, that kind of thing.
Oh,
Well,
up, up.
at one point, she was witnessing yet another of his rage festivals and yelling. He was yelling at various household employees and family members, but this time his girlfriend, who wasn't very nice herself, she had had it with him. And it turns out that he had also just purchased a very expensive gift for her. He gave her the day before.
Oh, what'd he get her? Like an iPad? For drawing, perhaps?
But because she was so exasperated with him, she left because she thought he was acting like such an awful person. After she left, he became an insta-victim. He couldn't believe that nobody could appreciate him. He took
just being a
such
little
good
silly, that's
care
all.
of everyone.
I just like this
He
person's
buys
content.
everyone so much gifts. He spent so much on her. So now his narrative was that she was just using him. And then he slumped into a deflated balloon. He cried. He told her he missed her and that people have always left him and he would buy her anything she wanted. And, nobody likes him. And he knows the only reason anyone likes him is because he spends money. Who knows if she came back to him because of the gift or because of him. She claimed she came back to him because she felt so bad for him because he was so pathetic. And she felt guilty, like she was to blame. And as far as I know, I don't have contact with these people anymore. The cycle still continues between these two. They are caught in their trauma bonded dance. He vacillates between bullying and then when people call him out, becoming the victim. And anytime she finds her strength to leave, his victimhood, and I'm guessing the rather expensive gifts that he purchases, pull her back in.
All right, there was one more. Let me go find it. One sec. Let me go find it real quick. Just see it, say it, sorted. Be brave, everyone, and speak up. Please, being quiet. Also, fuck. Sorry, I have such like a fucking. My brain is melting. There is one more I want to show off.
Back to the channel.
All right. Again, won't play the whole thing, but this is a psychologist doing a role play. Just a silly little role play, a scenario, a little bit of a thought experiment, if you will. This guy's name is Patrick Tihan. He's a really good psychologist who is an expert in this field. And he makes a lot of great videos like this, just putting these things on display in a way that is comprehensive to a lot of people, and some people might recognize in their own lives.
Christmas, like we said, and we'll be with you for Thanksgiving.
Hang on a sec. Oh, come on, don't flake out on me now, YouTube.
We'll be at Mom's for Christmas, like we said, and we'll be with you for Thanksgiving. And Dad, you still haven't met Nicholas, and he's 4 months old now. Well, you got the gift card I sent for him, right? Yeah, we did. We got that last week. Good. Well, you could have sent us a thank you, but I guess you're busy too and all. Yeah, Dad, sorry I didn't. About Thanksgiving, Dad. We'll see. Well, things have been really tough for Betty with her work problems, and I'm all bogged down supporting her in that. You wouldn't believe how hard she works for those people, and she gets such flack from them. People give her such a hard time with all these demands. It's crazy, and it never ends. By the way, have you...
So he says in his clinical analysis that what he's doing here is that he's setting up a victim, rescuer, and perpetrator setup here, where Betty, his partner, the narcissist partner, is the victim. He is the rescuer, and the perpetrator is Betty's workplace, where he comes in and has to defend Betty from this awful workplace, and that excuses his behavior. and that just takes up all of his time and all of his thoughts and energy and care.
You heard from Mike? I got this call from him last month screaming bloody murder at me about his cell phone. Yeah, I did, Dad. I think you changed the plan and he couldn't get access to the billing people. That's not my problem. He's got way more spare time than I do to take care of these things. And you know what? He's not patient like I am. I keep telling him that, and guess what? He just hung up on me. Just another person lined up to giving me problems. Well, Dad, they cut his service because you're the main person on the plan, and, well, just forget it. Mom put him on her plan, so... But, Dad, Mike is coming to Thanksgiving, and he didn't have the airfare because it's expensive right now, and he's still in school, so I just went ahead and bought him the ticket. Do you think you can help me out with that? Absolutely not. Betty and I are on a strict budget because of the condo. He's your brother, and I'm doing my best here with all these bills and getting people gift cards and things. You know, there's always something
busy.
in life. Besides, why doesn't he go ask your mother's new guy for some help? He seems to be doing pretty well for himself, right? Dad, that's not really his responsibility. I know. Well, we all have our cross to bear, I guess. But you know as well as I do, but it'd be a much different story if your mother hadn't divorced me right before my business was about to take off. Dad, that was 15 years ago and that business wasn't. You know, Dad, have you guys even talked about coming? Kiddo, you know, I don't have it easy like your mother and her family does. Nothing comes easy for me, and guess what? It's getting worse. Whatever you do with your life, make sure you don't end up like me, having to make everybody happy.
I hope you never have to suffer the way I have.
Because the world just continues to break your heart and demand more and more of you. The world gave up on me when your mother divorced me. And you're a father now, and I hope the world is kinder to you than it was for me, because God help you if you make a mistake. I'm sorry, Dad, and I'm sorry that things are stressful for you and Betty. How about I just check in with you next week and see if you guys have thought about it? All right. Well, you're probably tired of hearing about the old man's problems, so I guess I'll catch you later.
Alright, so that was what he does do. Also, I don't want to play the full thing, obviously, but he also does another roleplay where it's a healthy relationship and how the father is supposed to act with their kid and what a normal relationship looks like. But he also does a third... Hi, Mitzi. But he also does a third scenario with the same thing. If the son in this scenario was much more empowered and was doing more of a gray rock strategy and was advocating for himself a lot more and knew exactly the kind of person he was dealing with.
Oh, I see. Well, we just...
Now, he never says that this is how you should act. This is just what it feels like to be empowered.
Need to make a plan, and I need to know if you're coming, since this year we see Mom at Christmas, and like we said, we'd see you at Thanksgiving. And Dad, you still haven't met Nicholas, and he's 4 months old now. Well, you got the gift card I sent, right? Yeah, Dad, we did. We got that last week. Good. Well, you could have sent us a thank you, but I guess we're all pretty busy, right? Actually, Dad, we are busy. We have a newborn, and you haven't been involved or present in any way for him, so I need you to think before you say something like that, and don't try to guilt trip me into thanking you for a gift card that's 3 months late. Jeez! Wow, well, aren't we grateful? Fine. Well, while you're kicking me while I'm down, you need to know that things have been impossibly tough with Betty and her work problems, and I'm really bogged down supporting her in that. You wouldn't believe how hard she works for those people, and she gets such flack from them. It's crazy, and it's never ending. By the way, have you heard from Mike? I got this call from him last month screaming bloody murder at me about his cell phone. Dad, I need us to focus on if you're coming to Thanksgiving or not. I'd like this call to confirm either nay or yay, because I've been chasing you about this, which is a pattern between us that I would like to stop engaging in. What the hell do you mean chasing me? Your brother is screaming me on the phone while I'm trying to focus help with Betty and her work stuff. You got a lot of nerve. Dad, I'm not available to talk about your new relationship or take care of your feelings about Mike. If you can't calmly let me know about Thanksgiving, we should just end the conversation right now. What do you mean chasing me?
Do you see how he hyper-focuses on that singular thing? Out of everything that he said, he hyper-focuses on this one thing that isn't quite clear. And he brings it up a second time, really insistent on it, to bring the conversation back down from an empowered place to a place where he feels more comfortable arguing about it. Where he could possibly get into semantics or pedantic things. Like, well, I'm not... Do you have evidence of me chasing you? I'm not, or do you have evidence of you chasing me around? Or do you have evidence of me not supporting you? You know, shit like that. On the thing that makes him look bad. Well, it all makes him look bad, but especially that part.
If you're coming to Thanksgiving. By the way, have you
We'll
heard
back
from
up a
Mike?
bit.
I got this call from him last month screaming on if you're coming to Thanksgiving or not. I'd like this call to confirm either nay or yay because I've been chasing you about this,
Oh, I
which
guess
is a
you're
pattern
right.
between us that I would like to stop engaging in.
Yeah, he notes that he's been chasing him, and he notes that it's a pattern of behavior. And that's the part that he hyper-focuses on, instead of, you know, figuring out if he's going to come to his grandson's, house, I guess.
What the hell do you mean chasing me? Your brother is screaming me on the phone while I'm trying to focus help with Betty and her work stuff. You got a lot of nerve. Dad, I'm not available to talk about your new relationship or take care of your feelings about Mike. If you can't calmly let me know about Thanksgiving, we should just end the conversation right now. What do you mean chasing me? Change your tone, Dad. I'm calm. I'm calm. What do you mean? I emailed you 5 weeks ago about your plan, and you responded a month later, only to talk about Betty's condo and her work problems. And you can't tell that I'm preoccupied from that intel? Look, I don't have it easy like your mother and her family does. And like I've always said, if she hadn't blown up our marriage right before my business was to take off... Dad, it's best that you don't come to Thanksgiving since you continue to avoid telling me about your plans about it. I'm also setting a boundary with you. When we talk, you don't talk about the divorce with me, or Mom, or Mike, or about...
Who's talking about Lio? I'm not talking about Lio. I just thought this was educational and, you know, just a nice little way to wind down the stream. I don't know.
About that business that failed. I don't know what you want from me. You're not listening and not giving me time.
That's a pretty common, like, narcissist phrase as well. I don't know, when they're put in a corner and they realize that they're not snaking out of this, they just go, I don't know what you want from me, as if you're the one making unrealistic demands.
I was getting to Thanksgiving. You've now had weeks to tell me. And on this call, you're wasting my time by trying to get me to feel bad for you. I don't know what you want from me. I bet your wife would be shocked if she knew how you were treating me. I'm hanging up the phone.
Man, if only your mom knew how you were acting on the internet.
Dad, goodbye. Well, I hope that was thought-provoking, and I hope that it somehow resonated.
It was, Patrick. Thank you very much. And if you guys want to see the full video, I highly recommend that you go see Patrick Tihan's videos. He makes amazing videos on this subject and just about trauma recovery in general. Who knows, you might find it helpful in other aspects of your life or with interpersonal relationships. There are plenty more out there. Oh, hello. That's my doctor! I think that's time for me to go. I'll see you later. Never mind, it was an automated call. They were just reminding me of an appointment. But while I'm still here, I also need to shout out, Dr. Ramani. I'll put both of their channels in the description, and hopefully I don't forget. If I forget, please remind me. But I'll put both of their channels in the description. They both make really great content around psychology. But goodbye, everybody. Good stream, good stream. Probably won't be streaming tomorrow, but we'll see. I would like to get back to Baldur's Gate, so if I do stream tomorrow, it'll probably be Baldur's Gate. Alright? Alright, bye-bye.
Referred to it. The SCC, in particularly FCK leaks, when Ren was behind it, there was no goal of returning to the SCC. I mean, the fact now to give Ren some criticism, being scared of the SCC is really sad. You should not be scared of them. I understand potentially being scared of them because they rallied, potentially being scared of Lyle, considering the FCC rallied behind him, thinking that he was going to be some savior. I get that. But aside from that, there's nothing to be worried about. Unless it's from like Lyle trying to dig into personal shit and whatnot, your personal life getting affected. But when it comes to the SCC, they're nothing. They hate when you show that they're nothing. That's why they haven't come at me since. This is just ridiculous. This is just absolutely ridiculous. The pure fucking trying to rewrite history. Imagine being such a dishonest fucking hack that you have to try and rewrite history and how the events played out, and especially doing to someone who he knows will likely cave.
That account.
Oh,
by
Inlet
your own
was
admission.
You guys want Inlet to come on?
So don't even. Yoon may buy that. I don't. And Yoon's welcome to. You were scared of legal action, then, especially when you knew we found out. You would have ducked and ran, or you wouldn't gotten involved at all. You went on one day while I was driving to Dallas to visit my in-laws for 4 hours about how scared of the SDC you are. But the moment you think you can essentially sweep their legs, there you are in the front line.
What the fuck are you talking about? Again, the FCK, right, has nothing to do with the SEC. You guys have insisted that it's an art commentary group, and art commentary and SEC are separate. So going at the FCK wouldn't have involved the SEC, but no, because the SEC are fucking retarded
on one hand
and are constantly blazing and blowing doodle tones because it blasphemed their perfect, fucking diaper shitter. Oh no! How dare you? How dare you do that? How dare you accuse Doodles of being in a group chat they were in? How dare you do that? They took offense to it and got themselves involved. He drives on Discord. Hold on. Just to give you an idea as to how fucking chronically online this fat ass is. He drives on Discord. He eats at McDonald's at Walmart on Discord. He'll call while he's at work on Discord. But he's so busy. So busy. Okay. Sure. All right.
This is no, go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say.
I do apologize, at least.
But For what? I listed out a whole bunch of things
for
here.
hurting you.
Yeah, it's peak fucking like chronically online fat ass Tubalard. Like almost it's Discord mod behavior. Like even if he's not grooming, like the bot, like he's behaving like a Redditor. Of like he's flat out behaving like a Redditor. Is Lyo. He's eating McDonald's. Like the bot, like what you Discord, driving on Discord, soy jack Redditor, at work on Discord. Is Lyo. He literally lives on Discord. On Discord, driving on Discord, at work on. Oh, endless here. Hi, furry. Hi. Hi. Yeah, we can hear you. Dope. Okay, well, guess what, folks? The full call without my or Gilded or Inla's commentary, our lovely additions. Though, to be fair, to give myself some credit, I did provide you all screenshots of before, and I got screenshots afterwards. Okay, so don't think that I don't have anything else, because I got some other screenshots I got to share with you after we're done with this call, because it's not over yet. Even after the call, I got some screenshots I want to read. Anyways, let's continue. Are you sticking around for this? Yeah.
Rin, how do I put this delicately? You're not capable of hurting me. You didn't hurt me, you pissed me off.
Okay.
Because you proved Jace right once again.
How?
You proved
Okay.
that the people I try to help don't want it.
Or maybe you suck.
It's why you constantly went behind my back to get back online multiple times in 2023. It's why you still ran around spaces you knew you weren't wanted in.
He's not hurt, he's
the
butthurt.
moment you got a small inkling of being able to fire back at people you were mad at for calling you out, you took it.
I told you. I fucking told you. These people think that what they do is actual callouts. They genuinely believe it. And on one hand, it'd be one thing if they actually brought something to the table that wasn't known, right? But talking about shit that's either public or already known is hardly a fucking call out. Hardly. But he's got to insist it because he's got to always find a way to what's the term? Over exaggerate.
You have done unquestionable damage to people.
Okay.
For nothing.
All right.
For nothing. Do you really think you helped any victims with that account?
The person who drew that
did,
piece,
because
please tag me with it on Twitter. I want to see Lyle at McDonald's. Yes. Someone said they drew it. Oh my god. All right, let's continue. This part's going to be really interesting, I bet.
Who'd you help? Tell me.
Why do you want me
Oh
to-
my god.
I'll name them Gary, Jamesy, Teddy.
Teddy. You think you helped Teddy? Interesting.
Teddy expressed this taste, but like I sent the money, even though I care for them, and
What does money have to do with any of this? What the fuck does money have to do with the FCK?
No. If I care for my wife and get her a dog, but then make sure that dog is never in contact with my wife, that's not me showing that I care for my wife.
What the fuck does that even mean? What?
I do not care.
What does that even mean?
Actions of someone
What analogy is that? How is that at all comparable? What the fuck do you? Oh my god, dude, the blood pressure is killing his brain. This is evidence.
Caring takes self-sacrifice. You don't have that, Rin.
So here's a simple, easy point to just slap this down immediately. This notion we haven't helped the victims. We've literally publicized the story. We've literally publicized the story, the logs. That makes it known. In fact, in the call that was just held, that we not just released yesterday by Laka, that I reacted to, Teddy herself said, just making this information known, just talking about it was helping, was doing enough. So how in the fuck are we not doing enough? Like, what do you expect us to do? Like, to build altars? You like invent a time machine and try and go back in time and undo the FCK server? Like, what are you retarded? Like, you think, okay, you think, hold on, and here's
Oh
another
my
thing.
god, I knew she was gonna be here when I got back.
And here's another thing. Just to point out Lyle's contradictions here, he thinks his videos are call-outs, that he's holding people accountable when he makes videos. And